is Someone to You. This is More FM, the Breakfast Club. It's 2 to 8. Alana's at home with great news, has just tested negative.
Yay.
Woo!
And
Yay.
you just had a knock at the door as well. Who was that?
Oh, man. We've got...
Angel. It was an angel parcel, and you're sick of it.
Can you just see who that parcel was from?
I can't see because I need to open it up and it's going to take some time.
Oh,
It just... Why is it from...
Oh.
No, I can't see who it's from. So sorry
That's
about
a
that.
shame. It would have been
Yeah,
nice
well,
if you knew who it was from.
Yeah, it would be really
Wouldn't
nice if
it?
you knew who
But
that
can I
was
just...
from.
It would have been
Is it
nice.
you guys?
Lana, a few days ago I bought you an angel delivery, and it's
Did you?
obviously just arrived. And
Oh my
here
God,
you
you're
are
joking.
saying, "Oh, I've got too much. Oh no, I've got no space in the
It's too
freezer.
much trouble.
I've got no
It's
space
too
in the
much
freezer. I've got
trouble."
so much food."
What am I supposed to do?
Off here before you're like,
Too
"Oh
much
damn it,
trouble."
another delivery."
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Aon Māori Cup Heats Day here at Lake Ruataniwha. We are good to go in heat number 1 of the day in the boys under 17 Cox 4. And we should have a full field of Pukekohe High School, Christ College number 1, Westlake Boys High School 1, Auckland Grammar 1, Hamilton Boys number 2 and Christchurch Boys number 2. We are looking for 2 to go through to the A final. The rest of the crews will go through to repechage. So heat 1 is on the track and we should have them well settled onto their race pace now. Looking like Westlake Boys travelling well out there in lane number 4. They've poked their nose out in front of heat number 1. So it's Westlake. At the moment, Westlake Boys out there in lane 4. Auckland Grammar also going with them. 2 to go through to the A final. Trying to do a bit of a move with them would be Christ College down in lane number 3. But it's Westlake and Auckland Grammar at this stage. The 1-2 and the boys under 17 Cox 4 as they come down towards the 1K. And there's Auckland Grammar you can see on the live stream there. Welcome to our live stream viewers from around the country who are tuning in, and the parents over on the other side of the lake. And as we watch them go through the 1,000 metre mark, looks like Auckland Grammar doing a bit of a push on Westlake. Hopefully we will see them go through that 1K, not quite. And it is level pegging. Oh, they've gone through together. I'd say maybe a bow ball to Westlake Boys. Bow ball to Westlake Boys over Auckland Grammar through the 1K. That's how they're sitting at the moment. Heat 2 is on the track. So we're looking for 2 to go through to the A final. At the moment, Westlake Boys and Auckland Grammar side by side as they come down the course. Back inside of them, lane number 3 is Christ College out of Christchurch. So we are in the middle of the field watching these 2 schools from Auckland, who I'm sure have raced each other at some stage over the season, not as much as a normal season would have up in the North Island, but they will be wary of each other as they come down on 34.5 rating in that third 500. So it's Westlake Boys and Auckland Grammar. Still very much side by side together. So down they come towards the last 500, and it is Westlake Boys at the moment holding off Auckland Grammar. 2 to go through to the A final. These two looking pretty good at the moment. Christ College sitting in 3rd place down there in lane number 3. Just looking back quickly to heat number 2, who have settled onto their race pace. And it's St Bede's College number 1 at the moment. St Bede's going well in heat number 2. So here comes Auckland Grammar again, having a go at Westlake Boys. Westlake Boys hanging on as they come down towards the 250 to go. First race of the day, boys under 17, Cox 4. Let's have a look and see if the ratings have changed over the last 500. And Westlake look to just be lengthening out a little bit here. Auckland Grammar a little bit higher, a little bit shorter through the water, and that's enabled Westlake just to push out a bit more. And I think they're going to hold them off from here. So 30, mid-30s on that rating for Westlake Boys, and they've countered that attack from Auckland Grammar really nicely through that third 500. Tandem rigged Auckland Grammar boat. But it's the Westlake Boys crew leading this first race of the day. Westlake Boys over Auckland Grammar, back to Christ College. And then over the other side to Hamilton Boys number 2. Down they come to the 100, and it is Westlake Boys now 1 length clear of Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar 2 lengths over Christ College, and then a similar margin back to Hamilton Boys and Pukekohe. Westlake now inside the last 80 metres of heat number 1. They're going to take this win now 1 length clear, just over a length clear of Auckland Grammar. So Christ College coming up to the line now. Then you've got this race between Hamilton Boys number 2 and Pukekohe. And then over the other side, looks like that might be Christchurch Boys number 2. Heat number 2 of the boys under 17, Cox 4 on the track now. We have Wellington College, Westlake Boys number 2, St Bede's College 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Cashmere 1, and St John's from Hamilton number 1. Looking for 2 to go through directly into the A final, the rest through to repechage. Good race for second, no doubt about first. The boys from St Bede's in lane 4. Darrell's boys out there leading home heat number 2. Looking for the unofficial time of Westlake Boys High School. We will give that to you shortly and then compare that to possibly St Bede's as they come down in heat number 2. Your wonderful pictures there on live stream as the boys come through the 1500. That is St Bede's out in front that you can see to the right of the camera there, leading home heat number 2. We are looking for that second place to go with them into the A final. And it could be the boys from Cashmere High School in lane 6 at this stage. So it's St Bede's. St Bede's out of Christchurch in lane 4, leading heat number 2. We have an official time for Westlake Boys, 6:57.84. And we'll see what St Bede's do as they come down to the line. St Bede's looking pretty comfortable. Similar rating to Westlake as they came through that 500. It's St Bede's and Cashmere at the moment. Looking for that 1-2 directly to the A final. Rest to repechage. Westlake probably about 2 or 3 points higher by this stage in their heat. We've got St Bede's on around 32. We'll just see if that goes up. Wouldn't need to. They've got a good 2.5 lengths at the moment over Cashmere, with another crew approaching Cashmere. That might be Mount Albert having a crack at them. Yes, it is. But still Cashmere holding on. So down we come. St Bede's heading towards the 100 to go. Heat 2 of the boys under 17, Cox 4. And it's St Bede's over Cashmere, back to Mount Albert Grammar. Then inside of them to Westlake Boys number 2. Over on the outside to St John's from Hamilton. St. Bede's through the 100 now. Cashmere nearly 2 lengths back on them. They'll be in second place. They're going to maintain that position through to the A final. And then third place at the moment looking to be Mount Albert Grammar from Auckland. So St. Bede's coming down to the line now. Very relaxed, very smooth. Really nice looking four there. And they will take that first place. We'll have a quick look at the time. Compare that to Westlake Boys. And it is slightly slower at this stage. So we just wait for Wellington College to come down to the line. So live stream pictures there showing the finish of heat number 2 in the boys under 17 Cox 4. That's Wellington College coming down to the line now. We just await the official time for St. Bede's College, who won that heat. And we'll go out to heat number 3. Through the 1,000 metre mark they've gone. We're looking for Auckland Grammar number 2, Christchurch Boys number 1, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, St Andrews College 1, St Bede's College 2, and Wellington College number 2. So I think that's Sacred Heart from Auckland leading this race. Can't quite see with that, the angle of the boys there, but Sacred Heart from Auckland, Brent Leach, the coach, doing well with these guys out in lane number 4. And they would be leading home the crew inside of them, which is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. 2 to go into the A final. That's who it's looking like at the moment. Sacred Heart from Auckland. Looking for the official time of heat number 2 is St. Bede's College on 7:01:15. And Westlake Boys was 6:57:84. So we're just watching Sacred Heart from Auckland here. They've got quite a handy lead now over Christchurch Boys, a good 2 lengths as they come down to the 250. And looks like Sacred Heart, it's their race to own here as they close in on the 250. And it looks like they've just relaxed that rating a little bit and are prepared to do battle once they get into the final. Yep, Sacred Heart taking that rating down to 26, so we're not going to see a time that's indicative of what they may produce in the A final, but they've done their work. They've got themselves into the A final of this Boys 4, which is a great achievement. They'll be very happy about that, and they will be racing for the RJ Hampton Memorial Shield. We've got Christchurch Boys charging down behind them. They will also go through to the A final. So last couple of crews coming across the line, St. Bede's College number 2, and then over to Wellington College number 2, also coming down to the line to complete heat number 3 of the boys under 17 coxed 4, looking for an official time of heat 3 for Sacred Heart Auckland, keeping in mind they cross that line in the mid-20s. So as we await the official time of boys under 17 Cox 4 Heat 3, we have the girls under 18 novice quad progression all to A final. So this is a race for lanes. And we have Waikato Diocesan in lane 1, Columba College in 2, Villa Maria in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Craighead Diocesan in 5, Christchurch Girls in 6, and Takapuna Grammar in 7. So as they come through the 1K, hopefully we can get a line on the boats coming through the 1K, which we can't. So we will swing out to the binoculars. Good lineup here. I'd say Columba, Villa Maria and St Paul's Collegiate, all three of those are looking good. As I said, all will progress to A final, so this is a race for lanes. I can officially tell you that heat number 3 of the boys 17-4 was won by Sacred Heart in the fastest time of the heat, 6:57.21. And this is the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. There is only one heat in this event, so they will all progress to the A final. And they are racing for lanes. Currently, the race off was lanes 2, 3 and 4, which was Columba, Villa Maria and St Paul's Collegiate. But we'll go back out and have another look. I'd say I'd be sitting with Columba College at the moment. So Olivia, Hannah, Briar, Grace, Isabella going well in lane number 2. Just outside of them is Villa Maria and St Paul's Collegiate. Columba trying to hold off a bit of a charge from St Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton. So St Paul's looking quite good out there in the middle of the course. Columba trying to hang on there. In between those two is Villa Maria College. Again, it's a race off lanes, but you'd like to do what you can to get one of those centre lanes in an A final. Surround yourself with the competition. And they go through that 1500. You can see Columba College, you can see St Paul's Collegiate. So St Paul's Collegiate doing some good work there in that third 500. So again, it's a race for the lanes. All of them will go to the A final. But Columba College and St Paul's Collegiate have had a great race the whole way down the course. This is the girls under 18 novice Cox quad. Good racing here. So it's Columba College, St Paul's Collegiate, Villa Maria, over to Christchurch Girls High School. This is one heat only of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Welcome to our live stream viewers from around the country. You're watching the last 250 metres of the girls under 18 novice Cox quad on your live stream. And there is only one heat of this event. As they all close in on Columba here as they come down to the 250. And it's St Paul's Collegiate. And then on the outside, Christchurch Girls trying to charge up as well. Here they come. All closing up on the finish line. Columba under threat now from St Paul's Collegiate and Christchurch Girls. Everyone wanting that centre lane as they come down to the line. 100 to go. Watching them go through. It is Columba, St Paul's, and then Christchurch Girls. So still they're locked together. St Paul's and Columba locked together as they come down with 50 metres to go. Let's see how they come through. It's still Columba. Columba, quarter of a length ahead of St Paul's. That's how it's going to finish. Columba will take the win. So it's Columba College. They'll take the win going into a centre lane in the A final. And then it will be St. Paul's Collegiate for second. Great racing there in the girls under 18 novice coxed quad. And then we've got the boys under 18 novice coxed quad now coming down towards the 1,000 metre mark. There again, it's only one heat, all racing for a lane in the final. So the boys under 18 novice coxed quad, we've got Waitaki Boys High School number 2. Marlborough Boys College 1, Hamilton Boys 1, Hamilton Boys 2, St Bede's College 1, and St John's Hamilton number 1. They come down towards past the 1K. This is one heat only, the boys under 18 novice cox 4. These gentlemen currently racing for lanes only into the A final. And that will be raced on Saturday morning, and they will have a trophy to contend for, the Gill Trophy for boys. I think that's Hamilton Boys out there, Hamilton Boys number 1, leading them home. And their teammates, Hamilton Boys number 2, chasing hard. And then outside of them is St Bede's College from Christchurch. So it's north and south. Hamilton Boys 1 and 2, then St Bede's College. Oh, what a great finish coming up here in the under 18 novice cox 4. Great sprint from St Bede's on the outside there. So St Bede's College rowing through there. And it looks like Hamilton number 2 putting Hamilton Boys number 1 under some pressure. So St Bede's, the 3 red boats going for the line. St Bede's College now out to a length and a quarter over Hamilton Boys number 2. So St Bede's College will take that win. They will go into a centre lane on Saturday ahead of Hamilton Boys number 2, Hamilton Boys number 1 coming in third place. So we move now to the girls under 16 coxed 4. This is heat number 1. First only go through to semi-final. The last place eliminated, those in between through to repechage. Looking for Waikato Diocesan in lane 1, Marlborough Girls in 2, Rangiruru number 1 and 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1 and 4, St Kennigan College 1 and 5, Diocesan School for Girls in 6, their number 2 crew, and lanes 7 and 8 have scratched out. So we're looking for first only, so pretty tough progression here. Right down on the inside, Waikato Diocesan travelling well. And then two over from them, Rangiruru number 1. So it's only first through. It's Rangiruru and Waikato Diocesan. You can just see Waikato Diocesan coming out in front of those trailers. They were hidden behind a trailer down there. So you can see them going really well. Heat 1 of the girls under 16, 4. I think we've got 4 heats of this to go. And then we have the boys under 16, coxed 8. Great conditions here for these athletes. So good work here from Waikato Diocesan up in Hamilton. They are holding off Rangiruru number 1. And they will go directly at this stage through to the semi-final. Tiana Lord, Isabel Melville, Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington, Eloise Orr and Isla Ormsby, coached by Pat Peoples. Waikato Diocesan number 1. And then a couple of lanes out from them, the familiar colours of Rangiruru number 1. Lucy Vance, Alice Ferguson, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Cassell, Bridget Pye, coached by Sophie Strawn and Leon Barracliff. So that's your 1-2. But first only through the semi-final. Rangiruru at this stage looking to go through to the repechage. Waikato Diocesan really ramping up that rating. Rangiruru closing the gap. But still, clear water to Waikato Dio. Strong girls, those under 16s, as they come to the 100. Still clear water over Rangiruru. And then probably about 2-3 lengths back to third place. Third place crew is Marlborough Girls. So Waikato Diocesan coming down to the line now. They're going to take a comfortable win here in Heat 1 of the girls under 16, Cox 4. Rangiruru just over a length behind them, and then a good 2.5 lengths back to Marlborough Girls, in third place. From there, you will go over to St Kennigan, Diocesan School for Girls, and back into Mount Albert Grammar. Live stream currently showing the finish of heat number 1 of the girls under 16, Coxed 4. And it is showing St Kennigan and Diocesan School for Girls out there. So down towards the 1,000 metre mark, we come in heat number 2 of the girls under 16, Cox 4. There they go, straight through the 1K. And I'm assuming that might be Dunstan out in front. I'm not too sure. I need to probably double check. But we have Diocesan School for Girls number 2 in lane 1, Howick College 1 in lane 2, Westlake Girls number 1 in lane 3, Diocesan School for Girls 1 in lane 4, Queen Margaret College 1 and 5, St Margaret's College 2 and 6, Dunstan High School 1 and 7, and Rangiruru number 2 in 8. First only through to semi-final. And it might be Rangiruru number 2 up against Dunstan. And then right down on the inside, Howick College might be going quite well. I think that's Rangiruru on the far side. Rangiruru number 2. Sophie, Alice, Sophie, Millie and Sienna O'Shanassy. I'm sure Sophie Strawn downstairs will be watching this closely. inside the last 500 here. This is a good race. This girls under 16 Cox 4 Heat 2. No doubt about the leaders. Rangiruru number 2 on the outside. You can see them flying down towards the finish. They've really separated themselves from the rest of the field. Maybe down on the inside to Howick College in second place. But first only through to the finish will go to semi-final. Rangiruru with quite a commanding lead here in heat number 2. Can confirm that heat 1 was won by Waikato Diocesan, a time of 7:31.97. You're currently watching Rangiruru with about a 4-length lead at the moment. Phenomenal effort from them. And then on the inside of them is Dunstan High School, and down in lane number 2 is Howick College. But Rangiruru, 120 metres left to travel. Very smooth rowing here for under 16s. Great effort from them. And their coxswain will be enjoying this ride, Sienna O'Shanassy. Pretty cruisy job for her today in this boat, as she keeps those girls nice and calm, nice and relaxed as they come down to the line. They'll take a 3-length lead now over Dunstan. Dunstan in that second place. And then Howick now starting to get caught by lanes 5 and 6, which is Queen Margaret and St Margaret's number 2. So Rangiruru number 2, an easy lead there over Dunstan High School. Dunstan coming through for second. They will go through to repechage. Heat 3 of the girls under 16, Cox 4 coming down now. We have Wellington Girls College number 2 in lane 1, Epsom Girls number 2 in lane 2, St Peter's School Cambridge in 3, Ashburton College in 4, Cambridge High School in 5, Waikato Diocesan number 2 in 6, lane 7 is scratched out, and Christchurch Girls number 1 in 8. Looks like St Peter's School, Cambridge coming down here quite strong on the under 16 4. Quite a handy margin over the rest of the field, similar to what Rangiruru number 2 did in the previous heat. We'll just have a look at their time, by the way. So heat 2 won by Rangiruru number 2, 7:49.33. So a little bit slower there than the 7:31 from Waikato Dio. And this heat looking to be won pretty convincingly by the girls from Karapiro, St Peter's. So St Peter's number 1 leading heat number 3 of the girls under 16 Cox 4, 1 to go through to the semi. The rest will go through to repechage, so apart from last place, who will be eliminated. So down comes St Peter's, 100 metres to go. The race will be held on Saturday, the A final. They're racing for the Electric Corp Trophy for girls. St. Peter's doing really well here inside the 100. Then we go to second place. It would be a couple of lengths back to Waikato Diocesan out there in lane number 6. That's their number 2 crew. St. Peter's coming down to the line. Waikato Dio a couple of lengths back in second. Christchurch Girls and Cambridge High School third and fourth. Great racing down to the finish here. Last couple of crews coming to the lines. Lanes 4 and 2. Lane 4, Ashburton College. Lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. So good racing there for St. Peter's School, Cambridge. So far the fastest time being held by Waikato Diocesan number 1, 7:31.97. Heat number 4, the girls under 16 coxed 4 on the track now. Hamilton Girls High School number 1, Christchurch Girls number 2, Waikato Diocesan number 3, Diocesan School for Girls number 4, Westlake Girls number 2, St. Peter's School 2, Waitaki Girls 1, and Cashmere High School 1. This is the last heat of the girls under 16 coxed 4, and they are through the 1,000 metre mark. Well and truly. It looks like one crew is miles out in front. That might be Hamilton Girls. Carl Manson, Axel Dickinson coaching these young ladies. Or is it the crew? Oh. No, something going wrong up there. A couple of crews with some bad steering issues. So not Hamilton Girls. They were caught behind another crew up there. I was watching a crew row right in front of them onto the lanes. That was very dangerous. Nearly cut Hamilton Girls off there. These crews rowing up to the start need to be careful. Jeepers. So it should be Christchurch Girls number 2 now that we've averted that. Yep, they're getting a big telling off now from the umpire boat up there. That was pretty dangerous. So it should be Christchurch Girls. Very hard to see the colours with the sun on their backs. But they've gone through the 1,500. This is the last heat of girls 16 coxed 4. And heat number 3 won by St. Peter's School, Cambridge, 7:54.77. So last heat coming down now before the boys under 16 eights. Oh, they're racing already. Oh my goodness, what a lineup that is. Far out. Who's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Great lineup in the boys under 16-8 coming down the course. But it is indeed Christchurch Girls. Miles out in front here, going very, very well. This is their number 2 crew. Lucy, Coco, Sienna, Kira and Maya Greenwood, coached by Megan Lass. Christchurch Girls High School number 2, well in command here. Over on the outside, trying to chase them down, is the ladies from Cashmere out in lane number 8. So down we come towards the last 100. Last heat of the girls under 16 coxed 4. Fastest time still sitting with Waikato Diocesan. But it is the 2 in lanes 2 and 8 that are chasing that first place into the semi. Christchurch Girls on the inside. Cashmere on the outside. Down they come to the 100. It's definitely Christchurch Girls. A length and a quarter out in front of Cashmere. Cashmere flying towards the line, but it's going to be Christchurch Girls. And then we go over to lane number 7. And that is Waitaki Girls High School. Down the line they come. Christchurch Girls number 2 will take out heat 4, the girls under 17 4. So no time to waste with these big 8s coming down the track. Oh, another brutal qualification here. One only through the A final. Boys under 16 8. Wellington College in lane 1. Hamilton Boys number 2 in lane 2. Christchurch Boys 1 and 3. St. Peter's College from Auckland in 4. Auckland Grammar in 5, St. Andrews College number 2 and 6, and Wakatip High School number 1 and 7. It's lanes 3 and 4, Christchurch Boys and St. Peter's College. Oh, this is a good race. A great race for first place into the A final. Christchurch Boys trying to hang on there. St. Peter's College probably. It's St. Peter's and Auckland Grammar. Those are the two going for the A final. It's only one to go through. And the battle is the two Auckland schools, St. Peter's College. And I think they're only just down the road from Auckland Grammar, so probably know each other pretty well. But it's the boys from St. Peter's. It's St. Peter's and they're sandwiched by Christchurch Boys and Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar in second. Christchurch Boys in third at the moment. Down they come. This is a great race. The boys under 16, coxed 8. And St. Peter's College are flying out there in lane number 4. One only into the A final. Rest through to repecharge. And it is the boys from Auckland out in the middle. Now, I think Auckland Grammar won this up north. So this will be a bit of an upset. Let's see if I've got those facts right. I may not. Yes, Auckland Grammar were first at North Islands. St. Peter's was second. So St. Peter's have rolled over the top of Auckland Grammar here in the heat of the boys under 16-8. So this is a good result here for these boys. Christchurch Boys chasing down Auckland Grammar. So good job from St. Peter's College. Sitting on 36.5, and it's still St. Peter's. Christchurch Boys flying at Auckland Grammar, and it's St. Peter's College from Auckland. They got second in the North Island secondary schools behind the Auckland Grammar crew, but they're commanding this heat at the moment at the Aon Māori Cup as we come down to the 100. It's St. Peter's College, Auckland, Auckland Grammar, Christchurch Boys. Then down on the inside to Hamilton Boys number 2, and over to St. Andrews College number 2. St. Peter's are through the 100, so are Auckland Grammar and now Christchurch Boys. There's overlap with Auckland Grammar, but I think St. Peter's are going to do enough to hold it. They're coming down to the line, and St. Peter's are going to take the win and heat one of the boys under 16-8. Half a length to St. Peter's from Auckland. You're just seeing the finish right now on your live stream for the boys under 16 coxed 8 heat 1. And that was won by St. Peter's College, second place Auckland Grammar, and third place Christchurch Boys High School. Heat number 2, we're looking for Westlake Boys number 1, Otago Boys High School, St. Andrews College number 1, Hamilton Boys number 1, Shirley Boys number 1, Mount Albert Grammar number 1. One only through to the A final. So who's going to join St. Peter's College? Going to find out very shortly. Oh, this is another good race. Woohoo! Right down on the inside, Westlake Boys. And then Hamilton Boys High School. So it's Westlake Boys and Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys doing a big push now. They are through the 1K at Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys High School over Westlake. Down they come. Coaches Bruce Holden and Caleb Shepherd. for Hamilton Boys. Jake Jones and Natalie Marriott for Westlake Boys High School. It's a good race developing here. 1 to go through. So it's Hamilton Boys and Westlake Boys going for it inside of Hamilton Boys. That's St Andrews College. Keep an eye on St Andrews. St Andrews putting Hamilton Boys under some pressure. Down they come to the 1500. There's only about 3 seats in it. Hamilton Boys leading over St Andrews, then back to Westlake Boys. Oh, there's only 1 seat now. St Andrews pushing Hamilton Boys as they come through. It's gone down to a canvas. St Andrews are making their move. This is going to be the race of the morning at the moment. St Andrews are trying to overtake Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys are going to have to take that rating up if they want to watch that charge from St Andrews. Now Hamilton Boys go up. The Coxons responded, and here goes Hamilton Boys. 1 only into the A final. It's North versus South. It's St Andrews versus Hamilton Boys. Down they come to the last 250. This is the race of the morning so far. These two locked together as they come through. Who's going to take that spot into the A final? St Andrews or Hamilton Boys? Westlake firmly in 3rd place now. Oh, this is close. Here we come. Is it St Andrews? Is St Andrews leading them? Hamilton Boys going again. Down we come inside the 250, and it is, I think it might be Hamilton Boys by 1 seat. Oh, here comes St Andrews again. Oh, I've got to watch my voice. I've got another 4 days of this to go. And St Andrews are going again. Here comes the rating. They've stayed long. Hamilton Boys have shortened their rating up and gone higher. So there's 2 different rowing styles here. What's going to get across the line first? Here they go again. Hamilton Boys again with 100 to go. Oh, St Andrews are now in 2nd. Hamilton Boys have gone again. St Andrews are flying at them again. Only 1 into the A final. Who's going to get the place into the A final? Is it Hamilton Boys or St Andrews? They're together. Bell ball for bell ball over the line. Here we go. Oh, it's really close. Oh, that was 1 beep. That was 1 beep. What a phenomenal race. That was literally swapping leads in the last 250 the whole way down. Usually I like to take a guess on who won that, but that was really, really tight. I'm looking forward to seeing who won that. That was an amazing race in the under-16 8 Heat 2. Pretty clear who won Heat 1. That was St Peter's College, 6:33.25. I can tell you Heat number 2 was faster. But who won it? Who's your money on? Is it on Hamilton Boys or St Andrews? Who won it on the line? It is telling me at the moment there was 0.4 of a second in it. What a cracking race. What an amazing race that was at the finish. So let's just wait for the official result there. I'm sure everyone's eager to know who got that place directly into the A final. It is official. 0.19 of a second. Congratulations, St Andrews College. You've gone into the A final. And Hamilton Boys are off to the repechage. 0.19 of a second. And it goes to St Andrews College. Right. Let's not have another finish like that, please. Moving to the girls under 17 pair. 1,000 metres gone. We have St Hilda's Collegiate from Dunedin in lane 1. Barradine College from Auckland in 2. Waikato Diocesan from Hamilton in 3. Cambridge High School in 4. Marlborough Girls College in 5. And Rangireru from Christchurch in 6. St Margaret's have pulled out in lane 7. This is the girls under 17 coxless pair. 2 into the A final. Right, get my composure back after that amazing race in the 16.8. We go out to the 17 pair. It looks like Marlborough Girls College, Molly Glover and Emma Flanagan going well. Sean O'Neill, the coach. Over their right-hand shoulder, you can see Molly Brown and Polly Cross from Rangiruru, coached by Logan Keys and Adam Ling. Those two crews well and truly out in front of the rest of the field. Back inside, I think, to Cambridge High School, that would be. But good racing here from Marlborough and Rangiruru. Lanes 5 and 6. And then back down to Cambridge High School in lane 4. That's your 1, 2, 3 and the girls under 17 pair. First two into a final. Great race here between Marlborough and Rangiruru. 2 to go through. So still that lead sitting with Marlborough. Marlborough girls about a length and a quarter ahead now of Rangiruru. Rangiruru a couple of lengths ahead of Cambridge High School. Heat number 1 of the girls under 17 pair. Marlborough on 32.5 there as they come down to the line. Length and a quarter, length and a half probably over Rangiruru now. Rangiruru 2.5 lengths over Cambridge High School. Looks like going through the finish there, you can see the rest of the 17 pairs coming through. 3 heats, I beg your pardon, of the girls under 17 pair. And then we move into the boys under 17 pair and the girls under 18 quad. Heat number 2, the girls under 17 pair. We have a scratching from lane number 1, St Margaret's College. We have Barradine College in lane 2, Diocesan School for girls number 2 and 3, Wellington Girls College in 4, Marlborough Girls College in 5, Mount Albert Grammar in 6, number 2, and Otamotai College in 7. So Marlborough Girls number 2 crew just won the first heat. Let's have a look at the second heat. And guess what? It's their number 1 crew, Daisy Vavaso and Lexi Timpson, coached by Sean O'Neill. And jeepers, they're about 4 or 5 lengths in front now of, might be Diocesan School for Girls. But no doubt about Marlborough. Marlborough well and truly out in front of the heat number 2 of the girls under 17 pair. Going through in heat number 1 directly to the A final, Marlborough Girls College number 2 and Rangiruru number 1. The rest of the team, the rest of the crews going through to repechage. Heat number 2 here, a huge victory, probably the biggest one today for Marlborough Girls College, Daisy and Lexi. But we want someone to join them in that A final. So probably diocesan school for girls out of Auckland. Bowside stroked in that Marlborough crew. But really nice posture, lovely rowing stroke there from the girls, really relaxed. Why wouldn't you be when you've got a lead like that? Still striking quite high, early to mid-30s. Just keeping an eye on that second place, really. Who's going to go through to the A final with Marlborough girls? On the outside, just putting in a bit of a burst, is Mount Albert, number 2. But no doubt about Daisy and Lexi from Marlborough girls, number 1. They are through the 100 now, on their way home to a win in heat number 2, the girls 17 pair. And they have done it really, really well. Very nicely in sync, these two rowing really well together. Good acceleration through that finish. And the boat just humming as it crosses that finish line. So well done, Marlborough. Great job there in heat 2 of the girls under 17 pair. And they are ever so slightly just behind heat number 1. Heat number 1's time 8:15.90. That was won by Marlborough girls number 2. Down we come to the finish. It is going to be Mount Albert Grammar that will join them in the A final, Bianca and Katie. So Alice will be happy with that. So we move to the next heat of the girls under 17 pair. I think this is the last heat before we move into the boys 17 pair. We have Wanganui Collegiate in lane 1, their number 1 crew. St Margaret's College 1 in lane 2. Columba College 1 and 3. Mount Albert Grammar 1 and 4. Diocesan School for Girls 1 and 5. Queen's High School 1 and 6. And Wellington East Girls College 1 in lane 7. Columba College. Matt, you'll be happy with this. Going well. Bridget and Millie. Matthew, Saskia and Kaylin, I'm sure are out there somewhere watching the girls come home in this third 500. That's Columba College. I think they had another win this morning in something, so a good day here for Columba. Outside of Columba's Mount Albert Grammar, number 1, Ruby and Olivia. But Columba have got clear water, so all they need to do is hang on here, keep it nice and clean. Bowside strokes there. Remember, we're looking for 2 to go through to the A final. So who's going to join them? Just on the outside, once again, like the previous heat, we've got a crew making a late charge. That might be Wellington East. Wellington East trying to catch up Mount Albert Grammar. Columba is going to, they've got clear water, but they're going to want to hold on to this as they come down to the 100, because Wellington East on the outside are the ones with the boat speed at the moment. They're getting faster and faster every buoy they go past. So it's still Columba, but Mount Albert under threat now from Wellington on the outside. Down we come to the last 100. It's still Columba College from Dunedin. But watch Wellington on the outside. Wellington East gaining speed as they come to the 100. Columba through now. Wellington East now. So Columba's going to take this win as long as they hold on to it. for the last 10 strokes, 15 strokes. Here comes Wellington East. Wellington East firmly in second place now over Mount Albert. Mount Albert have realised they have to sprint. I think they've left it too late unless they roll up over the top. Columba take the win. They go straight through. They will cross the line in first place. Then we will see Wellington East. Wellington East take that second place into the A final. So we'll just have a look at Columba's time. Official time for Heat 2 for Marlborough Girls, 8:18 and 8:20 at the moment for Columba. Okay, that wraps up the girls under 17 pair. We now move to the boys under 17 pair. I think we've got 3 heats of this before we move into the girls under 18 quad. Boys under 17 pair, heat number 1. 2 to go through the A final. So we've got Hamilton boys number 1 in lane 1. Shirley boys have scratched out in lane 2. Cashmere High School number 1 and 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1 and 4, St Bede's College 2 and 5, Sacred Heart Auckland 1 and 6, and Westlake Boys number 2 and 7. So what have we got? 2 to go through to the A final. So Mount Albert Grammar going well, and then either side of them are St Bede's and Cashmere. And Hamilton Boys it is, beg your pardon. It's Hamilton Boys or St Bede's. Good race here for the top 2. Looking at Hamilton Boys High School, Lucas Cook and Jono O'Brien. They are travelling quite well down here in lane number 1. There's 3 crews going for 2 places. Hamilton Boys looking really strong. Then on the outside, that's St Bede's number 2. And then in the middle of them is Mount Albert Grammar number 1. So Hamilton Boys, St Bede's College number 2, and Mount Albert Grammar. That's your 1, 2, 3. Hamilton Boys looking quite urgent on the catches as they come down to the 250. And it's St Bede's and Hamilton Boys with Mount Albert trying to reel them in. 3 crews going for 2 places into the A final here of the boys 17 pair. From those 3, you will go over the other side to Sacred Heart Auckland, Westlake Boys and Cashmere. Down we come now, St Bede's. Hamilton Boys pushing, but so are Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert are going as well. Bow side stroked in the St Bede's crew as they come down to the 100. Here comes Hamilton Boys as well. This is close. Only 2 of them going to go through here. We come down to the 100. Watch them as they go through. St Bede's, Hamilton Boys, and Hamilton Boys and Mount Albert are locked together. So it's St Bede's at the moment. St Bede's are coming through in first place. There's only 2 to go to the A final. Who's it going to be? Mount Albert have gone now. St Bede's trying to hang on. Mount Albert trying to go for gold. So are Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys trying to row through Mount Albert. Oh, it's 3 crews going for 2 spots. I give the win to St Bede's, but not sure about second and third. St Bede's will take first place. Jack and Sam. Let's see who gets second and third. Great racing here at the Aon Māori Cup. Really exciting finishes coming up. And I've just got to contain that voice to get myself to Friday and Saturday as we watch these other pairs come through to the finish. Well done to them as well. So that's Sacred Heart crossing the line now. Got Westlake Boys and Cashmere High School also coming down to the finish. So unofficially, there was a very exciting finish there. We remember St Bede's College did take that win, and I think there was only about 0.5 seconds between second and third. I am just waiting for that to come official, because remember, 2 of them will go through to the A final. But who was it? Was it Mount Albert Grammar or Hamilton Boys that went through to that A final with St. Bede's? I can see it on my screen. I can't tell you till it says it's official. But it was a phenomenal finish there, just like that boys 16-8 that came through not so long ago. So once that's official, they're probably just double checking all their figures, and I will tell you who has joined St. Bede's in the A final. But right out in front of us is the next heat of the boys under 17 pairs, so we need to give them a little bit of attention at the moment. And looks like Christchurch boys. So Scott and Tim and the coaches will be happy with this. And Christchurch boys, Hugo and Sean. So 2 to go through to the A final. Christchurch boys looking pretty tidy here, pretty comfortable. But then we're looking for that second place. Look over the far side of the course. You've got another 3 battling it out for second place. Oh, here we go again. Who's that in the middle? That might be Auckland Grammar. Just inside of them, Aquinas College. Only one of them's going to join into the A final. No doubt about Christchurch boys. Through the 100 they come now. They've got a 2-length lead over second place, who is going to come down to Auckland Grammar or Aquinas in lane 4. One of them will also go through to the A final. No doubt about Christchurch boys as they come down to the line. Hugo and Sean, coaches Tim, Josh and Scott will be happy with this. Boys looking very comfortable there. They'll take a handy win. And a nice little tight battle between Aquinas College and Auckland Grammar, with the second place sitting with Aquinas College. Right, we do have an official result from heat number 1. Going into the A final of the boys 17 pair, St. Bede's College and Hamilton Boys High School. Okay. Congratulations to Hamilton Boys for a hard-fought result there. St. Bede's and Hamilton Boys will go into the A final of the 17 pair, and 0.5 of a second is going to push Mount Albert Grammar into the repechage. Christchurch Boys have taken the win in heat number 2. And they are considerably faster on time than heat number 1. So heat number 1 won by St. Bede's College in 7:34. Heat number 2 won by Christchurch Boys 7:25. And Aquinas College take that second place into the A final. So fastest time currently sitting with Christchurch Boys High School. Heat number 3 of the boys under 17 pair is coming down inside, well inside the last 500. And it's St. Bede's College number 1, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. They are leading this one home. Looking to join them into the A final is going to be Marlborough Boys, Zachary Jenkins and Hugh Straker. That's your 1, 2 and heat 3 of the boys 17 pair. Fastest time currently sitting with Christchurch Boys, Hugo and Sean. After the 17 pair, we are moving into one of our premier events, the girls under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. So down we come. Almost 100 to go for these boys in the red boat. St. Bede's College, number 1. Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling, coached by Dale Marr. Then we go back. Good 2.5, 3 boat lengths to Marlborough Boys. Another 4 boat lengths back to third place. And that would be Cambridge High School. So St. Bede's coming down to the line now. Second place joining them into the A final. It's going to be Marlborough Boys. Good finish here from the 2 pairs. Still coming down to the line. Looks like lane number 2. And then out on the outside, that is lane number 6, pushing hard, Cambridge High School as well. So one of these places, one of these crews going to get third place. I think it's going to be Cambridge High School on the line. Girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls now. Another premier event on the AL Māori Cup program. And this will be raced on Saturday. They are racing for the Noel Lynch Trophy. And we are looking for Villa Maria College in lane 2, Wanganui High School in 3, Wakatip High School in 4, St. Peter's School Cambridge in 5, Christchurch Girls in 6, and Westlake Girls in 7. One only to semi-final. Ouch. Okay, well, that's done and dusted, isn't it? Wakatip looking pretty comfortable out here. Holy moly. So, Phoebe, Neve, Olivia, Keeley, and Emily Howick, the coxswain. Good job, John Morrison. Great effort with the coaching. So, Wakatip in command of heat number 1 of the girls under 18 coxed quad. And they are looking very, very smooth ahead of Wanganui High School, who are second. But only one through to the semi. Rest will go through to rep charge. No doubt about Wakatip. Wakatip are going to be a pretty fast crew come Saturday morning. Very, very tidy crew. They look like they're enjoying this race out here. Wanganui trying to close the gap, but Wakatip covering them in that yellow boat. 34.5 on the rating, 35. So they're putting the pedal down. They want to get the fastest time. Down they come to the 250. They would have a good 2.5 boat length lead. You can see them on the live stream. And it's Wakatip all the way. And the girls under 18 quad come back to second place. You're looking at the girls in the stripes who are from Wanganui. Then you go over to St. Peter's from Cambridge. Back into Villa Maria. Over to Christchurch Girls and Westlake Girls as well. But down they come to the 100. Wakatip out of Queenstown going really well here in the girls under 18 quad. Beautiful sculling, heads up, looking confident. And it's lane 4 all the way, start to finish. So great effort, well done to Wakatip. Wakatip taking the win and heat 1 of the girls under 18 quad. Second place, Wanganui High School, St. Peter's School in third place. Heat number 2 of the under-18 quad, you can see through the 1500 metre they go. We have Rangiruru number 2 in lane 2, Craighead Diocesan in 3, Christchurch Girls 2 and 4, Wellington Girls College in 6 and Glendowie College in 7. Christchurch Girls number 2 going well, one only through to that semi-final. And they are holding off Craighead Diocesan in lane 3. Then you would come inside of them to Rangiruru number 2, over to Glendowie and Wellington Girls. Heat number 2 of the girls under 18 quad, fast approaching the last 250. You can see them on your live stream. Heat number 1's official time for Wakatip, 7:36:29. And then we go to heat number 2. We're awaiting Christchurch Girls as they come down inside the 250 towards home. We have another heat of the girls under 18 quad, another 2 heats, sorry, and then we will move into the boys 18 double. Right, down we come to the line, still Christchurch Girls. Great race going on for second place. You've got the outside, which is Glendowie College, and inside Craighead Diocesan. But right in the middle, a length and a half out in front, Christchurch Girls. They're not going to get overtaken now. Second place will go to Craighead Diocesan. Glendowie will take third out in lane number 7. So let's have a look at their time. A little bit slower there than Wakatip High School. And you are watching the finish here of heat number 2 on your live stream of the girls under 18 quad. Heat number 3 down at the 1,000 metre mark, probably just through that by now. And we should have Nelson College for girls number 2, Rangiruru 1, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Maclean's College 1, Avonside Girls 1, and Hamilton Girls number 1. So we'll see who's going to join Wakatip and Christchurch Girls into the semi-final directly very shortly. Good race here. This is a little bit more competitive, this one. St Paul's Collegiate looking good. Oh, this is a good race here. This girls under 18 quad heat 3. I think they're going to put me through my paces if it stays like this. Come on, someone's got to break clear. Who's it going to be? Oh, Nelson College going well. St Paul's also going well. Here they go through the 1500. And then on the outside, there we go. Is that Hamilton Girls? It's Hamilton Girls High School going well. Phoebe, Madeline, Mila, Gabrielle and Regan. Carl and Axel will be watching this somewhere, hoping that they can hold on to this as St Paul start to wind up. So do Nelson. Nelson starting to wind up on the inside. Emily, Sky, Madeline, Alexis and Maddie Taylor's the coxswain. Hamilton Girls holding on here. Hamilton Girls with clear water as they come through the last 250 now. So it's Hamilton Girls who's going to go through second. St Paul's Collegiate at the moment and Nelson. Now and just outside of St Paul's is Maclean's College. So no doubt about Hamilton Girls. They're looking good to go through to the semi-final of the girls under 18 quad. Good effort from Phoebe, Madeline, Mila, Gabrielle and Regan. Let's have a look at their rating. Bit lower on the rating, 31, 32. Comfortable though through the 100 to go. The rest will all go to repechage, but I suppose they want some sort of pecking order as they come to the line. No one's going to beat Hamilton Girls. They're going to maintain that lead. Then you got Maclean's College just trying to roll over the top of St Paul's. St Paul's fighting back. Nelson Girls coming at them as well. Maclean's and St Paul's Collegiate locked together. Oh, it's close, really close for second. Maclean's and St Paul's. So Hamilton Girls take the win there in heat 3 of the under 18 quad. One more to go. Still waiting for that time to come up as we go to heat number 4 of the girls under 18 quad. We have Otamotai College in lane 2, Diocesan School for girls in 3, Takapuna Grammar in 5, Nelson College for girls number 1 and 6. One to go through. Oh, good race here. Very good race as they come down to the 1500. Takapuna in battle with Diocesan. One to go through. I'd say Takapuna possibly at the moment. They're coming down to the 1500. I'll watch them as they go through the line. No, it's Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna got it. Probably just over Clearwater now. As they come through the 1500, it's Takapuna Grammar, then back to Diocesan School for Girls. So Sky, Ria, Annabelle, Isabella and Karen. Coaches Katie and Jessica for Takapuna Grammar watching closely as the girls come down. Official time for heat number 3, Hamilton Girls High School, 7:46.00. Fastest time so far by country mile. Wakatip High School, 7:46, sorry, was Hamilton Girls. 7:36 Wakatip. So Takapuna Grammar leading the last heat of the girls under 18 quad. Let's see what time they do as they come down to the line. Just have a wee look at the ratings, seeing how hard they're working. Diocesan having a crack at them. Takapuna holding on. Diocesan have taken their rating up. Takapuna holding on. They know that there's only one through to the semi directly. Inside the 250 go Takapuna. And they have got a Clearwater advantage over Diocesan. So it's Takapuna Grammar. Down they come inside the 250. Looking smooth and comfortable. They don't need to change anything from here. Just keep the leg drive on. Keep it long and strong. Don't do anything radical here. And just go through to that semi-final stage and kick up a notch from there. So let's see where Takapuna Grammar fit into the fold with the other 3 heat winners who were Wakatip, Christchurch Girls and Hamilton Girls. We'll tell you very shortly what their time was. Takapuna Grammar inside the 100 now, a length and a half clear of Diocesan. They are going to take a handy win as they go straight through to the semi-final. So unofficially putting them second fastest on time. But I would be fairly comfortable that they've probably got a little bit more to give than that. And we will see in the A final what happens. We just have to wait for the official result as that last crew comes across the water. And that would be lane number 2. So now we should have coming shortly heat 1 of the boys under 18 double. This is going to be a good event. Looking forward to this one. So unofficially, Hamilton Girls won their heat in 7:46.00, 7:48 for Christchurch Girls and 7:36 for Wakatip. And now we just wait Takapuna Grammar's official result, which, if it stays the way it is, the fastest time will go with Wakatip. Officially, Takapuna Grammar 7:45.22. Okay, boys under 18 double. Whew, okay, who we got here? We've got Onslow in lane 1, Cashmere High School in lane 2, ACG Strathallan in 3, John McGlashan College in 4, Tauranga Boys High School and Tauranga Boys College, in 5, Burnside High School in 6, Mount Albert Grammar in 7, and Shirley Boys High School in 8. 2 to go through to semi-final, last eliminated, and those in between through to repcharge. So we're looking for the front 2 really to go through, and there they are at the 1,000 metre mark. Who's that way out in front? I was too slow to look at the camera, darn it. 4 and 5. John McGlashan and Tauranga Boys. So Finn Ellison and Mark Smith. So the boys from Dunedin up against the boys from Tauranga. Finn Ellison and Mark Smith out of John McGlashan. Adam Shields and James Hollard from Tauranga Boys. And I would give it to John McGlashan at the moment. How many go through? 2 to go through semi. So here they come to the 1,500. You can see it on the live stream. That's John McGlashan. Looks, you can see it's a little bit hard to tell the colours with that shade over the course. But that is John McGlashan you're watching come through ahead of Tauranga Boys. And then from there, there's quite a good lineup for third place. Down on the inside, you've got Cashmere, ACG Strathallan. Right over on the outside, that would be Shirley Boys. So they're heading down towards the last 500. Heat number 1 of the boys under 18 double scull. Heat 2 is racing as well at the moment. And it looks like they've broken clear now. Boys from Dunedin have broken the rest of the field. So Finn and Mark are on their way home. And they've gone out to probably about 2 or 3 boat lengths now. So that third 500 was very strong for John McGlashan. Coaches will be happy with this. Dylan and Lauren will be pleased with this result. And there's a few heats of the boys 18 double. So looking forward to comparing all 5 heat winners. But good start here from John McGlashan out of Dunedin. It is 2 to go into semis. Who's going to get that second place? Tauranga still holding on, but they're all closing up down on the inside. John McGlashan have just rode away with it as they come down. 2:50 to go. So it's Dunedin. And then Cashmere High School trying to get into that second place. But you've also got Tauranga Boys out there trying to hold them off. Heat 1 of the boys under 18 double. Down they come. It's Finn and Mark out of John McGlashan looking very smooth. Mark Smith stroking. Finn Ellison tucked in behind him. And they are going to take 2.5 boat lengths off Tauranga Boys as they come down as well. Adam Shields and James Hollard. And they will also go straight through to the semi. Last place, unfortunately, will be eliminated. The rest will go through to repcharge. So boys under 18 double coming to the finish. That's their heat number 1. We'll just wait for that last crew to come through. Let's go straight out to heat number 2. We've got Wanganui Collegiate number 2, St Peter's School number 1, St Paul's Collegiate number 1, Targo Boys High School number 1, King's College 1, St John's Hamilton 2, and Tauranga Boys College number 2. I think this is going to be a tough heat, this one. Heat number 2 of the boys under 18 double. This is going to be a goodie. And it's St Paul's Collegiate. Otago Boys possibly, and then outside of Otago Boys that is King's College. So it's Logan and Riley, Logan Spencer and Riley Wills. You've got the 1,000 metre mark on your live stream. You can see all the crews have gone well through that. And they will be fast approaching the last 500 shortly. We'll go back and look at the official time for heat number 1, which was won by John McGlashan College, Finn and Mark. Finn Ellison and Mark Smith. We are awaiting the official time for them as we look at St Paul's Collegiate trying to dominate the second heat of the boys under 18 double. Well, they're not trying to, they are. They're absolutely owning it at the moment. And Otago boys trying to hold off a challenge from King's College to go straight through to the semi-final as well. 7:17.01 was John McGlashan's time, and we await the result from St Paul's Collegiate, who have now pushed themselves well clear of Otago boys. $34.5 for Riley and Logan. And we will see how they go against John McGlashan's time as they come down towards the finish. Otago boys holding off a challenge from King's College. So that's how they're going to finish. It's going to be St Paul's Collegiate comfortably in control here of heat number 2. Otago boys sitting in third. King's College come through for third. Oh, sorry, Otago boys in second, I should say. King's College in third. And then back to St Peter's for fourth. Top 2 to go through to the semi. So that's going to be St Paul's Collegiate and Otago boys. Oh, that's a lot faster. A lot faster than heat number 1. Unofficially 7:08 for St Paul's Collegiate versus 7:17. Heat number 3 of the boys 18 double. We have St John's Hamilton number 1, Ashburton College number 1, Huanui College 1, Kapiti College 1, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Burnside High School 2, and Christchurch boys number 1. And we're looking for 2 to go through to semi-final. St John's from Hamilton looking good here. Ruben Lovell, Antonio Van Dersen looking good in lane number 2. We're looking for someone to join them. Possibly 2 out. Might be Huanui. Ryan Smith, Will Tattersfield. Geez, that's a high rating down on the inside. Ruben and Antonio from St John's. They are really humming along down there in lane number 2 of the boys 18 double. I've got them on 37, so pretty fit, these 2 young boys. Huanui out there in lane 4, Ryan Smith and Will Tattersfield. All these crews just coming down towards the last 250. Heat number 3 of the boys 18 double. We've got 5 heats of this event before we move into the girls 17 double, and that will be when Ian will take over. There's a 20-minute break after the boys 18 double. Okay, so down we come towards the finish here. 2 to go through. It's looking to me like it's going to stay with these 2. It's Huanui and St John's Hamilton. Good race between these 2 schools. Down they come to the 100. Who's going to go through first? Huanui are really ramping it up. Who's going to go through the 100 first? Oh, it's St John's. St John's through first by a quarter of a length. Huanui sitting in second. Down they come towards the finish. It's 2 to go to semis. No doubt about St John's from Hamilton and Huanui. Those two will go through. Huanui not letting St John's go. They're not letting them go at the finish. Oh, it's close on the line. Who's going to take it? Oh, my Lord. Another close race. Jeez. I think today's been a little bit tighter than yesterday on the line. Great racing, guys. Huanui and St John's. Well done to you two. We just watch these other two pairs coming through now. Sorry, doubles, not pairs. And we've got the boys on the outside, lane 8 and then 7. That would be Christchurch Boys and Burnside High School coming down to the line. So next heat are the boys 18 double. About that, ladies and gentlemen, just an official chat there, but let's go back out to St Peter's in lane 5. Well done, boys. Owen and Xavier coming down in first place. Looks like the heat before them, heat 3, St John's from Hamilton won that in 7:15. 7:15.01, and St Peter's have taken that one. St Peter's College, Owen Lee and Xavier Simpkins, and then lane 4 was Onifero, Brunton Harwood and Jack Henry. And let's see what time they did. Oh, that was close. That was only just faster than the previous heat. Still the fastest time sitting with St Paul's Collegiate, Logan and Riley. They have got the fastest time at the moment. Right, we'll just wait for that last crew to come through, and that is heat number 4, the boys 18 double. We have one more heat, and then we have a wee break till 10 o'clock, and Ian will be on with the girls 17 doubles for 2 hours, and I'll come back on just before the boys and girls under 18-8. So let's go out to the final heat of the boys under 18 double. We have Wanganui Collegiate number 1, James Hargis College 1, Bethlehem College 1, Timaru Boys High School 1, Glendowie College 1, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, no Auckland Grammar. And there they go, through the 500 to go. Last 1,500 metres raced. Looks like probably Timaru, I'd say. Sam Wilson and William Talbot. Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison will be happy with this. Timaru boys leading home heat number 5 of the boys under 18 double. Still no official time for heat number 4. Won by St. Peter's College. Onifero area were second, and third Marlborough boys. Official time just come up now, 7:14:07. So fastest time still with St. Paul's Collegiate. So it's still Timaru boys. Timaru boys leading the last heat of the boys under 18 double. Either side of them, Glendowie College number 1. And then back into Bethlehem College. But it's Timaru. Timaru with clear water now. As they come down to the 250, this will wrap up the boys under 18 double. Then we take a 20-minute break and we come back with the girls under 17 double sculls. So it's Timaru boys coming down. Fastest time at the moment sitting with St. Paul's Collegiate. And then we would go to St. Peter's College. Then St. John's Hamilton. John McGlashan. That's the 4 heat winners on times. And down we come to the finish now. Fast finish coming on the outside, but I think Glendowie have probably left it a bit too late to catch Timaru. Timaru boys going to take the win. Glendowie will get second. They'll both go through to semi-final. So it's Timaru boys, a length and a quarter ahead of Glendowie, who are 2 lengths ahead of Bethlehem. And that is going to wrap up the boys under 18 double. We take a 20-minute break as the final crews come to the line. Wanganui Collegiate, Sacred Heart from Auckland, and out to James Hargest.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is effectively the second session. Goodness me, put my teeth in. Second session of the second day here at Māori 2022, and we're into the girls under 17 double sculls, and the first heat is underway on its way down the track. In lane 1, St Kentigern's College, Emma Mackay and Zara Nelson. In lane 2, Roncalli College 1, Molly Phillips and Zahana Ainsley Udemans. In lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Freddie Todd Hunter and Georgia Thompson. In lane 4, Glendowie College 1, Tessa McLaren and Rebecca McLaren. In lane 5, Barradine College 1, Eliana Henderson, Harriet Burrell. In lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Georgia Marsh. I hope you got up there in time, Julian. Toby Rees. And in lane 7, Avonside Girls 1, Libby Greaves, Andy Shui. Lane 8, Marlborough Girls College 1, Sophie Ridley Scott and Ella Barnes. So in this heat, we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the quarter final. The last will be eliminated, the rest through to the repechage. And in these under 17 doubles, we have got six heats this morning. So lots of heats coming down here very soon. Of course, they're on their journey towards the Lawrence Jumbo Jackson Cup for the girls under 17 doubles. So just heading towards the 500 and Alcatraz, the island you can see there, and it's coming out of the middle already, so Glendowie and Barradine. So Glendowie in lane 4, just inside of them, St Andrews in lane 1 to have an early lead. And then we go across to Barradine in lane 5. Good start from Roncalli in lane 2. And then out is Marlborough Girls College in lane 1. So due to go at 10 o'clock, they're off just a little bit early, but that'll be the way they want to go with the starters, keeping them moving through. Nice shot there from the 1,000 metre mark on the live stream of them just passing Alcatraz on their way to the 1,000. We'll get a good line there as that camera swings round. So Roncalli, St Andrews and Barradine now looking like they are starting to lead the course down. So we're looking for 4 of them. Still great conditions here at Lake Ruataniwha. Just a gentle breeze coming across, but lovely conditions for the scullers. Glendowie starting to move through in lane 4, we'd expect so, with the McLarens having won this event at North Island Secondary Schools just a couple of weeks ago up at Karapiro. So heading through towards that 1,000 metre mark now. And we can see that it is St Andrews and Glendowie. St Andrews just there with half a boat length over Glendowie as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Then outside to Barradine. Then we're going back inside to Roncalli. Then we'd go to Christchurch Girls, Avonside Girls and Marlborough Girls would be how they are positioned at this point. Just seeing Avonside and Marlborough Girls go across the 1,000 metre mark now. So the second heat of the day for the girls under 17 double sculls is also underway. They've just gone out of the starting blocks. In lane 1, King's College 2, Carolork Church and Jasmine Kearns. In lane 2, Cromwell College 2, Kate Spriggs and Kaylee Butler. In lane 4, Otago Girls High School 1, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson. In lane 5, Onamotai College 1, Sarah Laban, Tim Dam and Jenna Baragwine. In lane 6 there is a scratching. In lane 7, Glendowie College 2, Mila Taylor Magnum and Emily Warren. And then in lane 8 of that second heat is Barradine College 2, Isabel McDonald and Abigail Stewart. Through now with 750 metres to go is that first heat. And it is St Andrews and Glendowie. out to Barradine in lane 5. Those are the 3, and then we come back into Roncalli in lane 2. That'd be the 4 at this point. Remember, it's 4 that will go through to the quarterfinal. One's going to be eliminated. St Kennigan's number 2 down in lane 1 probably have a job to do to make sure that's not them, and the rest will be heading to repecharges. So Freddie Todd Hunter and Georgia Thompson from St Andrews College, just with a boat length there over Tessa and Rebecca McLaren from Glendowie. Eliana and Harriet from Barradine in 3rd position. It is still with Roncalli in that 4th position down in lane 2. Christchurch Girls High School out in lane 6 will be the ones to challenge them for that 4th spot. So coming up to 250 metres to go. There you can see them on their screen now. There's the St Andrews double with a boat length and a half over Glendowie. And then you'll see a boat length back there to Barradine. And then the interesting battle here is going to be between Roncalli and Christchurch Girls. So we'll just get a line on them as they come across and see how much is in it. And not much at this stage, it would look. So Roncalli closest to your screen, starting to go through that 250 metre mark now. They would have a boat length over Christchurch Girls out there in lane 6. But as we come down now with 120 metres to go, nice row here from St Andrews. They'll go through. Nice tidy row too from Glendowie. Under 100 metres to go now for St Andrews. Same can be said now for Glendowie, looking nice and comfortable. I think that double have got plenty left in reserve. Over now 100 metres to go goes Barradine, and then joining them will be Roncalli. So it'll be Christchurch Girls through to the repechage, along with Avonside Girls and Marlborough Girls is the way it looks as if it will go. Let's just check this time for St Andrews as they come down. That'll give us a read. So they're going through in 8:06. So St Andrews across the line first, then Glendowie, then Barradine. That second heat's making its way through to the 1,000 metre mark now. And Otago Girls, Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson look to be leading that heat as it makes its way through. They were the winners in the South Island Secondary School, so we'd expect them to qualify convincingly here just outside of their Motomotai College. Would be second. Then we come across into Cromwell College in lane 2 would be third. Then we go out to Glendowie, number 2 would be fourth at this stage. Remember 4 going through. King's College 2 not out of it though, down in lane 1. So starting to fire them through. Heat 3's underway. Heat 3 of the girls under 17 double sculls. We have got no scratchings that I can see at the moment. In lane 1, Queen Margaret College 1, Safi Saino, Ella Matthews. In lane 2, Queen's High School 1, Ella Nesbitt and Ella Edwards. All the Ellas are out this morning. Lane 3, Pukekohe High School 1, Emma Headley and Sasha Robinson. In lane 4, ACG Tauranga, Amber Church and Ruby Church. In lane 5, Wellington Girls College 1, Mackenzie Kemp and Isabella Ravel. In lane 6, Cromwell College 1, Greer Ferguson, Olivia Paibenga. In lane 7, Hawani College 1, Lucy Nichols and Elise Pickford. And in lane 8, Marlborough Girls College 2, Poppy Lane and Alice Patterson. So they're just heading towards the 500. That's Heat 3. Heat 2 is into the second half of the course, and the double there from Otago Girls High School, Isla and Harriet, just comfortably easing their way down the course. Just outside of them in second position is still Otamotai, third back to Cromwell College in lane 2. So we're interested in what happens with the next position. That'll be between King's College and Glendowie for the 4th qualifier through to the quarterfinals. And of course it'll be interesting to see where we are time-wise as well. against that first heat. Just coming through the 250 metres to go. Be 3 boat lengths at least for the Otago Girls High School double. Otamotai very comfortable in second in the second heat. Third, of course, down there is Cromwell College, but we just looks very even as they come through 250 metres for third and fourth. And it looks like it's on the outside with Glendowie. Glendowie with a boat length over King's College down here in lane 1. So 70 metres to go for a very comfortable looking double from Otago Girls High School. Into 100 metres to go now goes Otamotai, Sarah and Jenna, coached by Paul Clinton. Cromwell College down here in lane 2. As a big cheer for Cromwell goes up. They into 100 metres to go now, and then we look across and just see, is it going to be Glendowie out there in lane 7, or is it going to be King's College down here in lane 1? So going into 100 metres to go now, it is Glendowie. So they've got a boat length over King's College. Just checking the time, 8:16 for that second heat, so a bit more sedate. And it will be Glendowie who will finish 4th and take that other spot through to the quarterfinals, which means that for King's College, they're through to a repechage, and just out there in lane 8, Barradine College may be eliminated from this one. So through into heat 3, they're now through the 1,000 metre mark, just underway in heat number 4. It looks like. So we'll just check on where they're at with heat number 3. Looks like it's Pukekohe High School number 2. They got second, of course, the North Islands. They're out there in lane number 3. They look to be leading, and then just across 2 from them is Wellington Girls College, Mackenzie Kemp and Isabella Ravel in lane 5. Then we go outside of them to Huanui College. And Cromwell College, other entrants in here too. So lane in heat 4 is underway. Give you the field for heat 4. Lane 1, Queen Margaret College 2, Krishna Patel and Charlotte Horner. In lane 2, Whangarei Girls High School 1, Grace Candy and Isabella Hunter Willits. In lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Libby Tonks and Riley Martinovich. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1, Olivia Key and Neve Bates. In lane 5, Craighead Dosserson School 1, Paige Butler Beard and Elsie Talbot. In lane 6, Iona College 1, Liska Halford and Avani Tuck. In lane 7, it's Burnside High School 1, Olivia Dawson and Katie Mitchell. And in lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Janiyah Johnston and Madison Gittins. Just watching this third heat develop. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So it's looking likely to come from Pukekohe, ACG Tauranga, Wellington Girls College and Cromwell College are the 4 out clearly in front, looking to go through to those quarterfinals. Wellington Girls College and Cromwell leading the pack from Pukekohe in lane 3. 4th position at the moment would be ACG Tauranga in lane 4. So 6 heats of the girls under 17 double sculls, and then we have got heats of the boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. They'll be interesting to watch as well. So plenty of racing today. A lot closer today too than it was yesterday. Getting exciting, and we can see that out here now just with this third heat making its way down, where we've got Cromwell College and Wellington Girls College, not too much between them. Back inside to Pukekohe in lane 3. Still with ACG Tauranga in 4th position, but just watching Queen Margaret College 1 down here in lane 1. They've just started to get a run on their boat, and they will be starting to put some pressure on that crew in lane 4. So ACG Tauranga they've done a bit of work, but they've got some more to do if they want to get themselves automatic qualification, because that is start now. It's probably moving past them now. We'll see as we come up the 250. So you can see Cromwell going through there now, Wellington Girls College, and then Pukekohe in lane 3. But just watching the near camera, you'll see Queen Margaret College just starting to move in their boat there. ACG Tauranga just gone through, but that gap is a boat length and a bit, and it's shortening. So quicker hand speed there from the girls in lane 1, which is Safi and Ella. So they'll be looking to keep that moving through if they can and get themselves in that 4th qualifying spot. But not an issue out here in lane 6 for Cromwell College. Greer and Olivia looking comfortable, as are Mackenzie and Isabella from Wellington Girls College. 100 metres to go now for Cromwell College. Wellington Girls College join them, as do Pukekohe down here in lane 3. So ACG Tauranga still have that 4th position. 100 metres to go for them now. So they've still got a boat length over the crew from Queen Margaret College. So they'll go through the repechage. It's going to be a near thing for who misses out here. It'll be Marlborough Girls and Huanui fighting for that out there in lane 7 and 8. But down here over the line now goes Cromwell College, followed by Wellington Girls College, and then then Pukekohe, then ACG Tauranga. So they've gone through an 8:16, so almost identical to the previous and second heat. Just watching what happens here for the repecharges. It's a bit of a battle over there in lanes 7 and 8 between Huanui and Marlborough Girls College. Marlborough Girls College have got half a canvas over Huanui at this stage to get themselves through the repechage, and it looks like they will have done so. So live to fight another day. Heat 4 heads towards the 1,000. Just waiting for Heat 5. Doesn't look like they're in the... They might be in the blocks, but they're not quite away. They are away as well. So as Heat 4 comes down, we'll give you the field for Heat 5, which is lane 1 is Whanganui High School 1, Aria, Rice, Edwards and Beatrice Douglas. In lane 2, King's College 1, Holly, Ryan, Salter and Leela Willman. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 2, Phoebe Kavanagh and Keely Erskine. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, Daisy Butcher and Imogen Butcher. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Tessa Thompson and Rose Holden. In lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Kate Beaton and Christy Foster. And in lane 7, it's Hamilton Girls High School 1, Amara Duncan and Zoe Middlemiss. So it'll be interesting to see how Onslow get on there. They came down for the South Island Championships, finished 3rd in this event. And second in that event were Craighead, Dawson, Page and Elsie, and they're out here in lane 4, which is in front of us, and just coming down through past the 750 metres. And we look out there to see who our 4 are going to be. It's being led by Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School finished 3rd up in the North Island, so there's a bit of form out there. Right outside them is Wakatipu High School. In fact, Wakatipu are leading. Wakatipu are leading from Craighead Diocesan. I'm not sure that Cambridge have made the start. There seems to be no one in lane 3. So maybe a late scratching. Was that them down there? No, they're down there. Oh, that's where I'm at. Queen Margaret College a bit further down. So we're sorted now. Don't worry. Don't panic. We're back. Wakatipu High School leading in lane 4. Outside lane 5 to Craighead Diocesan. Then we come back to Cambridge. Those are the 3. Then we're looking to see who's going to be 4th. So Whangarei Girls High School down there in lane 2 are in a battle with Christchurch Girls High School 2 out there in lane 8 for that 4th position. So Wakatipu High School, probably 150 metres to go now, with a boat length and a half over Craighead Diocesan. Then we come back to Cambridge, and then it's looking like Whangarei Girls High School, Grace and Isabella battling in 4th position against Janaya and Madison from Christchurch Girls High School. 100 metres to go now for Wakatipu, Olivia and Neve. Just following them through is Paige and Elsie from Craighead Diocesan. Just quickening up the girls from Craighead Dosserson. You see the time on here. The previous two heats have been 8:16, where the first heat was 8:06. They've gone through an 8:12, so that would be the second fastest of the heats. Wakatipu going through first, then Craighead Dosserson. We come down here now into lane 3, and just easing through is the crew from Cambridge into third. Now fourth is on the outside with Christchurch Girls High School, so that'll be them through to the quarter-final. There's a bit of a run going through from Whangarei Girls High School down here, but they might have left it a bit late. And by half a canvas over the line goes Christchurch Girls High School through to the quarter-final. Whangarei Girls School just trying in the end, but not quite, but they'll get through to the repechage. They'll be joined there by Iona College and Burnside High School. Burnside going over the line now, Iona College to follow, and then down here in lane 1, Queen Margaret College 2. Heat number 5 through the 1,000 metre mark. Wakatipu High School number 2 out early there. And then in front of them, Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar out there in lane 4. Onslow in lane 5. So our 4 at this stage looking like it is Wakatipu, Takapuna, Onslow and St Hilda's Collegiate. Then just in the lane 7 out there is Hamilton Girls High School. So just confirming it was 8:12:43 for that fourth heat, so the second fastest, but that first heat was through an 8:06 by comparison. Just starting to move clear Wakatipu High School and Takapuna. Then across to St Hilda's, those three clearing away from the rest of the field a little bit. Just in behind them is Onslow College. Takapuna clearly in front though by probably a boat length. Sixth and final heat is on the course and heading towards the 500, so we can give you the crews for that. In lane 1, Villa Maria College 1, Louisa McGoldrick and Molly Nayhoff. In lane 2, Whangarei Girls High School 2, Olivia Smith and Chloe Hawthorne. In lane 3, Otamotai College 2, Nina Turner and Chloe Wright. In lane 4, Wellington East Girls College 1, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston. In lane 5, Cambridge High School 2, Alex Reeve and Francis Morris. In lane 6, Takapuna Grammar 2, Anna Stewart and Tatarangi Baker. And in lane 7, it's Iona College 2, Libby Christie and Hannah Ritchie. But back here in lane 5, heat 5, 300 metres to go. Looking like our 4 are Wakatipu, Takapuna Grammar, who's leading comfortably. Third there is Onslow College, and then fourth is St Hilda's Collegiate. They'll be our 4 to go through the quarter-final if they finish like this now. Then next best is going to be King's College down in lane 2. Then it'll be between Whanganui High School 1 and Hamilton Girls High School 1 for who gets the repechage and who doesn't. But nice row here from Daisy and Imogen from Takapuna Grammar. Just been putting a little bit of pressure from Wakatipu's Phoebe and Keeley. $50 metres to go there. Boat length and a half to Takapuna from Wakatipu out to Onslow, and then it will be St Hilda's finishing 4th to go through to the quarterfinals. Over the line they go now. Let's see what sort of time we've got there. 8:19. So might be an indication that there's a little bit of a breeze just starting to kick up out there. Nothing to worry about, but that just made that time a little bit slower compared to the other heats. We'll see what the 6th one comes through in as they go through there past the 1,000 metre mark. It looks like Otamotai College number 2, Wellington East Girls College 1 in lane 4 doing well. Across to Takapuna number 2 in lane 6. Back into Cambridge High School number 2. Still 4 to go through in this last heat of the under-17 girls double sculls. Then we head towards the first heat of the boys under-17 coxed quadruple sculls. So looking across the field, Villa Maria in lane 1 not doing too badly, but it is with a Wellington East Girls College, Kate and Ava in lane 4 leading. Just outside there in lane, looks like lane 7, is it? Iona College. It is Iona College 2. Libby and Hannah out there in lane 7 would be out in front. Or close to it, along with lane 4, which is the Wellington East Girls College crew. Then we come out to nice run coming through from Whangarei Girls High School 2. They've started to move through, and those boys are starting to make their way down the course. So let's give you a call on who's in that. Just a scratching in lane 2. In lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 2. Tom Hearn, Flynn Hutchison Ray, Joel Arona, Liam Collins and Daniel Kara as the Cox. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 1. Will Donovan, Sam McAtamany, Marley King Smith, Toby Rorison, Emily Howitt Coxing. In lane 4, McLean's College 1. Morgan Burt, Andre Van Gruning, Daniel Taylor, James Dimmick with Isabella Chen the Cox. In lane 5, Wellington College 2, Sam Cornford, Ben Snedden, Ben Riddell, Jacob Cook, Eddie Lethbridge the Cox. In lane 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Alex Drummond, Thomas Skur, Charlie Tisdall, Harry Graham, Dylan Young as the Cox. And in lane 7, it's Burnside High School 1, Max Wallace, Joel Hood, Thomas Peacock Price and Morgan Fryer with Zeta Matua coxing. So these under-17 Cox quadruple sculls, we have got 4 heats of them, and it is the winner straight through to the semi-final, the rest into the repechage. So she'll be a bit of a shootout for that position. Just heading towards the 1,000 metre mark they are. Looks like Wakatipu High School and Maclean's College have got the early running in that one. First heat of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. But if we turn our attention back out here in front of us to the last and 6th heat of the girls under 17 double sculls, we can see that it is lane 4, Wellington East Girls College 1, comfortably out in front. And then we go across to lane 7. Iona College rowing nicely out there, Libby and Hannah. That's first and second. Come back to third, which would be Cambridge High School number 2, maybe just over Whangarei Girls. Sorry, Otamotai College number 2 here in lane 3. Otamotai would be ahead of them, but those are the 4 as they head into the last 150 metres of the race. Kate and Ava doing a nice job here from Wellington East Girls. 70 metres to go for them. Across on the outside to Iona College, still second. Third now is with Otamotai College number 2. And then fourth is Cambridge High School 2. Just easing off now. They've done their job. Well done, ladies. Through to the quarterfinals. You've gone through an 8.26. Iona College just over the line there now, and third will go to the crew from Otamotai. That concludes the girls under 17 double sculls as these boys hear on down the course. And Wakatipu won. They did well at South Island Secondary Schools, and Marty King Smith in the middle of that crew has got a pretty full roster for him at this regatta. And looks like he'll be taking this crew along with his crewmates through to the semi-final. Just outside of Maclean College 1, then we go back to third position would be Otago Boys High School. Then we come back inside to, looks like Burnside out there in lane 7, just a bit further back. Shirley Boys down here in lane 1. Wellington College 2 back there in lane 5. Would be in 5th position. 4th will be the crew from Shirley Boys. They'll be heading through to repechage. Through the 250 metre mark now go the crew from Wakatipu. Over there now goes McLean's. So that's the first heat on its way down. So Auckland Grammar 1 was scratched out of lane 2. But out here in lane 3 we see Wakatipu just easing themselves down the line. 100 metres to go now for McLean's. So Wakatipu will go through to the semi-final. The rest are all through to the repechage with more racing to do later in the regatta. Over the line they go. Targo Boys out there in 100 metres to go for them out there in lane 6. They'll finish 3rd at this rate, and finishing nicely down here in lane 1 is Shirley Boys, who'll take 4th position. Then we'll go out to Wellington College, and then a lot further out there we go to Burnside, just rowing through, and they'll get a repechage as well. So time there is 6:58 for the first heat of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. 6:58.13. Heat 2, through the 1,000 they go, and we've got a scratching in lane 7. Other than that, we've got lane 1, Dunstan High School 1, Nicholas McIntosh, Cohen Carden, Jed McIntosh, Leon Morris, Tessa Hanford the Cox. In lane 2, St Patrick's College 1, Alex Humphrey, Max Young, Benjamin Brown, Oliver Sterling, Luke Bochenstein as the Cox. In lane 3, King's College 1, Ethan Henderson, Jackson Compain, Freddie Eady, Thaddeus Cryer, Lillian Kidd is the Cox. In lane 4, Glendowie College 1, Kieran Smith, Alex Audley, Alex Baven, Micah Fitton Higgins and Rory Smith Rice is the Cox. In lane 5, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Lachlan Bell, Chase Hanacombe, Jaden Allen and Zachary Burke with Hunter Rowland the Cox. And then in lane 6, it's Christchurch Boys High School 1, Kobe Hanson, Connor Arnold, Ben Harris, Alex Muirhead and Grayson Faulkner is the Cox. So Glendowie looking very comfortable out there in lane 4. Just looks like the crew in lane 3, King's College, quite a way back. I wonder if they had some gear issues. It does look like there is a man there with his oars up, so that would appear that they've had some mechanical damage there in King's College, and that's unfortunate for them. They will get a repechage though, so not all is lost. So lane 1 there, we've got Dunstan High School. St Patrick's College is in lane 2. Remember, it's just one to go through to the semi-final, the rest into the repechage. In fact, they're just asking King's College to row off the course now. And it looks as if it's maybe... Yeah, it's the 3-man. There's an issue in that seat. They'll get that sorted and they'll be ready to rock and roll for the repechage. But rock and rolling down this course now is Glendowie College in lane 4. Kieran, Alex and Micah. Lane 5, Whanganui Collegiate 1. They would be second. Then we come down to Dunstan in lane 1, St Patrick's lane 2, outside the Christchurch Boys High School. So 6:58 was the time for that first heat. It'll be interesting to see what Glendowie go through in here. Into 100 metres to go now for Glendowie. Looking very comfortable as they come down. 100 metres to go now out there in lane 5 for Whanganui Collegiate. They'll finish second behind Glendowie. Third is going to go to the outside there with Christchurch Boys High School. Have done some good work in the last couple of 100 metres to get themselves into third position. And then fourth will be Dunstan, just going to edge out St Patrick's at this stage. But St Patrick's College Can they help themselves? The coxswain just takes a look over his right shoulder and sees, no, we'll let Dunstan go and we'll hold ourselves back for the repechage. So Dunstan will finish just ahead of them in the yellow bucket hats. And they're just rowing down the outside of the course will be King's College and back into the boat park to fix things out for that 3-man. Good history in the under-17 Cox Quadruple Sculls at King's College, so they'll be looking to see if they can get themselves back out and in amongst it. 6:57, so 6:57 and 0.2 of a second. So half a second quicker than the previous heat. They're getting a bit quicker, these boys. Heat 3's underway. Scratching in lane number 1. Lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Layson Silva, Jamil Khan, Eddie Pollock, Tyrone Ubasik and Ryan Ollington, the Cox. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Dylan Thomas, Blake Finlayson, Gain Harbert, Guy Charteris with George McIntosh, the Cox. In lane 4, Whakatane High School 1, Ryan Calder, Sean Snow, Zachary Bonin, Luke Berquist and Conrad Hopkins as the Cox. St John's Hamilton 1 are in lane 5 with Jack Pitchford, Ben Deason, Matheson McCarthy, Joel Birdling and Jamie Mills in the driving seat. Lane 6, Takapuna Grammar 1, Jimmy Austin, Charlie Figgins, Seb Ness, Jamie Vukovic, Olivia Wilson is the Cox. And the sole South Islander in this particular lineup, Wakatipu High School 2, Logan Naughton, T.Y. Saxton, Josh Viana, Keegan Green, Avon McIntyre is the Cox. So Whakatane was second up at North Island Secondary Schools behind the Glendowie crew that just won the previous heat. So keen to see how they go as they head through the 1,000, and it is them in front, so they'll be looking to go straight through as much as they can. Just behind them on the lane, inside lane of St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. Then we go across to Wakatipu High School and out there in lane 7 and Takapuna Grammar, not too much between them. Takapuna ahead, then back to St John's Hamilton 1. So this is the third heat of the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. One more after this, and then we move into under 18 novice Cox 4s, boys and girls. Well, through the 1,000 now they go, and it's Whakatane High School there in lane 4. Ryan, Sean, Zachary, Luke with Conrad Coxing. Look to have a handy lead over St Paul's Collegiate 1. And those two crews starting to move away from the rest of the field, who will all head through the repecharges if they don't progress any further up the field from where they are. Just that outside lane, Wakatipu 2 would be challenging for third. Inside of them back to Takapuna and St John's Hamilton 1. Then we go back to Hamilton Boys High School 1 in lane 2. Final heat is underway. They're heading towards the 500 now. That's it will be heat 4. Lane 2 there. We've got Shirley Boys High School 1. Lockie Kendrick, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman, Sam Clark, Jack Savage. In lane 3, Pukekohe High School 1. Ryan Coon, Ryan Dodge, Jack Semelink, Cameron Preston, Daniel Notta is the Cox. In lane 4, St Peter's College 1. Tom Leon Brown, Keys Bryant, Shay Reid, Jack Whitcomb and Theo Wag as the Cox. In lane 5, Wellington College 1, Ty Renner, Maxim Erickson, Max McLaughlin, James Hargraves and Lockie Wall. In lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 1, Mac Brown, Payo O'Sullivan, Max Henry Clayton, Blake Parker and Finn Golan as the Cox. And in lane 7 of that final heat, which is around about the 500 metre mark now, Otamotai College 1, Matthew Ryder, Louis Alexander, Kana Donaldson, Pihama and Jack McClutchy with Sarah Patterson driving them down. They'll be looking to see who can win that. Out here in Heat 3, it looks very much like it is going to be Whakatane with those yellow singlets and the black stripes, just doing what they need to do. But a little bit of pressure coming on from St Paul's Collegiate here in lane 3. So what does George McIntosh, the Cox of St Paul's Collegiate, think they can do? Can they get closer, or are they just going to stick with this and through to the repechage? It's like they're maintaining that current rating. So 100 metres to go now for Whakatane. If anything, they've just quickened Whakatane, just moving those hands a little bit quicker in that stroke seat from Ryan Calder. And they'll move through and take out this third heat of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. St Paul's Collegiate will take second, and third looks like it's on the outside lane going to Wakatipu number 2. Will be finishing third. Across the line they go. We'll check the time. 6:55 they've gone through in, so just a couple of seconds slower than the race before. Than heat number 2, which means that at this stage, actually 6:55 they've gone through quicker. That's the fastest heat so far. So 6:55, 6:57 previously, then 6:58. So we've got heat 4 coming down the track. We'll see how they're travelling. As Takapuna go over the line, and then down here in lane 2 will be Hamilton Boys High School to complete the field and through to the repechages. Final heat of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 4 is on its way down the course. Shirley Boys down there in lane 2 will be going past their home zone about now anyway, so they're in a good position to get a bit of a rev up from those boys as they go past. Lane 4 is St Peter's College, and outside of them is Wellington College 1. So Wellington College 1 and Shirley Boys are fighting for the first spot from this way out, but just looking at St Peter's College in lane 4, they're not out of it, and neither is Timaru Boys High School 1 out there in lane 6. Does look like, though, that Wellington College number 1 out there in lane 5 have got the advantage. There we go through the 1500 metre cameras. 3/4 of a boat length to Wellington College over Shirley Boys, who are moving. And then also that movement starting to come from St Peter's in lane 4. This might be the closest one of these heats that we've had. After this we've got under 18 novice Cox 4. And they're underway. And that's the girls. We'll just take this final down here, this final heat down here, and see how we go. It's still sitting there with Wellington College number 1, Ty, Maxim, Max, James and Lockie. Up against the Shirley Boys, Lockie, Oliver, Tim, Sam and Jack. I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat, Rob, as you're watching this. Let's see how they go. 250 metres to go. It's still a boat length there to the Wellington crew. So if Shirley want to take this out and get straight through to the semi-final, Jack's going to have to issue some pretty strong commands. We've still got plenty of course left. Good movement there coming from St Peter's College in lane 4. Tom, Keys, Shay, Jack with Theo coxing. Then we go outside of Timaru Boys in lane 6. Back across to Pukekohe in lane 3. And then in the outside lane, lane 7 is Otamotai. But the 100 metres to go now, it is going to be Wellington College 1 who will go through straight to the semi-final. The rest will go through the repechages. First one of those through the repechages will be Shirley Boys. And it looks like third is going to go to St Peter's. Just check the time for these gentlemen from Wellington College as they come down the line and take the buzzer now, winning by a boat length and a half, and they've done it in 6:46. So that is the quickest heat this morning of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls by quite some margin. 9 seconds. So girls under 18 novice Cox 4 we turn our attention to. They have left the blocks And there is a full field. In Villa Maria College 1, the crew I've got in front of me is Ruby Armstrong, Claire Martin, Georgia Curnane, and Kate Young and Vienna Cox. But I do understand that there is one of those crew members has not made the crew, and there is a substitution being made because in this heat they all progress to the final. So the main thing is to get the boat through. So you'll see three crew members in the Villa Maria College boat as it comes down in lane 1. In lane 2, Waikato Dyson School 1, Emerson Wright, Maddie Bassell, Kate Lumsden, Tyler Kilmister, and Alice McIntosh as the cox. In lane 3, Columba College 1, Olivia Davies, Grace Heath, Hannah O'Neill, Briar Duncan, Isabella Davey coxing. In lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Brooke Perriam, Alice Fisserton, Holly E. Smith, Frankie Leggett and Poppy Jarman coxing. In lane 5, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Willow Brew, Kyla Fisherlau, Evie Wilson, Kalani Fisherlau and Brenna Kingan as the cox. In lane 6, St Margaret's College 1, Ava Redmond, Amelia Tamani Dean, Samantha Lascelles and Cara Gooding with Lena Chapman the cox. In lane 7, Waikato Dawson School 2, Amanda Wood, Abigail Strever, Grace Prescott, Hannah Tomlin and Kiza Shortmaker is the cox. And in lane 8 at St Paul's Collegiate 1, Isabella Etherington, Beth Clearwater, Genevieve Churton, Georgia Whiteman and George Adamson is the cox. So Waikato Diocesan look like they're leading these crews down or very close to it in lane 2. Then we go out to Christchurch Girls High in lane 4, very close to them, Waitaki Girls. Again to St Margaret's College 1 out there in lane 6. So progression here as they all go through to the final, but of course they're racing for lanes and a little bit of bragging rights. So Emerson, Maddie, Kate, Taylor and Alice doing a good job down there in lane 2. Christchurch Girls High School though out there in lane 4 looks like as though they are now leading. So that's Brooke, Alice, Holly, Frankie and Poppy. Very close between those two crews. Third then would be St Margaret's, Ava, Amelia, Samantha and Cara with Lena as the cox. Just see a breeze moving across that part of the course, just a gentle breeze. Still great conditions here. We can see a gathering crew of vehicles on the other side on the Great Southern Stand. I would imagine that when we get to about lunchtime and we've got the heats for the boys under 18 coxed eights, that is quite full. So Waikato Diocesan, who were second in the North Island Secondary School Championships, down there in lane number 2. Christchurch Girls doing quite tidily out there in lane 4. They look like they might be ahead of them. Then we go to St Margaret's, back inside to Waitaki Girls. Outside we go to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 8, back inside then to Waikato Dyson number 2. Then we come across to Columba, and down there in lane 1 is Villa Maria, just making sure they qualify that boat for the final. So all through to the final, it's just going to be a question of who's racing in what lane. And Christchurch Girls out there in lane 4 look like that might still be their lane if they continue where they're going. And this girls under 18 novice cox 4. So strong row here from Christchurch Girls, who finished second in the South Islands. They'll be a boat length and a half ahead of Waikato Diocesan here in lane 2. So Margaret's just being challenged there by Waitaki Girls, who won this event at South Islands, and they'll finish very close to each other by the look of it. But Christchurch Girls are going to take this out, a boat length and a half ahead of Waikato Diocesan. Over the line they go now, and the time is 7:53.23. So first to Christchurch Girls, second to Waikato Diocesan, then it is St Margaret's just edging out the crew from Waitaki. And then we go to the outside lane. We see St Paul's Collegiate in lane 8. Then we come back to Waikato Diocesan number 2. Columba just going into 100 metres to go now. And then a game effort down here from Villa Maria. Not an easy thing to row a 4 as a 3, and they've done well. So they'll get themselves through to the final. As we look down the course and see what we've got in the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. Just the 4 crews coming down there. Lane 3, St John's, Hamilton 1, Oliver Mulligan, Curtis McCarthy, Logan Morrison, Charlie Ironmonger with Bradley Kingma, the Cox. In lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Sam Gordon, Alex Cooper, Oliver O'Connor, Ben Parker and Jake White coxing. In lane 5, Marlborough Boys College 1, Oliver Watts, Tom Wilkin, Thomas Pitts, Luke Martella, Walter Wickham, the Cox. In lane 6, Whakatane High School 1, Lucas Viges, Kiwa Tua Swain, Indy English and Christian Nell with Evia Linnell Olsen, the Cox. All 4 going through to the final. The Marlborough Boys College 1 have the advantage at this stage, just over Hamilton Boys High School 1. Then we go out to Whakatane in lane 6, and then we come back inside to St John's Hamilton 1. So that's the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. They're in the last 1,000 metres. We'll keep an eye on them. But following them down the course, we have got 7 heats of girls under 16 double sculls. Heat 1 is already underway. And in Heat 1, we have got in Lane 1, Queen Margaret College 2, Riley Gifford and Daya Srinivasva. In Lane 2, Barradine College 2, Mia Seshla, Georgia McDermott. In Lane 3, Queen's High School 1, A.D. Davies and Billy Askerud. In Lane 4, Pukekohe High School 1, Keela Van Rees and Megan Van Leeuwen. In Lane 5, Iona College 1, Molly Lawson and Ava Woodbury Wrinkle. In Lane 6, Villa Maria College 1, Jess Lodder and Sammy Snell. And in Lane 7, Marlborough Girls College 2, Hazel Glover, Jessica Bennett. Lane 8 is Christchurch Girls High School 2, Rosa Robert and Imogen Constable. Progression for the girls under 16 double sculls. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the quarterfinals. Last will be eliminated and the rest will go through to the repecharges. So Marlborough Boys College out here in the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls in lane 5. And with a significant advantage over Hamilton Boys High School there in lane 4 out to Whakatane and then back inside to St John's. So these boys will be rowing for the Guild Trophy for boys in the final. And the under 18 girls novice 4 is racing for the Guild Trophy for girls. So many thanks to the Guilds. Under 16 girls doubles are racing for the Craighead Diocesan Cup. Good strong finish here from Marlborough Boys College. 2 boat lengths now ahead of Hamilton Boys into second, followed by Whakatane out there in third. And then we come back inside, just entering 120 metres to go and clearly enjoying their row down there in lane 3, making the most of the conditions. St John's Hamilton 1. So just wait for those times to come up. As we see what's happening with that first heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. It's all out in the middle of the field. Pukekohe High School and Iona College. Iona College leading there, Molly and Ava, just from Pukekohe. And then we look to see where third and fourth are coming from. So Marlborough Girls College 2 would be third out there in lane 7. That's Hazel and Jessica. Fourth is close. Barradine down there in lane 2 and just ahead maybe of Queen's High School in lane 3. So looking for those 4 to go through. And Marlborough Girls College moving quite nicely out there in lane 7. They'd almost be in front. There's not much between those 3 leading boats, which is Pukekohe, Iona and Marlborough Girls College. Clear 3 out in front. The battle there might be for fourth, although there's still a good 500 metres to go. We might see the 1500 metre camera as they come through. I hope all of those of you that are at home or in your offices pretending to work are enjoying the live stream coverage we've got here at South Island Rowing. If you are watching it on YouTube and you haven't given us a like or a subscription, please do so. We'd love to. That would result in many streaming cents of income for South Island Rowing from YouTube with over 1,000 subscribers. And there's the 1500 metre camera there right on cue as they head up towards there. So we can see that is looks like Pukekohe in lane 4 right next to us, then Iona College, then across 2 lanes from them is Marlborough Girls. So that's the 3 as they go through at this stage. We're looking to see who's going to come fourth with 4 to go through. It's looking like Queen's there in lane, top of your camera there now. That's Queen's High School 1, AD and Billy. And just following them, Barradine there going through now, Mia and Georgia. So Pukekohe moving through Iona College and looking to put some pressure now on Marlborough Girls out there in lane 7. Pukekohe probably have the lead as we come up with 250 metres to go. It looks like from that angle you would think that Marlborough have, but it'll straighten right up and it'll be Pukekohe down here closest to our screen in lane 4. And they might have 3/4 of a boat length over Marlborough as they go through, and then in third position at the moment is the crew from Iona. So second of the heats for the girls under 16 double sculls are making its way down now. That's through the first 1,000. In lane 1, Dawson School for Girls 1, Eva Cope and Eva Pritchard. In lane 2, St Kevin's College 1, Athena Toik and Bailey Lynch. In lane 3, Barradine College 1, Daisy Park and Hannah McCall. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray. In lane 5, St Kennigan's College 1, Poppy Jones and India Nichols. In lane 6, Cromwell College 1, Hannah Dicey and Kaylee Butler. And in lane 7, Whanganui High School 1, Elsie Butcher and Charlotte Matthews through the first half of their race. And getting towards the end of their race down here in front of us is Pukekohe High School, Kyla and Megan. They'll go through to the quarterfinals along with Marlborough Girls, Hazel and Jessica. Just in behind them is Molly and Ava from Iona College. And it is going to be down here, it looks as though in lane 3. Queen's High School who'll take the 4th position. Across they go. Let's see what these times are looking like. So 8:04 they go across in. Just 7:11 was the confirmed time for the boys under 18 novice coxed sculls. So the fight out looks as though everybody's through the repechage maybe, except for Queen Margaret College down here in lane 1, their number 2 crew. So second heat is through the 1,000, and it's with lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Lucy and Isabel. They're well out in front, that crew. Come back now to lane 1, Dawson School for Girls in lane 1. Well, they are just behind St Kevin's College there in lane 2. Athena and Bailey, they would be second, would be St Kevin's College. Then we go out to St Kentigern's College 1. Then Whanganui High School back inside to Cromwell College. The battle will be for the minor qualification places there. So 8:04.36 for the first of those heats. Keep an eye on who's doing what where. So Lucy and Isabel doing well here for Cambridge. They finished second up there in the North Island Secondary Schools regatta 2 weeks ago. So we should be looking out for them here. And really starting to open some ground between them and the rest of the pack. St Kevin's in lane 2, still looking as if they're challenging for second, with St Kentigern's out there in lane 5. That's 1, 2 and 3. Fourth is interesting. We've got a lineup really for between Diocesan School for Girls, Barradine, and then on the outside to Cromwell College and Whanganui High School. So those 4 crews are all within a chance of getting an automatic qualification. And one of them, sadly, is all within a good chance of being eliminated. But we'll see what happens as they get towards the end of the race. That's heat number 2. Heat 3's on the course as well. There's a scratching in lane 2. They're going through the 500 metre mark, almost heading towards 1,000 now. In lane 1 is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Annabelle Urin and Charlie Hallier. In lane 3, Wakatipu High School 1, Olivia Bissett and Pippa McAtamany. In lane 4, Otago Craighead Diocesan School, Zoe Gordon and Nadia Vandenbosch. In lane 5, Trident High School 1, Jade Hale and Leah Rowe. In lane 6, Pukakui High School 2, Emerson Foote and Ashley Pryor. And in lane 7, St Peter's School 1, Lucy O'Donoghue and Eugenie Tuck. So just confirming in that first heat, it was Pukakui, Marlborough, Iona and Queens. And in this heat is going to be Cambridge. Looking very comfortable out there in lane 4. Lucy and Isabel. In fact, they're going to finish 100 metres ahead of the rest of the field. And some. They're over the line they go now. What have they done that through? 7:50. That's a marker. Let's see what happens to the rest of the heats. Less than 100 metres to go now for St Kevin's down here in lane 2. Then we go across to St Kentigern's in lane 5. And then it looks like the last spot is going to come down to Barradine. Looks like Barradine have got it though. Looks like they're comfortably moving into 4th position now. Actually starting to move through on St Kentigern's. So challenging by the time they get down the line. They won't be far away from 3rd. Nice finish coming here from Barradine, Daisy and Hannah. Over the line there now goes St Kevin's. They look pretty happy with themselves. Athena and Bailey, well done. And we've got our 4 qualifiers out of a pretty quick heat. So impressive row there for Cambridge High School. Heat 3 well into the last part of the course for them. Craighead Diocesan, they were the winners of this event. They were second actually in this event down here 2 weeks ago at South Island Secondary Schools. They're leading these crews down. Just outside of them is Trident High School. Nice to see them here. And then we go to Pukakui just in behind them. Be a wee bit further back. So it looks like the 4 emerging at the moment is being led by Craighead Diocesan. Then we've got Trident. In lane 7, we've got St Peter's School 1. Then we come back to Wakatipu in lane 3. So it's 4 to go through. Pressure will come on to Wakatipu from Christchurch Girls High School down in lane 1. So I'll let them progress through. We'll give you the field for heat 4. Scratching is in... I've got a scratching in lane 2. Lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Lara Moncur and Grace Moon. In lane 3, Glendowie College 1, Sophie Connolly and Hannah Strang. In lane 4, Otago Girls High School 1, Sophie Orchiston and Maggie Hepburn. In lane 5, Cashmere High School 1, Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham. In lane 6, Ashburton College 3, Leah Reid and Amelia Chambers. And in lane 7, Hamilton Girls High School 2, Sophia Todd and Pilat Parana Senior. So they're just making their way past the 500 metre mark. That's heat number 4. Heat 3 out in front of us now, just going with 300 metres to go. Looking pretty comfortable, Craighead Diocesan down there in lane 4. The action, of course, is outside and inside them. So we see Trident still looking comfortable-ish in second. The pressure is coming on that crew from Wakatipu from Christchurch Girls. Annabelle and Charlie have put a nice run in the last couple of hundred metres down here in lane 1. So they're starting to move past Wakatipu. If we have a look up on the camera shortly, we'll see Trident go through. So there's Craighead going past you there now. There's Trident, and we can see the other schools lining up. St Peter's on the outside. It's Christchurch Girls right in front of your camera now. And they've just gone past Wakatipu, so a nice run continues. So Wakatipu are in danger of missing out on the automatic qualification at this stage. Nice run there from Christchurch Girls. Trident still within Kui, but they're just starting to be pulled back by Wakatipu. And then on the outside it is St Peter's. St Peter's in that sky blue and red. But it's Craighead Dawson. Less than 100 metres to go for them. They'll go through. We'll have a nice close finish here for the other 3 of 4. So between Christchurch Girls, Wakatipu, Trident and St Peter's, one of you is going to be into the repechage. The other 3 are going to be through to the quarter-final along with Craighead. So Christchurch still moving. Wakatipu win again. Stroke looks across Olivia. She sees where Christchurch Girls are. Trident is still in front, so Trident second. It looks like Wakatipu are third, and it looks like Christchurch Girls have moved through on St Peter's. It will take that 4th qualifying spot, and it looks like St Peter's will be the ones that will go through to the repechage, and that's how they will finish. Over goes Iona, Wakatipu, Christchurch Girls, and then St Peter's. Let's check your time there. 8 minutes and 50 seconds, 8 minutes and 50 parts of a second, 8 minutes flat. So 10 seconds quicker was the previous heat. So still looking like the fastest times sitting there with Cambridge, and they did that fairly easily. If we have a look at heat number 4 making its way down. And Cashmere, Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham, very handy lead in this race. Just inside of them, Sophie and Maggie from Otago Girls. Then back to Glendowie in lane 3. Ashburton College out there in lane 6 would be next. Then we go across to Hamilton Girls High School and then down to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1. That's how they're travelling at this stage. Let's have a look and see what's happening with lane heat number 5. Heat number 5 are underway. Scratching there in lane 4. So it gives us in lane 1, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika Maisie and Annie Wells. In lane 2, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Ruby Ania and Monique Austin. In lane 3, Hawani College 1, Esther Vega Masma and Olivia Tattersall. In lane 5, Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson and Isabel Wall. In lane 6, Otago Girls High School 2, Danielle Milne and Lily Moores. And in lane 7, Maclean's College 1, Emma High and Amelia Collins. Past the 500 they go. So just confirming for heat number 3, Craighead, Trident, Wakatipu. That's how they finish, with the 4th spot going to Christchurch Girls. A nice run there for them. Out here we see Cashmere comfortably in the lead, Abby and Poppy. Otago Girls just second to them. 3rd would be down to Glendowie. 4th is Ashburton College. Those are the 4 going through, but you can just see down there in lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar just trying to sneak through Lara and Grace. They're doing some work. They want to move up on either one of those Ashburton or Glendowie crews to take their 4th qualifying spot. And it's Ashburton that are probably in danger as they start to run through on them now. Ashburton just rating a little bit slower than the crew down in lane 1. But down here, right at the other end of the field, or close to it, is Cashmere High School. Abby and Poppy just going across the line now. Nice comfortable win for them, and in 7:52, so smart time. Cashmere over the line first, joining them very shortly, and in fact now is Otago Girls High School. So 3rd looks like Glendowie. Ashburton still just starting to see this challenge off from Mount Albert Grammar. But it'll be a near run throwing 100 metres to go now for Ashburton, and they've got a boat length on Mount Albert, so they can maintain that. They'll go straight through the quarter final. So Hannah in the bow of Glendowie just has a look across to see whereabouts Ashburton are. 40 metres to go for them, and they'll take that third position. And Ashburton will hold off Mount Albert Grammar to go through into the fourth qualifying spot. Mount Albert through to the repechage to complete that heat number 4. Heat 5 through the 1,000 metre mark. We'll pick them up shortly. Heat 6 is on its way. Heat 6 is heading through to Alcatraz. Heat 6 has got in lane 1 Mount Albert Grammar 2, Ruby Schulerman and Bella Borson. Lane 2 has been scratched. In lane 3, Burnside High School 1, Katie Mitchell and Sam Rankin. In lane 4, Wellington Girls College 1, Jess Sutherland and Olivia Maisie. In lane 5, Ashburton College 2, Honor Bradford and Sienna Skilling. In lane 6, Villa Maria College 2, Minnie Edwards and Neve Graham. And in lane 7 of that 6th heat is Diocesan School for Girls, Sammy Barclay and Ava Leach. So they're running through the 500 metre mark now. 750 metres to go though for heat number 5. And Ashburton College number 1, Sophie Gibson and Isabel Wall doing a sterling job out there in the middle of the course. Huanui College and Hamilton Girls High School are the nearest to them. Pretty close across those three. Then we go back inside to Mount Aspiring College in lane 1. Outside of Ashburton is Otago Girls High School number 2. And then we go back into lane 7, Maclean's College 1, just having a few challenges out there in lane 7. So still 4 to go through. The last will be eliminated. The rest is the repecharges. So we can see Ashburton College most likely here with Huanui, Hamilton Girls. Mount Aspiring are in 4th at this stage. It really just depends on what sort of work they can do out there in lane 6 from Otago Girls number 2. So Ashburton College in lane 5, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. We come back inside to Huanui, Esther and Olivia. Spencer Nichols is the coach there. Hamilton Girls 1, Ruby and Monique, coached by Carl Manson and Axel Dickinson. And then down here in lane 1 is Mount Aspiring College, Anika and Annie. They've got Matt Rickard and Rachel O'Connell coxing them. 70 metres to go now for the Ashburton double, and they've got a boat length they would have comfortably over Huanui. In turn, at 3/4 of a boat length over Hamilton Girls, and then Mount Aspiring down here in lane 1, a boat length and a half back. Those are the 4 that will go through to the quarterfinals. Through to the repechage will go Otago Girls number 2, and then Maclean's will be eliminated. 8 minutes flat and 0.45 for that 5th heat. As we wriggle on through, heat number 6 is on its way down. Heat 7 is underway. So heat 7 is just through their start sequence. Just have a look and see where we are with heat number 6. Mount Albert Grammar down there in lane 1. And then we have Burnside High School in lane 3. Out though in front looks to be Wellington Girls. Is it Wellington Girls College? In lane 4. Just back inside from them is Ashburton College number 2. Then we go outside to Diocesan School for Girls. Back in from them is Villa Maria. And then back down into lane 1 is Mount Albert number 2. So at this stage in this 6th heat, it looks like Wellington Girls, Ashburton College. Then we come to Burnside. So Burnside 3rd at this stage. We go back and pick up the field for that 7th and final heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. In lane 1, Marlborough Girls College, Mila Van Rensburg and Grace Straker. Scratching in lane 2. In lane 3, Columba College 1, Jendi Minty and Sarah Reynolds. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, Ria Kearns and Kyra Sharrock. In lane 5, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw and Maggie Dowling. In lane 6, Queen Margaret College 1, Nova Douglas and Poppy Melville. And in lane 7, Cambridge High School number 2, Zara Bernard and Peyton Bernard. So out here though is heat 6. 400 metres to go for them. Wellington Girls College well out in front. Just the 4 need to go through, and those 4 are pretty clear already. Mount Albert Grammar down there in lane 1 would be in 4th position. 3rd is Burnside in lane 3, and then we would go out to Ashburton College in lane 5, who are probably 2nd. So those are your 4 at this stage. Dawson School for Girls would be next, lining up a repechage. And the challenge there will be for Villa Maria. So through the 250 metres to go Wellington Girls College with a 4 boat length lead over Ashburton College. As you can see on your camera there, they in turn would have another 2 to 3 boat length lead over Burnside. And similarly back down to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 1. So heat 6 in front of us, heat 7 is on the course, and that will complete the under 16 girls double sculls, and then we are heading into boys under 16 single sculls. And there is an armada of them. 7 heats. 100 metres to go now for Wellington Girls College, Jess and Olivia, coached by Catherine Duffin. Clean and tidy as they come down, and then we look at the Ashburton double heading across. They go, another crew coached by Justin Waller, Mary Hefferdar, Honor and Sienna as they head through. Then the double from Burnside, Katie Mitchell, Sam Rankin, coached there Christina Blackfoot, and we come down into lane 1 where Ruby Schulerman and Bella Borson, coached by Honey Millsop, head into the last 100 metres. Over they go, Wellington College Girls College in 7:54. 7:54.06 they've gone through in. Looking at that second heat, the 7th heat rather, out there just in front of us of the 1,000 metre mark. Fairly even across the field. Wellington Girls College, Takapuna and St Hilda's, and Cambridge 2. Not too much across those ones. Those are the ones looking likely at this stage for those final 4 quarter-final spots. Automatic spots at least. Through 750 metres to go now in this final heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. Marlborough Girls down there in lane 1. But it's Takapuna Grammar out there in lane 4. Rhea and Kira. Outside of them, St Hilda's Collegiate, Olivia and Maggie would be 2nd. Then we'd come back to Marlborough Girls on that inside lane and be 3rd. We'll get a good line as they come through the 250 metre camera in about 30 seconds time. So still 4 to go through. Last here will be eliminated. That challenge might be with Queen Margaret. Handy lead here for Takapuna. Their coaches Katie and Jessica will be happy with that. And then just see Marlborough Girls just going through on that 250 metre camera. Then 2 boat lengths in this lead for Takapuna. So there's going to be a bit of a rush on here for that 4th position. Columbus starting to move through, putting some pressure out there on Cambridge number 2. So Cambridge number 2 out there in lane 7. It'll be between them and down here in lane 3, Columba College for that 4th spot in lane 3. no doubt looking across at each other. Quickening up as they get to the finish, and a very strong finish there it's going to be for Takapuna. 40 metres to go for them. They'll go through. We'll check the time for them in this final heat of the girls under 16 double sculls as they go over the line now. And they go over the line in 7:58. 7:58.25 for Takapuna. Second to St Hilda's, and then third to Marlborough Girls just down here. Fourth position, it's close in there, isn't it, between Clumber. Have just done enough work here. Clumber have gone through, and they've got a canvas now over the crew in the outside lane there from Cambridge High School. So nice finish there from Columba. They'll get themselves through into the quarterfinals automatically. Through to the repechagers will go Cambridge. And just completing the field now out in lane 6 will be Queen Margaret, number 1. So all done and dusted there for the girls under 16 double sculls. 7 heats to come of the boys under 16 single sculls. And those boys are eventually working their way towards the Leith Menzies Cup. In lane 1, St Peter's School 2, Valentine Barrio Frojan. In lane 2, Glendowie College 1, Spencer Fitzpatrick. In lane 3, Cashmere High School 1, Jimmy Middleditch. That's my father running the cameras. In lane 4, St John's Hamilton 1, Charlie Squire. In lane 5, John McGlashan College 1, Matthew O'Meara. In lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 3, Mac Brown. In lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Alec Newland. And in lane 8 is Wakatipu High School 3, Harry Sito. So qualification here, 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through to the quarterfinals. The last are eliminated. The rest go to repechagers. John McGlashan College, they're just second. Matthew O'Meara behind Charlie Squire from St John's out of Hamilton. Third there would be Jimmy Middleditch from Cashmere. Well, there's a bit of pressure coming on from St Peter's down there in lane 1, Valentine. So just moving through now is Charlie Squire from St John's. He'd be of a boat length over John McGlashan College's Matthew O'Meara. Then third back to Jimmy Middleditch from Cashmere. And then it is Valentine from St Peter's School down here in lane number 1. Those are the 4 that are looking like they'll head through to the quarterfinals. Of course, the rest aren't out of it. They get the chance to go through the repechage unless, of course, you finish last, which is a bit cutthroat. So Charlie just looks around him, sees that he's done all he needs to do, as does Matthew. Matthew is rowing a lovely Laszlo Aon branded single scull that was won by Jack McLaughlin 4 years ago here. One of the first times they gave those away. So there's one of those up for grabs in the under-17s. Across the line he goes now second, Matthew. And then in third will be Jimmy Middleditch. Well done, Jimmy. And then down to Valentine here at St Peter's. So they go through. So let's look at the first time there, 7:51. 7:51 and 36 they've gone through in. Through they go in the first of those under 16 single sculls. Second heat is underway. Still running nicely on time, due to go at 11:20. It's slightly ahead of time in that second heat. In lane 1, Wellington College 1, Ty Renner. In lane 2, Hauraki Plains College 2, Danny Sayer. In lane 3, St Kennigan's College 1, Luca Cutfield. In lane 4, Wakatipu High School 1, Ashton White, the reigning South Island Secondary Schools champ. In lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Gain Harbert. In lane 6, Nelson College 1, Ethan Steele. And in lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Ben Hancock. Lane 8 out there from Bethlehem College is Luca Ramusa. Pretty even across the field as we look down the course. It does look at this early stage that Ashton from Wakatipu has got a lead, just over St Paul's Collegiate 2 and Nelson College 1. Remember again, 4 to go through to the quarterfinals. Unless you're last, you're into the repecharges, and if you're last, you're eliminated. So 7 heats we have of the boys under 16 single sculls, and then we'll run into the heats of the girls and boys under 18 coxed eights, and they will be interesting. Looking forward to Kirsty joining me for the boys. And I'm sure that our little MASH unit over there, that's what I've called it, which is the Mobile Adult Supporters and Hospitality Units, will be full of peering onlookers as we get closer to those heats where lots of interest is. In the meantime, we truck back out onto the course and look at Heat 2 of the boys under 16 single sculls as they head into the last 1,000 of their first heat. It is Ashton out there in lane 4 from Wakatipu. Nice run coming from Luca from St Kennigans. He's just put some pressure on the last couple of 100 metres. Drawn alongside Ashton. Then we go out to Ethan from Nelson College number 1. Good show there from Luca and Bethlehem College 1. Back inside to Ben Hancock from St Thomas's. Then down the inside lanes, it's Danny from Hauraki Plains and Ty from Wellington College. So great to see so many entrants in these under 16 single sculls. Of course, if you just joined the live stream and are wondering how everything's running down here, all of the crews have got zones that they are restricted to, no more than 100 in any one zone, and they launch and retrieve their boats from those zones lakeside. And to keep the amount of wash to a minimum from those crews that are launching and retrieving lakeside, the umpires are using zonal umpiring, which means that the umpires don't get to hoon up and down the lake all day chasing boats. They stick within their 500 metre patch and circulate, and all that's done to make sure that the athletes, which is what this is all about, they get the best opportunity to row in as good a water as they can. So it's worked really well since we've been doing these regattas post-Christmas, and I think the athletes enjoy it. Enjoying his row out there though, and that yellow boat will be Ashton from Wakatipu. Just confirming the placings in that first heat: St John's, John McGlashan, Cashmere High School and St Peter's, the 4 to go through, with Glendowie, Timaru boys and St Thomas's heading off to the repecharges. So the 4 showing out here that are looking in contention is Ashton from Wakatipu, Luca from St Kennigans. Then we go to Bethlehem College, Luca putting in a nice run out there, then back across into Ethan from Nelson College. The other 4. But it is under 16 single sculls, and they're not out of it. Gain from St Paul's Collegiate is still in the mix. Probably just Ben from St Thomas's has a wee bit of work to do if he wants to get one of those qualifying spots. And then down here in the inside lanes, it'll be Hauraki Plains and Wellington College fighting it out for the last spot. So we'll let them sort themselves out. We'll give you the field for the third heat. It's well underway. It's into its final 1,000, and I think the fifth heat's on its way, or fourth heat is on its way too. But back to heat number 3, which has got 1,000 metres to run. It's lane 1, Marlborough Boys College 2, George Lindstrom. In lane 2, Maclean's College 2, Harrison Reeve. In lane 3, Cambridge High School 1, Jack Hogg. In lane 4, Timaru Boys High School 2, Josh Bartlett. In lane 5, Whanganui High School 1, Eli Kuhn. In lane 6, Ashburton College 1, Isaac Carr. He'll be there with his little white bucket hat on. And in lane 7, we have a scratching. In lane 8, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anton Jones. They're well into the 1,000. Good work in that heat there from George Lindstrom down there in lane 1. He's got the lead over the rest of those crews at this stage. But we come back out to heat number 2. And we can see that it is Ashton in front in lane 4. He's going to take this, but that run has come through there from Gain and St Paul's. He wasn't out of it. He's put in a nice effort in the last 150 metres to really move through and take himself into that final, the 4 to go through. Just outside of him is Ethan from Nelson College, and then we go to Luca from Bethlehem, just starting to fade a wee bit. He needs to watch what's happening down here in lane number 3 because he could take him out of it. Luca should be okay, but going over and straight through now is Ashton from Whakatipu. Second just is going to go to Nelson College from St Paul's Collegiate in the 4th spot. He just stopped on the line. There's Luca from Bethlehem. They'll take the 4 spots to go through there. $7.53. 7:53.12 for that heat. So just a couple of seconds quicker, and down here in the battle on the inside, it's going to be Wellington College Tyreno, who's just going to finish ahead of Danny down there from Hauraki Plains College 2. So we'll just wait for confirmation of that. George Lindstrom doing a great job here for Marlborough Boys College down here in lane 1. Enjoying rowing out there. Josh Bartlett from Timaru Boys. He's out there in lane 4. Josh Bartlett did well down here at South Island Secondary Schools. Finished 3rd in this event, so expect him to be there or thereabouts. It's him out there in lane 4. Then we go 2 across from him to Isaac Carr from Ashburton College. Not disappointing me. He's got the white toweling hat on, very sensible. So those are the 3 or 4 that we're looking at now. So George in lane 1. Out to Josh, then Isaac, and then we would come back to Jack Hogg, I think, from Cambridge. Then Eli from Whanganui. So early stages, but Eli from Whanganui and Jack from Cambridge, you're battling for 4th at this stage. So it'll be interesting to see how that finishes up as they come through the course. Coming up the 250, there you go. There's George Lindstrom. Nice, as you'd expect from a Lindstrom, rowing strongly, coming through that 250 metre mark. He'd have a boat length and a half over Josh Bartlett from Timaru Boys. Out to Isaac. So the advantage just there is in lane 3 with Jack Hogg from Cambridge, just moving up alongside Eli from Whanganui. Those two fighting out that 4th position. Isaac looks relatively comfortable, but you never know. He just needs to get a bit of a wriggle on because he could get overtaken. But nice strong row down here from George. He's not letting up. He's rowing right out to the end. He's got it comfortably. 2 boat lengths he's got over Josh from Timaru Boys. So this time will be interesting, I think, as Marlborough Boys goes over the line. 7:46. It looked quicker than the other heats. That's the quickest heat so far this morning for the under 16 single sculls. Second over the line goes Josh, and then 3rd comfortably will be Isaac from Ashburton College. And then 4th is going to go down here into lane 3 from Cambridge High School to take that spot. So those 4 right through to the quarterfinals. 7:46, good time there for George. So we look at heat 4 of the boys under 16 single sculls. Heat number 4 of 7. In lane 1, Christ College 1, Tom Lambie. Lane 2 is Scratch. Lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Austin Plimmer. In lane 4, Hauraki Plains College 1, Matthew Simpson. In lane 5, Burnside High School 1, Morgan Fryer. In lane 6, Takapuna Grammar 1, Sam Mones. In lane 7, Otago Boys High School 2, Jed Tisdall. And in lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1, which is Lewis Hawkwood. 750 metres to go for them. Sam from Takapuna Grammar looks like he's got things under control out there. A little bit spread out this field. St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plymmer, and Hauraki Plains, Matthew Simpson, looking like they are third and second. Then we go outside to Otago Boys, Jed Tisdall. Then we come back inside to Morgan Fryer from Burnside High School. Then again out to Lewis from Shirley Boys High School. Then back into lane 1, Christ College 1, Tom Lambie. Let those boys progress. Heat 5 is on the course. They're through towards 1,000 now. Some strength in this. We've got a couple of the North Island place getters at the secondary school champs up there. Harrison McClintock who finished second and Oscar Preyes who finished third. In lane 1, Burnside High School 3, Joel Hood. In lane 2, Takapuna Grammar 2, William Thompson. In lane 3, Roncalli College 1, Alexander Fitzgerald. In lane 4, St Peter's College 1 is Harrison McClintock. And in lane 5, right next to him from Scots College is Oscar Preyes. In lane 6 of that fifth heat is King's College 1, Alexander Shannon. And in lane 7, St Peter's College 1, Joshua Drake, as they head through into that last half of the course for them. It is those two I mentioned, St Peter's and Scots, right out in the middle of the course. Third would be Alexander from King's College. And then we would come back to Takapuna and Burnside. So let them sort themselves out. Right out in front of us now, though, we've got heat number 4 coming to a conclusion. Takapuna Grammar doing a great job out there in lane 6. Sam Mones. Then back to Hauraki Plains in lane 4. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. Then we go out to lane 7, which is Jed Tisdall from Otago Boys High School. So 4 to go through to the quarterfinals. Those 4 looking fairly clear from the rest of the field in this 4th heat of the boys under 16 single sculls. Doesn't look quite as quick as the previous heat, but not necessarily that doesn't matter at the moment. Over the line he goes in 7:56. Sam from Takapuna, then down to Matthew from Hauraki Plains going over the line now, followed by Austin from St Paul's Collegiate. Heat 5 continues to make its way down the course, and it is out in the middle there with Harrison leading from St Peter's. Looking comfortable over Oscar from Scots College. Still is on the outside lane of them again would be King's College, Alexander Shannon, and then we come back inside to Takapuna Grammar 2, William Thompson. Those are the 4 showing through. Back to Burnside High School, Joel down in lane 1. Then we go way out to St Peter's in lane 7, Joshua Drake. And just in behind there, Alexander Fitzgerald from Roncalli. Last 100 metres now for Harrison from St Peter's. That striking red skiff. 2 boat links now over Oscar Preyes from Scots College. Then out to Alexander from King's. And it does look like it's going to be William from Takapuna will take that 4th spot. The ripper charges will go to Joel down here in lane 1 from Burnside. Over the line he goes. 7:50 for Harrison McClintock. Then Oscar across the line, and third just coming in now. Fast finish from Takapuna, but King's College taking it. That's our 5th heat done and dusted. Let's have a look at that 6th heat, which is into the last 1,000. 6th heat in lane 1, Cashmere High School 2, James Martin. In lane 2, New Plymouth Boys High School 1, Clayton Potts. In lane 3, Cromwell College 1, Harrison Mills. In lane 4 is Angus Lowe from John McGlashan College number 2. And then Christchurch Boys High School 1 is in lane 5. So Angus Lowe, he finished second in this event at South Island Secondary Schools. Lane 6 is St Kevin's College 1, Nye Jones Horgan. And in lane 7, Cambridge High School 2 is Matt Peters as they make their way up past the 750 metres to go. And it's with Angus Lowe out there in lane 4, John McGlashan. Back in lane 2, Clayton Potts from New Plymouth would be in second. Third on the outside there to St Kevin's in lane 6. Then we probably come back inside to Harry Galvin from Christchurch Boys High School. Then it's down to James Martin from Cashmere. So a bit of a line-up here for the 3rd and 4th spot. Plenty of time left to go in this race though. 1 and 2 looking pretty clear between Angus and New Plymouth. New Plymouth Boys, which is Clayton Potts. So the last heat is underway and running up towards the 1,000. I'll give you the feel for that. After these, we are into the under 18 coxed 8 girls and boys. Heat 7 of the boys under 16 single sculls. In lane 1, Otago Boys High School 1, Cameron McFarlane. Lane 2 is Scratched. Lane 3, James Hargis College 1, Nick Todd. In lane 4, from Maclean's College 1, the North Island Secondary Schools champion Logan Terrell. In lane 5, St Bede's College 1, Harrison Staples. In lane 6, Hutt International Boys School 1, William Hall. And in lane 7, Burnside High School 2, Max Wallace. So right down in front of us though, it is Angus Lowe from John McGlashan College who is leading this 6th heat along from Clayton Potts, New Plymouth Boys High School. Harry Galvin's put some nice work in there from Christchurch Boys High School out there in lane 5, so he's sitting there in 3rd at this stage. So it is going to be between 4th. 4th is going to be between James Martin down there in lane 1 and outside in lane 6, St Kevin's. Those two are fighting for that 4th spot through to the quarterfinals. Whoever dips out between those two will be heading into the repechage. Just watching Harrison Mills from Cromwell College starting to get a wriggle on as well. But with 100 metres to go now is Angus Lowe from John McGlashan. Looking very comfortable. Clayton down here from New Plymouth. 70 metres to go. Just looking across at him now is Harry Galvin, and Harry's thought, actually, I'd like to finish second, so he's just upped his rating a bit. And he will finish second. He's going to move ahead of Clayton, who looks across and says, I think I'll just wait till we get through to the quarterfinals. 3rd for Clayton from New Plymouth Boys High School, and then 2nd, of course, was to Christchurch Boys High School 1. So they've gone through in 7:55. And the final heat sits out in front of us. .750 metres to go. A little bit spread out. As you would expect, Logan Terrell is looking very comfortable out there in front. Just outside of him, Harrison Staples from St Bede's would be second, along with Max Wallace from Burnside, who's out there in lane 7. 4 to go through. Tell you the first heat of the girls under 18 coxed 8 is sitting in the gate. We can't see them on the screen, but they're sitting down there, due to get underway at 11:44. So we're running ahead of time. Heading up to 250 metres to go on this last heat of the boys under 16 single sculls. Very tidy sculling there from Logan from Maclean's College. Harrison Stable from St Bees would be second now. Just on the outside there, Burnside High School, Max Wallace doing well. Keeping himself in the mix, he'd be third. Then we come across to James Hargest, Nick Todd. Last 60 metres now for Logan from Maclean's. Cross into the last 100 goes Harrison from St Bees, and he's just quickened his hands up. He'd like to finish ahead of Burnside's Max Wallace, just outside of him as he looks across to him. Second and third they are. Then we come back to James Hargis as fourth at the moment. Logan goes across the line in 7:56. And Harrison is 3/4 of a boat length now ahead of Max from Burnside. Those two joining into the quarterfinals. And then fourth will be James Hargis. So that completes the boys under 16 single sculls. And to round out the morning session, we're into the under 18 coxed eights. So we've got been joined by Kirsty, who's going to give me some tips on calling the girls coxed eights. Then she'll take over and run the boys heats through. In lane 2, Rangiru Girls School 3, Maggie Croy, Ella Harris, Gemma Beckett, Arabella McGurkin, Abigail Gibbs, Elizabeth Perry, Holly Turnbull, Lucy Leach and Emma Townsend as the cox. In lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Millicent Murphy, Tissa Norman, Olivia Lease, Poppy Hobbs, Mary McCleary, Greta Murphy, Pip Bullock, Emily McKinley, Layla Brown as the cox. Lane 4, Westlake Girls High School 1, Stephanie Severin, Taylor Pemberthy, Caitlin Nord, Phoebe Dobson, Sophie Dycraft, Eva Dycraft, Sophia Greenhalgh, Scarlett Curson, Tessa Guthrie as the cox. In lane 5, it's St Margaret's College 1, Olivia Studham, Felicity Pye, Evie Leeson, Charlotte Coghlan, Grace Farrell, Hannah Wiley, India Broomhall, Gemma Burrows, Ashley Tarkon as the cox. In lane 6, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Kate McKenzie, Kate Harrison, Gemma Bent, Georgia Harrison, Bonty Mooney, Savannah Paul, Lucy Crawford, Emma Wood, Lilo Cashbridge as the cox. And completing the field out there in lane 7, Epsom Girls Grammar 2, Lily Torshett, Sarah Holmes, Millicent Bush, Madeline Binney, Macy Williams, Olive Lindsay and Georgia Jonas Poole is there with Melina Falls and Jasmine Lash as the cox. St Margaret's College 1 with an early lead, and with Westlake chasing hard out there in lane 4. We can see them coming up to that camera. You see St Margaret just on the right hand side, Westlake just to the left of them, and Whanganui Collegiate in the mix there as well. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go straight through to the A final. Be St Margaret's by half a length at this stage over Westlake Girls. Then we come inside to Whanganui Collegiate. Those will be the 3 leading at this stage. And then fourth will be Rangiru Girls School number 3. So now we get a read on as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. They won't waste much time getting down here. Great conditions for these eights. Still St Margaret's from Westlake Girls. Then Whanganui, back inside to Rangiru Girls School 3. Then we go out to Craighead Dawson School 1 and then Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. So it looks like they're pretty level through the 1,000. Together they go. So look, they are. A bow ball to St Margaret's over Westlake Girls as they go through that 1,000 metre mark. They'd have half a boat length over Whanganui Collegiate, then back to Rangi Girls School number 3. We're looking for 2 to go through, so it's looking like St Margaret's and Westlake have got the advantage at this stage. There still is Whanganui, then Rangi Ruru, then back to Craighead Dawson and Epsom Girls Grammar as they head up towards 750 metres to go. So it's marginal advantage there for St Margaret's. Westlake left to do some work in this third 500 to get themselves ahead of them. It's one thing to go straight through, it's another to get the lane you want. Third is still with Whanganui Collegiate. Under some pressure now from Rangiru Girls School. And then the outside we go to Craighead and Epsom Girls Grammar. But it's all between St Margaret's and Westlake. St Margaret's with the advantage. Looks like St Margaret's have done some work in the last 500 metres, or last couple hundred metres. They've got a 3/4 boat length lead over Westlake. You can see the gap starting to grow, putting some pressure on those girls from Westlake. Moving away from Whanganui now and Rangiruru. 750 metres to go. It's still the crew from St Margaret's. St Margaret's number 1. Coxed by Ashley Tarkon. Coaches Chris Everett and Sarah Lindley. Westlake aren't letting them go though. They've put a move on, did St Margaret's, but Westlake have responded. They've come back at them. There's not too much between them. We'll get a read. Hopefully they come through the 1500 metre mark and see what that camera is showing us. A couple of boat links back to Whanganui Collegiate in lane 3. So 2 to go through. This is the first heat of the girls under 18 coxed 8. It is 3/4 of a length for St Margaret's. So it was a bow ball at the 1000 metre mark. They've extended with that move that they did over Westlake. Just getting a bit shaky on the camera. It must be because everyone's getting excited watching these 8s. They are trying to hang on, Westlake. St Margaret's holding them nicely, although there's that gap even shortened as they went over the line. Then it's a boat length back to Whanganui and to Rangirua Girls number 3. So still St Margaret's as they come down through, straight rate of 34.5. They're both fairly even. As we look to see if we get a camera angle on the 250 metre mark to see if that angle, that difference has changed. The margin between the two boats. Still Whanganui 3rd. Rangirua 2nd, but a bit of work coming from Craighead lane 6. So look at the 250 metre mark. Here they come. Just that angle sort itself out. Still 3/4. Yep, hanging on Westlake to St Margaret's. They're coming down now with 150 metres to go. There's still 3/4 of a length between St Margaret's and Westlake. St Margaret's will want to hold on and push away from Westlake if they can, but Westlake aren't letting them go. There's a move from St Margaret's. They've quickened up. They're putting the pressure on the legs, getting that boat moving a bit higher in the water and a bit faster through it. Westlake have done the same. They've responded. It's a big ding-dong between these two crews out here. Both of them are going to go through into the A final, but there's a lot more than that at stake here as we come down the 120 metres to go. St Margaret's doing the work. They're still 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Westlake. Are they going to extend? Through 100 metres to go. They've taken another seat, have St Margaret's. St Margaret's over Westlake. Coming down to the finish now, and they're just starting to pull away a bit now. They've got another seat on and they're moving out to a boat length. And they'll come down and take this first heat of the girls under 18 coxed 8. 3/4 of a boat length over Westlake. And then will be 3 boat lengths back to Whanganui Collegiate. Another 2 boat lengths back to Rangirua number 3. Then we go outside to Craighead Dawson number 1. Then Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. We've got a time of 6:56. And we've got the second heat chasing them down. I'll give you the crews. Lane 2, St Margaret's College 2, Amelia Gibbons, Cara Gooding, Ruby Hardacre, Ava Redmond, Phoebe Wilson, Olivia Thorne, Olivia Hawkes, Michaela Donaldson and Lena Chapman, the Cox. Lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Ruby Burgess, Anthony Verda, Lily Kernow, Olivia Abbott, Ava Painter, Katie Finch, Bianca Power, Kate Gruby and Meg Pinfold as the Cox. In lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Isabel Williamson, Brielle Pearson, Olivia Joseph, Millie White, Paris Sutton, Katie Gardner, Jessie Workman, Nina Jarman, Maya Greenwood's the Cox. In lane number 5, Rangirua Girls School number 2, Arabella Acklin, Alicia Webster, Polly Cross, Primrose Porter, Molly Brown, Evie Laidlaw, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Cusell, Sienna O'Shanassy is the Cox. As they head down, looks like Rangirua Girls School number 2 have got an advantage. In lane 6, it's Queen Margaret College 1, Krishna Patel, Charlotte Horner, Safi Sani, Olivia Wood, Scarlett Treble, Mia Holden, Isabella Vanderwilt, Ella Matthews and Charlotte J. Mears is the Cox. And out there in lane 7, it is Waikato Dyson School 2, Emerson Wright, Maddie Bissell, Kate Heatley, Tyler Killmister, Kate Lumsden and Mila Nordstrom, Tiana Lead, Hayley Dorban, Isla Ormsby as the Cox. It's still with Rangirua Girls School number 2 from Christchurch Girls High School and Mount Albert Grammar. Those 3 look like they were the early contenders for the 2 spots to go through. As they come through 1,000 metres, you can see there that's a boat length and a quarter to Rangirua Girls School over Christchurch Girls High School by a canvas themselves from Mount Albert Grammar number 1. So now the work will have to come from Mount Albert and Christchurch Girls High School in this third 500 to try and pull back that lead that Rangirua number 2 have got. Outside those 3 crews, we then go to St Margaret's College number 2 down in lane 2 itself. Waikato Dawson in lane 7, back to Queen Margaret College in lane 1. But it's still with Rangirua Girls School number 2. Inside of them is Christchurch Girls High School being drawn up alongside by Mount Albert Grammar. Let's see if we can get the camera on the 1500 as they go past. Looks to me like Rangirua have done some work in there. They've started to extend on those 2. Kirsty just going to give us a read on a rating if she can to see where they're at. So they're at 34.5, identical to what they were in the previous one at this stage. Very similar, but Rangi moving and going with them is Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar looked like they might have moved ahead of Christchurch Girls High School. Let's see if we can get that 1500 metre camera to give us a read. But Rangi Ruru starting to extend on this field. It's still Rangi Ruru from Mount Albert and Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls starting to respond again to Mount Albert. These two crews will go at each other because one of them's going to go straight through to the final. The other one's going to go to the repechage. Then back out of them is St Margaret's College 2 in lane 2. Then we go out to Waikato Dawson, back inside to Queen Margaret. Here we come in the 1500 metre camera. You can see Rangi Ruru number 2. They've got a boat length and a half over Christchurch Girls High, who are holding off Mount Albert. So they've got 3/4 of a boat length over Mount Albert. So Christchurch Girls starting to move away now and hoping to chase down that Rangi Ruru number 2 crew. Mount Albert Grammar, you've got some work to do in this last part of the race if you want to get straight through into the final, because it's looking like Rangi Ruru Girls School number 2. They're taking Christchurch Girls High School 1 with them as well. Christchurch Girls starting to close in on Rangi Ruru and looking to pull ahead from Mount Albert. But if Mount Albert responded, we'll see at the 250 camera is back down there in lane 2, St Margaret's College heading through. Outside of them in lane 7, Waikato Dawson, then we come back inside to Queen Margaret College number 1. But it's all Rangi Ruru at this stage. They're not letting it go, Christchurch Girls High School. They're starting to pull back a wee bit on Rangi Ruru. That lead's not as big as it was, but they're still ahead of Mount Albert Grammar in lane 3. 2 to go through to the A final as we get down to the pointy end. They go through the 250 metre mark. It's Rangi Ruru by a boat length and a half. Christchurch Girls High School by a boat length and a quarter over Mount Albert. They've pulled away from them. So the two Christchurch schools are leading the Auckland one down the course. See who's going to join St Margaret's and Westlake straight into the final. It's Rangi Ruru at this stage. Mount Albert, you've got to put some work in if you want to drag back that Christchurch Girls High School crew. 112 metres to go, I reckon, for Rangi Ruru number 2 as they head into that last 100 now. Here come Christchurch Girls High School looking comfortable. They did that work in the last 500 to pull away from Mount Albert to secure the second spot as they finish as they are now. And Mount Albert will take third. Be interesting to see the time for this Rangi number 2 crew as they come down. So St Margaret's was 6:56. We look at Rangi number 2 go over the line now, and they've gone through in 6:53. So quicker heat that one. Second goes to Christchurch Girls High, and then third to Mount Albert Grammar. The third and final heat for these ladies is on the course now. Just the 4 crews in it because the Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew has been scratched. So in lane 3, Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Molly Trotter, Isabel Welsh, Maya Kingy, Brooke Schumpkill, Cassidy Bradley, Jessica Maybe, Stevie Maybe, Brianna Jolly, Hannah Stockman is the cox. And leading in lane 4 is Rangi Ruru Girls School number 1, Abigail Reid, Francesca Richards, Caitlin Muir, Holly Lill, Phoebe Wallace, Alice Wallace, Nicole Vance, Georgie Bethel, Annabelle Wynne Williams is the cox. In lane 5, very close to it, is Waikato Dawson School 1, Renee West, Zoe Fon, Emmy Clapcott, Isabel Melville, Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington, Eloise Orr, Te Haume Haggy, Alexandra Peoples and Alice McIntosh. And out there in lane 6 is Marlborough Girls College 1, Liv Matthews, Lila Stallard, Holly Feltham, Georgia Backus, Lexi Timpson, Emma Flanagan, Molly Glover, Daisy Vavasau and Elizabeth Bowron. But it is with Rangi Ruru number 1. They've just moved in the last 250 metres as they came through that 1,000 too. So Kirsty's predicting they'll row away with it. They're already 2 boat lengths in front. It looks like second might be with Waikato Diocesan, close with Epsom Girls Grammar number 1. And then on the outside lane we go to Marlborough Girls College 1. So it'll be a question of who's second. They've been strong all year, Rangi Ruru Girls School number 1. So the first question is who's second, and the second question will be what time is it compared to the previous 2 heats. So I'll bring this one down, then we'll swing over and let Kirsty take control of the commentary for the boys' heats. But Rangi Ruru number 1, well clear now already as they head down this course. They've got 750 metres to go, just outside of them Waikato Diocesan. But Marlborough Girls College doing some work. They've moved, looking to move over the top of Waikato Diocesan, and they would dearly love to be straight through into the final, the girls from Marlborough. Just a bit further at the back now is Epsom Girls Grammar, who will go through the repechage if we finish as we are now. And it does look like Marlborough Girls have started to move over the top of Waikato Diocesan, still with Rangi Ruru. And that lead doesn't look too dissimilar to what it was before, so I just wonder whether they feel like they've done enough. We'll see as they come down, and we'll get an idea on the time. So 6:53.58 was the official time for the second heat. Rangi Ruru Girls School number 2 over Christchurch Girls High School. That lead now back to a boat length and a half. So Marlborough Girls have done some work in the last 250 metres. They have moved through over on Waikato Diocesan. So then we go further back to Epsom Girls Grammar, who are out of it now. But it's Rangiruru Girls School number 1 leading these crews down. 350 metres to go. Not quite shaking Marlborough Girls, but you never know if they're trying to or not.
Is it on? Thanks, Ian. Just as we come to the conclusion of the third heat of the girls under 18 coxed 8, we can see Rangiruru number 1 holding on there. They should come down into that last 100 metres, good length and a bit clear of Marlborough Girls, who have put in a really good third 500 there to overtake Waikato Diocesan. And that's how I would see them finishing as they come to the line 1-2 into the A final. Rangiruru number 1 through the 100, Marlborough Girls to follow, and then back to Waikato Diocesan. Heat 1 of the boys under 18-8 is currently on the track, so we're going to go back up the course and follow Heat 1 down as Heat number 3 of the girls 8 comes to the conclusion. Rangiruru number 1 will go through. The two times that we had, 6:56 for St Margaret's, 6:53 for Rangiruru number 2, and then looks like the same time for their number 1 crew, which is pretty good. Okay, heat number 1 of the boys under 18 coxed 8. Let's go up the course. We have got Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 1, Christ College number 2 in lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar number 1 and 3, St Andrews College 1 and 4, Christ College 1 and 5, Auckland Grammar 1 and 6, and in lane number 7 is Westlake Boys High School number 2. We are only looking for 1 to go through to the A final, ladies and gentlemen, and all the rest will go through to repechage. If you have your live stream in front of you on the video, you will see that they are approaching the 1,000 metre mark. We wait for them to come down. And I'm not going to call what I think, because I think this is going to be a really exciting race. But at the moment, standing out to me might just be the boys from Mount Albert. And the ones inside them, Christ College number 2. But down they come to the 1K. Let's have a look as they come through. We've got 3 crews in. That is indeed Mount Albert Grammar number 1. Alice, you better be holding on to something here. The boys are going well. Mount Albert Grammar holding on as we come through the 1K. 2 over from them is Christ College number 1. You can see the yellow Impacker just starting to get ready for the big move. What are they going to do with Mount Albert as they come to the 1K? It's Mount Albert Grammar from Auckland, Christ College from Christchurch sitting in second, and the screen goes black. There we go. It is 3 seats to Mount Albert Grammar, Christ College doing a move in second place. Then we go back inside of them to St Andrews College in lane 4. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the boys 18-8 through the 1K. The lead currently sitting into the third 500 with Mount Albert Grammar, Christ College looking dangerous as they come through the 1K, and the big yellow boat is starting to move out there in lane number 5. They are chasing Mount Albert Grammar. The coxswain and the Mount Albert Grammar crew must have been ready for this, because he's pushed them again. Kaylin Rhinesfield Bree is the coxswain, and they have just done a move to try and put Christ College out of the picture. Mount Albert Grammar have really laid the legs on in the third 500. I think they might have seen that move about 900 through from Christ College, or just thereafter. Christ College made a big move and Mount Albert have tried to attack, and they've gone out again on St Andrews College and Christ College number 2. Inside the third 500 is heat number 1 of the boys under 18-8, and known obviously as the Māori Cup. That's the trophy they're chasing. Last year's winners were Christ College. They are racing here out there in lane number 5. Mount Albert Grammar holding on. Christ College trying to squeeze forward, trying to go with them as St Andrews in the middle. But it is Mount Albert Grammar. Can they cause an upset here? Can they take a win and go straight into the centre lane for Saturday's A final of the Māori Cup? It is still Mount Albert Grammar. Christ College chasing hard. In between them in the middle is St Andrews. Then you would come inside of them to Christ College number 2. You got Auckland Grammar out there. Westlake Boys number 2 going really well. And down on the inside is Hamilton Boys number 2. Here come Mount Albert Grammar through the 500. They're through. Here come Christ College chasing hard. Christ College are ramping it up. Mount Albert Grammar are holding on. They've got them at the moment. It is still Mount Albert Grammar out of Auckland. What have they got as Christ College come at them? Down to the last 250. Here we go. Are Christ College going to go through first? And Christ College have put the big move on. Mount Albert trying to hold on. Watch them as they come through the 250. It's neck and neck. And it is Christ College. Christ College have got a bell ball through the 250. They've gone over the top of Mount Albert Grammar. It is only one into the A final. So Christ College have decided to strike. Here they go inside the 250 in the big empacker. Christ College have taken that rating up, stayed nice and long, gone up to 36 on the rating, and they've pushed out now to about 3/4 of a length on Mount Albert Grammar. Brave push from Mount Albert Grammar, but just not able to hold that power in the last 500 as Christ College come down to the finish line. They're going to take the first heat here in the Māori Cup. Mount Albert Grammar not letting them go. St Andrews sitting there in third place. So that'll be your 1, 2, 3 to the line. Mount Albert Grammar still keeping that overlap. 3/4, half a length back, half a length only to Christ College on the line. So Christ College take the win. And Mount Albert Grammar well fought from them, but they're going through to repechage. Unofficial time 6:07 down to the line. And that was a great race from Mount Albert Grammar and Christ College. We have heat number 2 on the track now of the boys under 18 coxed 8. Second heat only, we have Wanganui Collegiate in lane 1, Auckland Grammar 2 in lane 2, Cashmere High School in 3, Hamilton Boys number 1 and 4, Christchurch Boys number 1 and 5, Westlake Boys number 1 and 6, and Christ College number 3 and 7. You can see on the live stream they're fast approaching the 1,000 metre mark. They're in the second 500. Let's go out and have a look, a quick glimpse at how these guys are tracking. Hamilton Boys looking quite good here. Down we come to that 1,000 metre mark. Let's see who puts the moves in early. Hamilton Boys going well. Christchurch Boys trying to go with them. Inside Cashmere Boys had a really good first 500. Let's see how they come through that 1,000. Hamilton Boys hanging on. Christchurch Boys trying to go with them. But it is Hamilton Boys in the red boat, as you can see on the live stream. Down to the 1K we come. And it's the big red boat from Hamilton. They are leading heat number 2 of the Aon Māori Cup. Boys under 18-8. Down to the 1K we come. It is Hamilton Boys. Then it's pretty close for second. We're looking at Cashmere, Christchurch Boys. Outside of them is Westlake. Down to the 1K through the red markers. It is Hamilton Boys. Through they go. Now they've only got half a length on Christchurch Boys and another half a length back to Westlake. That's your 1, 2, 3 through the 1K in the second heat of the boys under 18-8. It is Hamilton Boys half a length over Christchurch Boys, half a length over Westlake Boys. That's how they come into the third 500. Official time for Christ College 6:07:52. Let's see how that compares as we get to the finish line in heat number 2. So, Hamilton Boys, are they going to stretch out in the third 500? Are they just going to defend and protect the result? What are we going to see in this third 500? It is still Hamilton Boys. There is only one through to the A final, so unless Christchurch Boys can get a little bit more revs up, they are going to be going through to a repechage. It is currently Hamilton Boys High School. They look like they're pushing out now in this third 500. They won't know the result of heat number 1. I won't know how close Mount Albert Grammar got to Christ College there, but it is Hamilton Boys, Christchurch Boys, Westlake, Cashmere. Right down on the inside is Wanganui Collegiate fighting hard. Christ College number 3 just out the back, further back there. Heat number 1 had a novice crew from Hamilton Boys Racing who did really well. But it is Hamilton Boys leading the pack home in heat number 2 of the Aon Māori Cup. Boys under 18.8. Down they come towards the 500. Let's watch the 500 metre mark. And it is still Hamilton boys. And Christchurch boys have still got overlap. It's not all over. It's 3/4 of a length now. So they've only gained 1/4 of a length, Hamilton boys, but it's all you need to win the race. It's still Hamilton Boys High School through into the last 500. They are leading home heat number 2 of the Māori Cup. Heat number 1 won by Christ College. Here comes Hamilton Boys High School. Christchurch boys fighting hard, but it is still Hamilton boys hanging on. They haven't locked out. Those boys have stayed inside their boat, locked onto their coxswain, and it is still Hamilton Boys High School holding strong. Down to the yellow boys we come. 250, 280 to go in heat number 2. Hamilton boys, Christchurch boys, Westlake, Cashmere, and down on the inside is Wanganui Collegiate, back to Grammar 2, and out to Christ College number 3. Inside the yellow boys we come. Hamilton boys leading them home. They are going to line up right alongside Christ College in the Aon Māori Cup final on Saturday. It is Hamilton boys over Christchurch boys. Down they come to the 100. Mount Albert rowing home, and it's it's Hamilton boys down to the 100, leading them home in heat number 2. They've extended their lead now over Christchurch boys. Through the 100 they go. Hamilton boys bringing it home now, and they have gone out to a 1-length lead almost over Christchurch boys. Hamilton boys bringing it home. Christchurch boys second, and then probably a length and 3/4 back to Westlake boys. That's your 1, 2, 3 in heat 2. Boys high go across the line. They'll take heat number 2 and unofficially home in a time that is faster than Christ College. So unofficially slightly faster than Christ College, but we'll wait for that time to come up. Official time for Christ College 6:07:52. Unofficial time for Hamilton boys 6:03. So well done teams. We take a 40-minute break now, and we come back with the boys under 17 singles, and we're into the repechagers. That concludes the heats here at the Aon Māori Cup. We'll see you in 40 minutes as we come back to repechage. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the start of the repecharges here at the Aon Māori Cup Day 2. We are kicking off at 12:40 with the boys under 17 single sculls, and we have 3 repecharges here, only 1 through to quarter final, and then we will be moving into the girls under 17 coxed 4, where the first 4 will go through to semi. So we'll be underway very shortly with the boys under 17 single. Can see all the crews, all the scullers sitting calmly in the blocks, ready to go. Only 1 will go through to the quarter final. Second and third sculler over the line will go to the E final. So we'll be with you shortly once they're underway and onto race pace. So we've got 3 repecharges of the boys 17 single, and then into the girls under 17 cox 4 and the boys under 18 pair. Okay, repecharge number 1 of the boys under 17 single sculls is on the track. They've probably travelled around 500 metres. Live stream just coming on there. We're looking for Xavier Annecy from St Thomas of Canterbury, number 2. Guy Charteris from St Paul's Collegiate 1. Ben Harris, Christchurch Boys High School. Jack McClutchy, Otamotai College. Ryder Guigan from Christ College. And Eli Cooney from Wanganui High School. Progression is first only to quarter final. Second and third will go to E final, and I'm assuming those behind them will be eliminated. So you really need to get that top 3 to be able to ensure another race further down the week. So I would imagine after having some heats here, this would be seeded with the lanes. So maybe in the centre there, St Paul's, Christchurch Boys and Otomoto, the ones to watch. We're coming down towards the 1,000 metre mark now. So down we come to the 1K in the boys under 17 single scull repecharge number 1. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for these young guys. And good race here considering only one to go through. There's a green boat going quite well out there. That might be Jack McClutchy from Otomoto. Through the 1,000 he goes. Then we've got the blue boat. That might be St Thomas of Canterbury or Christchurch Boys. Just trying to pick... No, it's not Christchurch Boys. Just trying to pick up these numbers. So it's only one to go through into that quarterfinal. It looks like the green boat is Otomoto's Jack McClutchy. Then inside of him, Ben Harris from Christchurch Boys. And then down to Guy Charteris, supposedly from St Paul's Collegiate, but it didn't look like his colours. No, it's inside of him. Xavier Annecy, maybe, St Thomas of Canterbury. You right? They come into the third 500 and we are into the repecharges at the Aon Māori Cup. We are still looking at the green boat from Otomoto College, Jack McClutchy. He is holding on to this lead here. A little bit of a challenge coming. Probably from St Thomas of Canterbury, trying to push his way up. And then just on the inside of Otomoto, Ben Harris from Christchurch Boys High School. This is repecharge number 1 of 3 in the boys under 17 single scull. And we are looking for one only to go through to quarterfinal. So the superstars already into that quarterfinal. And we are looking for some more to join them as we come down towards the last 500. So Jack McClutchy just keeping an eye out now because it's starting to get a bit of pressure around him. He's still looking clear, but we've got a red and a blue boat chasing him down. One only to go through. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for these young scullers. He's probably a bit more clear than it looked a few hundred metres ago. I think there's a lot of work to do for St Thomas of Canterbury to pull up, and Christchurch Boys. So no doubt about Jack McClutchy. Otomoto College holding on here in the boys under 17 single scull. And if he keeps it nice and clean and smooth, he'll row his way through that 250, come down to the end of the course, and he'll go through to the quarterfinal and join those that placed in the heats yesterday. Event 1 here at the Māori Cup. So Otomoto College doing really well. He's got about 2.5 lengths lead now over lane number 4, and that's Ben Harris from Christchurch Boys. Ben in turn probably 1.25 lengths ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury, St Paul's Collegiate and Christ College. And Otomoto in the green boat coming down now inside that 100. Through he goes. He'll take a win. And the boys under 17 single scull, repecharge number 1, followed by Christchurch Boys High School 2 lengths back. Similar margin back to St Thomas at Canterbury, who will be third. And we see Jack McClutchy progress through to the quarterfinals. Just so well done there to Jack McClutchy from Otamotai winning that quarterfinal. We're not there yet. That repecharge of the boys under 17 single. Let's go out to repecharge number 2. We're looking for St Kevin's College, Nye Jones Hogan, Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College, Lockie Kendrick from Shirley Boys High School, T.Y. Saxton, Wakatip High School, and Matthew Ryder from Otamotai College number 2. Marlborough Boys, Jack Stevens going well. So still sitting with Marlborough Boys as we come through the last 500. And he'd have about a length and a half now. He's pretty comfortable. So he'll be looking to join Jack from Otamotai. Just can't give you the times just at the moment, but it is Marlborough Boys. Jack Stevens leading repecharge number 2, the boys under 17 single scull. From there you will go 2 over from him, looking at T.Y. Saxton from Wakatip. Back down inside to Nye Jones Hogan. And beautiful conditions here on Ruataniwha for these young lads rowing in the boys under 17 single scull. So good work from Marlborough Boys here as he comes down towards the last 100 metres. He's a couple of boat lengths clear, as he has been since that second 500 of the young man from Wakatip in lane number 5. And that was T.Y. Saxton. So it's Jack Stevens going to take this win here in the second repecharge of the boys under 17 single scull. And then we come back down inside to lane number 2. That would be St Kevin's, Nye Jones Hogan. And then we've got 4 other scullers coming down through the course towards the last 100. So lanes 1, 4, 6 and 7. So over the line he goes. Well done to Jack Stevens. He takes first place in repecharge number 2. We have 3 repecharges of the boys 17 single. So the next repecharge should be Burnside High School's Morgan Fryer, James Hargis College, Shirley Boys, Scots College, Aotea College, Maclean's College and Aotea College number 2. Through the last 500 they come. Looking good for Scots College out there. Oscar Prayers, coached by David Carr-Smith. One to go through to the quarterfinal to join Jack Stevens from Marlborough Boys College. And as we saw just before him, Jack McClutchy from Otamotai College. Good work here from lane number 4. Lane 4 leading this repechage of the boys under 17 single sculls. Scots College. Oscar going really well indeed. Just outside of him in second place is lane number 5. Aotea College, Ethan Thomas Tuiavi. He would be sitting in second place, but it's only first to go through to that quarterfinal. So Oscar looking good from Scots College. And he'd have a good length and a half now as he comes down to the last 100. Sculling really smoothly, really relaxed. Doing really, really well there. And he's obviously got a lot more in the tank to give once he reaches that quarterfinal. So good work there from Oscar from the boys under 17 single scull representing Scots College. He'll come down to the line a couple of lengths clear now of Aotea College in second. And the third place sculler just on the outside there in the yellow boat. That would be lane number 6. Maclean's College, Morgan Burt, he would be third. Back down on the inside to Burnside High School's Morgan Fryer in fourth. And then probably a length and a half back from Burnside would be lane number 3. And that's Shirley Boys' Tom Hearn. He would be there in 5th place. And then maybe just about 2 lengths back now to lane 2, which is James Hargest, Declan Crombie. He will come through. And just on the tail end there is lane number 7, Aotea College number 2, Sean Foote. Girls under 17, Cox 4 coming down now. Repechage number 1 of 3. We have Ashburton College number 1, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Waikato Diocesan 1, Rangiruru number 2, Wanganui Collegiate 1, Nelson College for Girls 1, and St Kentigern College number 2. 4 will go through to the semi-final. The rest unfortunately eliminated from the event. So pretty cutthroat now. And we are looking for 4 to go through the semi-final. Excellent. So let's get back to the racing. See how these young ladies are going out on the course. Rangiruru number 2 tracking well. Just inside of them is Waikato Diocesan number 1. We're looking for 4 to go through. 2 over from them will be Nelson. And then just inside of Nelson, Wanganui Collegiate number 1. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's Rangiruru number 2, Arabella, Abigail, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye. Then from there, we will come inside of them. Waikato Diocesan number 1, over to Nelson College for Girls and back inside to Wanganui Collegiate. Those will be the 4 looking to go through to the semi-final of Repechage 1 in the Girls under 17 Cox 4. Through the 500 they go, Rangiruru, Waikato Diocesan. Coming up now, probably a length and a quarter back. And then about a length and a half back to Nelson. And then from Nelson, we will come into Wanganui Collegiate. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 coming down inside the last 500 of the Girls under 17 Cox for Repechage 1. Last 250 on the live stream there. You can see Rangireru in the yellow, white and blue boat coming through. They are leading Waikato Diocesan, based out of Hamilton up in the North Island. About a length and a half back there in 1-2. Then we're looking for Nelson. They'd be in third place, similar margin back. And then back to that fourth spot, which will round out the quarterfinals. And that is the girls from Wanganui Collegiate. So no change there from the second 500. Rangireru number 2 over Waikato Diocesan number 1. Nelson College for girls 1. And Wanganui Collegiate number 1. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 down to the 100. And repechage number 1 coming to an end here. And the girls under 17 coxed 4. Rangireru through now. Then a length and a half back to Waikato Diocesan. Similar margin back to Nelson. And then Wanganui Collegiate taking that last spot into the semi-final there. So on the live stream, you can see the finish of repechage number 1 of the girls under 17 coxed 4. Still coming down to the line. Lane number 5. Just crossing now, Wanganui Collegiate. And then we go over to the outside. Lane number 8 is St Kennigan College number 2. Then back inside to lane number 1, Ashburton College. Repechage number 2 on the course now. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark, Iona College number 1, Epsom Girls Grammar number 1, Marlborough Girls College 2, Westlake Girls High School 1, Queen Margaret College 1, St Peter's School number 1, St Kennigan College 1 and St Margaret's College 2. That's the round out for the girls under 17 cox for repechage number 2. Through the 1,000 they go. Let's head out onto the course and have a look. Good race here. Marlborough Girls going well. Four to go with them. So Westlake Girls are there. Queen Margaret College. St Peter's School. Right down on the inside. Epsom Girls Grammar trying to push up as well. But just in front of them, Iona College. So lots to work for here in this third 500 as we come down to the all-important sprint for the finish and the repechage of the girls under 17 cox 4. This is repechage number 2. We've already got the first 4 to go through from repechage 1. That was Rangireru number 2, Waikato Diocesan, Nelson College for girls and Wanganui Collegiate. Now we're looking for 4 more to join them. And at the moment, we can see Marlborough Girls tracking along quite well. 2 outside of Marlborough Girls is Queen Margaret College. And then we would come to Westlake and St Peter's. That would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly at this stage go through to that semi-final position. Marlborough trying to hang on here as we see Queen Margaret pushing hard out in lane number 5. Westlake firmly in that third position over St Peter's. So 4 to go through to the semi-final. Looking good here from Marlborough as we come down to the last 250, getting ready for that change. And that kick into the yellow boys as they sprint towards home. Queen Margaret have opened up a bit earlier here. They're chasing Marlborough Girls. Let's see what happens as we get. This is Marlborough Girls number 2, so they've done really well to be holding off here as we come through the 250. Marlborough Girls and Queen Margaret. And then we've got Westlake and St Peter's. Waiting for them to get down towards this 100. Queen Margaret looking really good on the outside there. Just a couple of washed out strokes there. They want to keep those blades nice and buried. Lane number 5. working hard. I see that they've got black armbands on as well, so I'm not sure what's happened to their team. But Queen Margaret looking to come down to that 100. Ahead of Marlborough. Through they go now. So they've gone out to clear water over Marlborough. So Queen Margaret going to take the win here over Marlborough Girls College. And then we come back to Westlake Girls, who have firmly held on to that third place, that tandem rigged boat. And then St. Peter's are going to take fourth spot into the semi-final. So well done to Queen Margaret College as they come to the line. Unofficially, just a couple of seconds slower than repecharge number 1. So the 4 to go through there. Queen Margaret College, Marlborough Girls College number 2, Westlake Girls number 1, St. Peter's School number 1. So live stream showing the finish there of repecharge number 2 in the girls under 17 Cox 4. We move to repecharge number 3 of the girls 4 before we go to the boys under 18 pair. Repecharge 3 on the track now down by the 1,000 metres. We have Barradine College number 2, Mount Albert Grammar number 1, St Margaret's College 1, Barradine College 1, Christchurch Girls 1, Diocesan School for Girls 1, Westlake Girls High School 2. That's the repecharge number 3 for the girls under 17 Cox 4. 4 to go through to semis. St Margaret's doing well. Just inside of them is Mount Albert Grammar. Back inside of them, Barradine College number 2. And outside of St Margaret's College number 1 is Barradine College 1. But it's the red and white of St Margaret's leading home repecharge number 3. Official time from repecharge number 2, 7:42:19. We'll just await the repecharge result from repecharge 3. And I suspect the boys' 18 pairs will be underway very shortly. So there goes St Margaret's. And then we've got Barradine. Going well. Barradine College out of Auckland. Mount Albert Grammar. And then the other Barradine crew, their number 2 crew. Also looking to round out that 4th spot to go through to semi-finals. And the girls under 17 Cox 4. So it's St Margaret's leading them home. Mount Albert Grammar trying to go with them in lane number 3. St Margaret's hanging on. Then you go to Barradine College number 1. And back into Barradine College number 2. Last repecharge of the girls under 17 Cox 4. And this race will be held on Friday morning. And they will be racing for the Hauraki Ore. So let's see how this plays out. Still St Margaret's hanging on. Mount Albert Grammar, Barradine number 1 and Barradine number 2. That's how they're coming down to the 100. St Margaret's hanging on into the lead here. They will go out beside Queen Margaret College into that semi-final. Down to the 100 comes St Margaret's. They're probably about 1 length clear of Mount Albert Grammar. Barradine closing up on Mount Albert as they come through the 100. Barradine number 2 looking to hold on to the number 4 spot into that semi-final. So good work, St Margaret. St Margaret's coming down to the line now. Mount Albert will hold on to that 2nd place. Barradine number 1 and 3rd. And 4th place will be Barradine number 2. So we've got a 20-minute break now before we have the boys under 18 pair. 20-minute break. And then we'll come back to you with the boys under 18 pair. So just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are just on a wee break at the moment. We will resume racing at 1:20 with the boys under 18 coxless pair. We have a couple of rep charges of that before we move into the girls under 18 double sculls. And we have 3 rep charges there, and then into the boys under 16 quadruple sculls. So we'll be back with you probably in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we will be underway with the boys under 18 pair. So we're underway now. Boys under 18 coxless pair or repechage number 1. Only 1 to go through to the A final here, so this is pretty tough. But we're looking at one of our top events on the program. Lots of these boys probably put their names forward for South Island under 18s or New Zealand junior nominations. Boys under 18 pair A final to be raced on Friday morning for the Dunstan Trophy. We should have James Hargis College in lane 2, Westlake Boys High School number 2 and 3, Marlborough Boys College 1 and 4, Cashmere High School 1 and 5, and Aquinas College 1 and 6. That's the lineup of repechage number 1, first to the A final, second through 5 through to B final. Okay, out onto the course we go. James Hargis College, Westlake Boys High School number 2, Cashmere High School 1, and Aquinas College. Didn't see that Marlborough Boys weren't there, sorry. So no Marlborough Boys in this repecharge of the boys 18 pair. So we're going out, might be Westlake Boys I'm looking at there. Arno and Connor. Tucked into their right-hand shoulder, that would be Cashmere. Then the two on the outside back a little, James Hargis and Aquinas. So it's going to come down to Westlake Boys High School number 2 and Cashmere in the boys under 18 pair. One only into the A final. So let's see how this turns out. And then we've got another repecharge of the boys 18 pair before we move into the girls under 18 double scull. I'll take you through to 2:30 this afternoon, and then Ian will come on for the rest of the day. And I'll go and have a quiet lie down somewhere. Rest my voice. Oh, that would have been handy. Why do I keep missing these 1,000 metre marks? So, oh, there we go. Boys under 18 pair, they're well through the 1,000 into that third 500 now. And it's still Cashmere and Westlake Boys fighting it out for first place only into the A final of the boys under 18 pair. One of our big races here on the Māori Cup program. Accomplished sweepers, these young men. Probably also featuring either in the 17 or 18-4 and possibly the 17 or 18-8 for their schools. These are generally the top sweepers that go out into these small boats. And down they come towards the last 500 metres of repecharge 1 in the boys under 18 pair. Repecharge number 3 of the girls 17-4 won by St Margaret's College, 746.35. Not an easy screen to follow there at all. So it's Cashmere. Cashmere all the way leaders here now. You can see them clearly as they come down. William Anderson, George Higgins and the boys under 18 pair. They'll be looking good to go through to the A final here in front of Westlake Boys High School, sitting in second place. Then we go over to Aquinas College and back to James Hargis. One only going through to the A final of the boys 18 pair, and at this stage it is Cashmere High School. And they're well and truly clear now. Probably 3 to 4 boat lengths. Bow side stroked. So good work from Cashmere here in the second and third 500. And they're now closing in towards the last 250 of the boys 18 pair repecharge number 1. Westlake number 2 in behind them. Then over the other side to Aquinas College and back into James Hargis in lane 2. That will be repecharge 1 of the boys pair. 18 pair. Cashmere High School looking to take this out as they come to the 250. On your live stream there, it is showing the last 250. On your screen is Cashmere. Those are the leaders, the leading boys of the boys 18 pair repecharge 1. Then you've got Westlake Boys coming into view now. They're about to go through the 250. That's through the 250 now is Cashmere. They're just approaching the 250. That's Westlake Boys. In the back of the screen there, that's Aquinas College. And in the forefront shortly would have been James Hargis, but they're just back a little bit too far for the screen to pick that up as we go to the finish line for Cashmere High School. Down towards the last 100 come Cashmere. So good work here from William Anderson, George Higgins. Coaches Hayden Soper and Joe Young. Through the 100 they go. Cashmere over Westlake. Probably about 3.5 boat lengths clear now. Westlake number 2. Arno and Connor holding on to that second place. Through the 100 they go. And then over the far side, Aquinas out there in lane 6 and back into lane number 2, James Hargis. Just wait for a time to come up for Cashmere High School as they come to the line. Westlake boys coming up to the line as well now. They'll come through in second place, 10.71 seconds back. And then we will go to repechage 2 of the boys 18 pair who are already down by the 1,000 metre mark. We're looking for Onslow College number 1, Auckland Grammar number 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Takapuna Grammar number 1, Tauranga Boys College 1 and Wellington College 1. 1 only through to the A final, 2 to 5 through to B final. Looks like there's a clear winner there, and that would be Auckland Grammar. Or clear leader, I should say, not clear winner. Auckland Grammar leading at the moment. Just out to their right is Wanganui Collegiate and Takapuna Grammar. But it's Auckland Grammar all the way, Charles and Dougal. Looking good to go through to the A final, the boys 18 pair. Just waiting for the official time for Cashmere High School to come up here. This is coming down to the last 500. You can see Auckland Grammar there, well in control of this second repechage of the boys 18 pair. It's Auckland Grammar. Then you would go outside of Auckland Grammar. You've got Wanganui Collegiate and Takapuna Grammar and Onslow College. Inside the last 500 they come. Auckland Grammar leading the boys home and the boys under 18 pair. Repechage number 2. 1 only into the A final. 2nd through 5 go to the B. So looking like Wanganui Collegiate, Takapuna Grammar, Onslow College and Tauranga Boys going to the B final. So Auckland Grammar through the last 250. They change into the yellow boys now. They would have a couple of boat links over Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate, a canvas over Takapuna Grammar. So Auckland Grammar well in command here of repechage number 2. Official time from repechage 1, Cashmere High School, 7:28.66. Let's see what Cashmere put down on the course as they come through the last 100. And it's still Wanganui Collegiate, Takapuna Grammar, Tauranga and Onslow off to the B final. Takapuna Grammar still keeping Wanganui Collegiate honest as they come down inside the last 100. Takapuna Grammar fighting hard to roll over Wanganui Collegiate. And looks like it's pretty tight between those two as Grammar come to the line. Auckland Grammar crossing now. And very close on the line between Takapuna Grammar and Wanganui Collegiate. Oh, great finish from both crews there. Strong finish into the B final, but fighting hard. Well done, guys. So at the finish, you're just on the live stream, you're just seeing the boys under 18 pair, repechage number 2. Out in front of us is repechage 1 of the girls under 18 double scull. We're looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final, the rest eliminated. Wakatip High School number 2, Pukekohe High School 1, Burnside High School 1, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Craighead Diocesan 2, Craighead Diocesan 1, and Whangarei Girls High School number 2. That's the lineup of repechage 1 of the girls under 18 double scull. And we are looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final. They are into the third 500. St Paul's Collegiate going well. Taking with them Hamilton Girls High School. Just inside St Paul's is Burnside. So all three of these crews looking good to go into the semi-final. Then right down on the inside is Wakatip High School number 2. Pippa and Kate also travelling well. So it's St Paul's Collegiate, Olivia Dunn and Leah Weck. Coaches Caitlin and Rachel watching down there as St Paul's lead home repecharge number 1 of the girls 18 double. They would have about 3/4 of length over Hamilton Girls High School, Mila and Gabrielle. And then a couple of lengths back to Burnside in lane 3. And also Wakatip High School in lane 1. So 4 to go through to semi-final. And the rest unfortunately eliminated from the event. Beautiful conditions still here in Twizel as we watch these crews racing through their repecharge. Still St Paul's Collegiate in the lead as they approach the 250. St Paul's Collegiate over the crew on their outside, Hamilton Girls High School. Both these crews from Hamilton in the North Island. St Paul's Collegiate with about 3/4 of a length now. 3/4 of a length over Hamilton Girls. Haven't quite broken clear of them yet. Then we come into Burnside. And we're looking for that 4th spot into the semi-final. Will go at this stage to Wakatip High School number 2. Okay, down we come to the 100. St Paul's Collegiate clearly in command here. Hamilton Girls in 2nd place. And then we come back to Burnside High School in lane 3. St Paul's coming down to the line, Olivia Dunn and Leah Weck. They have now gone about 1.25 clear of Hamilton Girls, who in turn have about 2.5 lengths over Burnside. Wakatip coming down for that last 4th placing, but on the outside, Craighead Diocesan charging hard. And Wakatip taking out their last spot there on the line, just to go through to the semi-final. Nothing else on the course as yet, so maybe a bit of a hold up with repecharge number 2. We'll come back to you when they are out of the blocks and on the track. Looks like we're underway again in repechage number 2 of the girls under 18 double scull. First 4 through to semi-final. Looking for Villa Maria College, Maclean's College, Avonside Girls High School, Wellington Girls College, Diocesan School for Girls, Nelson College for Girls, Christchurch Girls 1 and 2. First 4 go through to semi. Rest unfortunately eliminated from the event. This is the girls under 18 double scull. Repechage number 2 on the track. Wellington girls going quite well. Alice Thompson, Amelia Cook. Through the 1K they come, girls under 18 double, and we are still looking for 4 to go through. No doubt about the yellow boat in the middle, Wellington Girls College. Lane number 4 going really well. Just inside of them is Avonside Girls, Stella Cook, Ash Fleming. Outside to the right-hand shoulder of Wellington is Diocesan School for Girls, Sophia Phillimore and Natalie Spillane. So this is girls under 18 double repechage number 2. Girls under 18 double will be racing on Friday morning in the A final for the Pitt Island Trophy. And we are looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final to join the heat winners. You can see Wellington girls going well out there in lane number 4. They look to have broken themselves away from the rest of the field. Inside of them, Avonside girls still tracking in that top 4, so our Diocesan, and we would probably be then looking at Nelson trying to get up there, as are Maclean's and Villa Maria. Down they come, well inside the last 500, heading towards the 250. Still no change for Wellington girls. Alice and Amelia leading them home in repechage 2 of the girls under 18 double scull. Repechage number 1 won by St Paul's Collegiate in a time of 7:58.40. And we await Wellington Girls College as they come down to the changer boys into the yellow for the 250. Just inside of them, probably about a length and a half back, will be Avonside girls, who have stayed in second place most of the way through that middle 1,000, if not all. Then we go over to Diocesan School for Girls and Lane Fider out of Auckland. They'd be sitting in 3rd place. And then we are looking for that 4th place into the semi-finals, currently sitting with Nelson out in lane number 6. 100 to go for Wellington. They go through now. Sitting on 34.5, so tapping along nice and fast. Length and a half now ahead of Avonside Girls, who would have a similar distance over Diocesan from Auckland. That's your 1, 2, 3, and then Nelson will close out that last spot into the semi-finals of the girls under 18 double as Wellington Girls come to the line now. And on your live stream, you're seeing the end of the girls under 18 double repecharge number 2. We do have another repecharge of this race to come. And we'd be looking for Cambridge High School, number 2. Samuel Marsden Collegiate, number 1. Wanganui High School, 1. Hauraki Plains College, 1. Wanganui Collegiate, 1. Onslow College, 1. And Glendowie College, number 1. So Wanganui High School and Hauraki Plains going well here. Looking for 4 to go through in the girls under 18 double scull. Hauraki looking quite good here as we come down to the 500. Hauraki Plains, Rebecca Adams, Maggie Morrison. Looking to go through to the semi-final with a win. Inside of them is Wanganui High Schools, Georgina and Messina. We're looking for 2 more to go through, probably inside to Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Maybe out to Onslow and back into Wanganui Collegiate. So Hauraki Plains and Wanganui High School. In the girls under 18 double, last repecharge number 3. 4 to go through to semi-final. The rest unfortunately eliminated from the event. But it's Hauraki Plains and Wanganui. Then you're looking for 3 and 4. And look at this. We've got a lineup of 4 crews coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 spots. The front 2 are pretty clear, Hauraki Plains and Wanganui. But you've got 4 crews really, really fighting hard to try and get themselves through here. Maybe not that inside crew, but certainly Samuel Marsden trying to push up. You've also got Onslow and Wanganui Collegiate. Down to the 250. Hauraki Plains and Wanganui are through. You'd have Samuel Marsden, Onslow and Wanganui Collegiate trying to get into that semi-final spot. I think Onslow looking pretty good at the moment. They'd be sitting in 3rd. Hauraki gone out to this lead over Wanganui High School. Holding on to this win here in the repecharge number 3 of the girls 18 double. Good finish from Onslow in the last 300 or 400 metres as they come down to the 100 metre mark. That red buoy there signifies 100 metres left to go in the race. And through they go. Hauraki Plains in first. They'll go through to the semi-final. Girls 18 double. Also through Wanganui and Onslow. We're looking for that 4th crew. And it's going to be Wanganui Collegiate. Down to the line they come, repecharge number 3, the girls under 18 double. And over the line they go, 8:01.73. Unofficial time there for Hauraki Plains. Oh, geez, not much rest here. So we're getting to the closing stages of the girls 18 double repecharge 3, but charging up behind them is in the 3rd 500, the boys under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. This is repecharge number 1. We're looking for first 4 to semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. We've got Maclean's College in lane 1, St John's Hamilton in lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, Glendowie College in 4, Timaru Boys High School in 5, Cambridge High School in 6, Westlake Boys High School in 7, and Christchurch Boys High School number 2 and 8. 4 to go through to the semi-finals. Boys under 16 quad, and this is Reppy number 1. We go out to Timaru Boys number 1 in lane 5. They are clear of the field. Timaru Boys leading everybody else home. You would then come inside of them. You've got Glendowie. Glendowie sitting there in second, looking to qualify. Putting them under some pressure is St. Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton. But clear, well and truly clear. Timaru Boys High School. Peo Ben, Josh, Blake, Finn Gollin, the coxswain. Coaches Brian and Jamie. Timaru Boys leading home. The repechage of the boys under 16 quad. 4 to go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. So at the moment, Timaru Boys, Glendowie, St. Paul's Collegiate, and probably St. John's at the moment looking for that 4th spot. That's the order they'll come through the 250 in. Timaru Boys through now. A couple of links back to Glendowie. St. Paul's trying to get overlap with Glendowie, so they've been 3rd place. And then back to St. John's from Hamilton in 4th. .33 for Timaru Boys, cruising through that 100. They'd have 2.5 lengths now over Glendowie, who are firmly into that 2nd spot ahead of St. Paul's Collegiate. A length and a quarter ahead of St. Paul's. St. Paul's sitting in 3rd place. And then we go back to, St. John's looking to be overtaken here. Who's that charging up? Cambridge High School trying to get into the 4th position. Looks like they've done it. They've gone through ahead of St. John's. Time there, 6:51. Boys under 16, Cox Quadruple Skulls, repechage number 2, Christ College number 1, Wellington College 2, Howick College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Otago Boys High School 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Shirley Boys 1, and St Kennigan College number 1. Same as repechage number 1, we're looking for 4 to go through and join Timaru Boys, Glendowie, St Paul's Collegiate, Cambridge High School, I think on the 4th there. So let's go out and have a look. Otago Boys from Dunedin travelling well. Good race here. This one not so clear cut just at the moment. Right down on the inside, Wellington College travelling well. Into the 3rd 500, boys under 16, Cox Quad. Otago Boys travelling well. Tamati Dennison, Harrison Thode, Levi Heffernan, Archie Chittick, George Anderson is the Cox. Jack and Thomas, the coaches up there watching probably right about now as they come past them. Heading down towards the last 500 is the boys under 16 quad repechage number 2. And we are looking for 4 to go through to that semi-final. So we have Otago Boys right down on the inside, Christ College number 1. Inside of them, Wellington and Howick trying to push up. And just inside of Otago Boys is Christchurch Boys High School. Down we come. Inside the last 500, still Otago Boys, clear water now over the field. So good work from these boys. Two or three of them out of their pretty tight under 15 quad from South Island Secondary Schools. So these boys doing well. to get through the repechage with a win here. As they come down to the 250, it's Otago Boys High School. Looking for 3 more to go through with them. So you're looking at Christchurch Boys. Inside of them, Christchurch Boys in lane 4. They're looking good to go through. And then you've got a whole lineup looking for 3rd and 4th. Still Christchurch Boys looking good. Maybe over to Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys pushing up to try and get into a top 4 spot. Still Otago Boys High School holding on as they come down towards the 100. So it's Otago Boys down to the 100 now. Shirley Boys, Christchurch Boys, then we're looking for that 4th spot to also go through to semi-final. So this is going to be quite tight on the line. Otago Boys with a length and a half now over Christchurch Boys. Shirley Boys flying up on the outside. And then you got St Thomas of Canterbury, the sleepers through that third 500. But now they wake up and now they charge over the top of Howick College. So Otago Boys over the line in first. Then you're going to go back to Christchurch Boys second, over to the other side, Shirley Boys, and it will be St Thomas of Canterbury that get that 4th spot. Repechage number 3, the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. They're through the 1,000 metre mark, and we are looking at St Peter's College. St Peter's College out there in lane number 5, tracking really well. Well and truly clear of the field. They've got one heck of a jump. One would think fairly unlikely not to have gone through from the heats, just based on what I'm seeing here. Three inside of them, Wellington College. Probably sitting in second at the moment. And then I would put 3rd and 4th with St Patrick's and Takapuna Grammar. Looking for 3rd and 4th into that semi-final, the boys under 16 quad. Takapuna Grammar doing a push on St Patrick's at the moment. But both of these crews behind Wellington. So down we come. St Peter's College from Auckland, Franklin, Jack, Daniel, Toby and Theo. Coached by Harry Williams and Cameron Patton. Down they come to the 500. They would have about 3 lengths now over Wellington. Takapuna Grammar looking to climb over the top of St Patrick's there in lanes 4 and 3. So Takapuna Grammar currently sitting in 3rd. But it is all about St Peter's. St Peter's from Auckland out in lane number 5. They've completely dominated this repecharge here. And we are going to move into the girls under 16 single sculls after this. Then the boys under 18 novice double. And then I'll do the boys under 17 8 before Ian comes in and takes the last couple of hours for the day. So down comes St Peter's. Fast approaching 2:50 to go. They'd have about 3 lengths over the rest of the field. You got Wellington College in second. Takapuna Grammar still fighting off St Patrick's. And these two looking good at the moment to go through into that top 4. Just got to watch Wakatip High School number 2. But Takapuna just a little bit ahead of them at the moment. St Peter's inside the last 250. Wellington about to go through now. Takapuna now clear of St Patrick's. And St Peter's College from Auckland coming down to the last 100, looking very calm and collected. Very handy advantage to them as they head into the semi-final, and they'll be looking to put a good semi-final on the track, probably on Thursday or Wednesday afternoon. Well done, guys. Good job from St Peter's College in Auckland. They'd be about 3 boat lengths clear now of Wellington. Then you go to Takapuna Grammar, and closing out the semi-final will be the boys from St Patrick's College. We're racing now in repechage 1 of the girls under 16 single scull. We're looking for 4 crews to go through to the quarter final. The rest will be eliminated. We have Otago Girls High School, Bethlehem College, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Maclean's College number 2, Burnside 1, Queen's High School 1, and St Hilda's Collegiate number 2. So a few here from Dunedin in the same repechage. It looks like the Bethlehem College sculler down in lane 2 going quite well. Down coming towards the 1,000 metre mark now. You can see someone right on the outside also travelling quite well. Didn't even see her. So let's see them as they go through the 1K. Was watching that Bethlehem sculler down in lane number 2, but right over on the outside. It could be St Hilda's Collegiate's Maggie Dowling. As they go through the 1K, here they go. St Hilda's now. Bethlehem now. So that's probably about a length and a quarter to the sculler on the outside from St Hilda's. And we're looking for 4 to go through to the quarter final. The rest will be eliminated. So top 4 or nothing here in the girls under 16 single. Tough race to be in for these young girls. So down we come to the third 500. Girls under 16 single scull repechage number 1. I've got Otago Girls down on the inside. Going well, Bethlehem College in lane number 2. See that? Samuel Marsden, Sophie Zhang, the Samuel Marsden Collegiate sculler in lane 3 going really well now. Inside of her, Bethlehem College. We're looking for 4 to go through to the quarter final. So Samuel Marsden, Bethlehem, Burnside High School and St Hilda's. St Hilda's looking good through to that 1K and then just getting swallowed up a little bit in this third 500. Samuel Marsden putting in some big strokes. Sophie Zhang. So she's coming down to the 500 to go. She'll be through that. Getting ready to approach the 250. So 4 to go through. So the race is on for that second and third. You've got Bethlehem inside of Samuel Marsden. Outside of her is Burnside and then over to St Hilda's. Down we come to the 250. Samuel Marsden is through now. Sophie Zhang. And we can see the second repechage up behind these girls. They are in the second 500, getting ready to go through the 1K. And then we have 2 of the boys under 18 novice double sculls, and then we'll have another 20-minute break before the boys 17-8. So down we come, still Samuel Marsden Collegiate leading, Repecharge 1, girls under 16 single. And that will be raced on Friday morning, the A final. And they will be racing for the Mary Thomas Cup. And here comes Samuel Marsden. Samuel Marsden holding on here. Then we go to second place. Looks like Burnside pushing through here. Sam Rankin sitting in second. St Hilda's on the outside, third. And then we're looking for that fourth place will be Bethlehem as she comes down towards the finish line. So crossing in first place will be Sophie Zhang from Samuel Marsden. She'll take the win in the girls under 16 single, Repecharge 1. Repecharge number 2, the girls under 16 single, inside that third 500 now. Trident High School's Leah Rowe, Emily Paulson from Cashmere High School, Amber Church from ACG Tauranga, Alana Berry Rankin from Timaru Girls, and Gretel Tavendale from St Andrews College. Those are the young ladies making up Repecharge 2, the girls under 16 single. Looking for 4 to go through, so I'm looking at Cashmere's Emily Paulson at the moment. She is leading them home through the 500 to go. Then we would come to Trident High School and Timaru Girls. Leah Rowe and Alana Berry Rankin trying to push themselves into that top 4. Then back to ACG Tauranga's Amber Church. That would probably round out Repecharge 2 of the girls under 16 single that you can not see. They're actually showing the boys under 18 novice double at the moment. But it is the girls under 16 single coming down towards the finish, approaching the last 250. And no change here for Cashmere's Emily Paulson. She is leading her school home in Repecharge number 2. Well, that's interesting. No, on the down inside the last 250 comes Cashmere High School. We're looking for 4 to go through. So we're going out to lane number 5, which is Timaru Girls, Alana Berry Rankin. She's doing quite well there. Then we come into ACG Strathallan and Trident High School. I think that's where the 1, 2, 3, 4 will go for the semi-finals, quarterfinals, sorry. Oh my goodness, what a big field this is. So well done. Clear water advantage here to Cashmere High School's Emily Paulson. She's got about 2.5 lengths, 3 lengths now over Timaru Girls. Timaru Girls is ahead of ACG Tauranga and then back into Trident High School down here in lane number 2. Over she goes, Cashmere. She'll be about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of Repecharge number 1. Got the boys under 18 novice double now coming down towards the last 500. So John McGlashan College 1, Burnside High 1, Hamilton Boys 1, St Kevin's College 1 and St John's Hamilton number 2. We're looking for 3 to go through to the A final. So let's have a look. Hamilton Boys going well. Alex Cooper and Sam Gordon. Outside of them, St Kevin's, I think that might be. Yes, it is. St Kevin's boys, Zeke Goodser and Cody Marshall. They might be in ahead there of Hamilton boys. I'm looking for 3 to go through, so no doubt about St Kevin's, Hamilton Boys High School, then probably Burnside High School also looking to go through, because they would be ahead currently of John McGlashan down in lane number 2. So we have this repechage now in front of us coming down to the 250. We've got one behind them of the boys under 18 novice double scull. Then we've got a 20-minute break before we go into the boys under 17 coxed 8. So St Kevin's looking comfortable here as they come through the last 100. This is repechage 1 of the boys under 18 novice double scull, and St Kevin's will end up about a length and a half clear of Hamilton Boys High School. So Zeke Goodser and Cody Marshall ahead of Alex Cooper and Sam Gordon. Those two looking good to go into the A final, and they'll be thrilled with that. Joining them will also be Burnside High School's Joel Hood and Max Wallace. Repechage number 2, the boys under 18 novice double coming down the course now. Official time, we are waiting for St Kevin's College around 7:36:58. Repechage number 2, we're looking for Maclean's College. They're not there, and neither are Marlborough Boys. So we should have Whakatane High School number 1, Marlborough Boys College 1, and St John's Hamilton. So 3 to go through, and 3 are out there. So it's Whakatane's Indy English and Christian Nell. We've got Marlborough Boys College, Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella. St John's Hamilton, Oliver Mulligan and Charlie Imunger. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the boys under 18 novice double scull. And all 3, handy enough, will go through to the A final due to Maclean's College and Marlborough Boys College pulling the pin. So Whakatane High School looking to take the win here. Nice handy win into the A final of the under 18 novice double scull. Through the 500 to go on your live stream, boys under 18 novice double. We've already had repechage number 1, which was won by St Kevin's College in a time of 7:36:41. Second place Hamilton Boys High School number 1, and in third Burnside High School number 1. Inside the last 250 they come. Single file here in the boys under 18 novice double scull. No doubt about Whakatane High School. Indy and Christian winning this repecharge number 2 over, they've got about a length and a half probably now, over Marlborough Boys College, Thomas and Luke. And they would have about 2.5 boat lengths over St John's from Hamilton. That's the way they're going to finish up in the boys under 18 novice double scull repecharge 2. We now have a 20-minute break, and then Ian will be up to bring you through for the rest of the afternoon, starting with the boys under 17 coxed repecharge at 2:32. So I will catch you tomorrow, and enjoy that racing this afternoon.
Thanks, Kirsty, for that, and my pleasure to take you through the last couple of hours of Day 2 here at Māori 2022, Lake Ruataniwha. Still an absolute stunner out here, isn't it? My word, what great conditions for these athletes to be strutting their stuff. And with the singles and doubles being completed, we move on to the boys under 17 coxed repecharge for them. There's one repecharge here, then there's the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. This coxed 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. So we'll take you through the field. In lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar, Rowan Sharma, Ethan Green, Nika Ramadi, Noah Curtis, Charlie Heath, Fraser McGilvray, Luke Sanders, Max Jarvie, Guy Pinfeld, Coxing. In lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Lockie Kendrick, Joel Arana, Liam Collins, Hamish McIntosh, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman, Noah Visser, Jack Savage is the Cox. In lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Michael Brownlee, Spencer Welsford, Tom McLean, Cameron Scott, Lachlan Odlum, Oliver McDonald, Brody Flett, Andrew Gregg and Sam Moorhead Coxing. Westlake Boys 1 are in lane 4, William Choi, James Barnett, Leo Durbin, Alexander Bruce, Alex Logan, Simon Gritzmer, Leo Ranson, Crude Erdman, Joachim Umali is the Cox. In lane 5, Christ College 2, Max Cookson, George Hudson, Alex McEwen, Luke James, Harry Burt, Lachlan McVigar, Tom Picton Warlow, Nicholas Brown, Ollie Aikawa is the Cox. Lane 6, St Bede's College 2, Neil Cameron, William McIntyre, Joseph Fitzgerald, Bede Gyra, Leighton Carr, Sam McAfee, Harry Cornane, Harrison Staples, Liam Duff is the Cox, and Wellington College 1 are in lane 7. That's Sam Crawford, Joe McGuinness, Liam Partridge, Max Sneddon, Max McLaughlin, Ben Riddell, Jacob Cook, James Hargraves, Eddie Lethbridge is the Cox. So you can see on the starters hut there, just on top of the roof, there is a light, the wee orange light. So as soon as the starters bring them to attention, we'll see that orange light flash, and if you're watching the live stream, you'll be able to see the same things that we can. So 4 to go through, the rest eliminated. This should be good viewing. After this, we'll move straight into the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. So Westlake boys there in lane 4 as you look at it. To their immediate left is Christ College 2, then St Bede's. Then Wellington College 1 out there in lane 7. So obscured will be, there's St Andrews College just there, lane 3. And then obscured is Shirley Boys High School 1 and Mount Albert Grammar. So through the repechage as we go until 4:30 is the last race today. And that will be the girls under 18 coxed 4. Orange lights flashing, and away they go. So cleanly out in the middle, all 7 crews away. Through the start sequences, and they head off through the first 250 down towards Alcatraz. Westlake Boys, Christ College 2, and in lane 3 there, St Andrews College probably the cleanest away. Also St Bede's College 2 and lane 6 away pretty cleanly. Early days, that umpire boat will swing in behind them, but only for about the first 400 to 500 metres. Then the next umpire boat will take over, given the zonal umpiring we're using here. You can see a St Andrews flag over on the Great Southern Stand, draped out there. Plenty of people watching. 88.3 is the frequency if you want to pick up the commentary on your car radio. So we're looking for 4 to go through. Christ College 2 out to a good start there with Westlake Boys in lane 4. St Andrews College in lane 3. Good start though there from Shirley Boys in lane 2. They've started to pick up a gear. They'll be looking to get through, and also there's St Bede's College in lane 6. So those 5 crews fairly even. It's just in the outer that Mount Albert Grammar 1 and Wellington College 1 are just starting to slip off initially. But they'll have their game plans and be looking to get themselves back into it. So those four will go through, 4 will drop out. And already we're starting to see that arrowhead formation that we get as we move closer into the business end of things. Nice piece on TV1 News last night profiling this event, and if you haven't seen it, you can hop on to the Aon Marty Facebook page. They've got a copy of the clip there. Some great views, drone footage, and some great input from some of the athletes who are so chuffed to be here. So as you see on the live stream screen there, momentarily. So they're just on your left-hand side. There's Shirley Boys High School. Just outside of them is St Andrews, and immediately to the right of them, Westlake Boys 1. Over in the back there, you can see Wellington College, and just coming into view now on the left-hand side there is Mount Albert Grammar 1. So already as they get through this first 1,000 metres, it's definitely with Westlake and Christ College and St Andrews. They're showing out. In fact, if anything, St Andrews is starting to move ahead of Westlake and ahead of Christ College. So St Andrews have done a bit of work in the last 500 metres. Shirley Boys trying to hang on to them and get that position, and St B's just starting to drop off out there in lane number 6. So they'll be looking for a bit more. There's the Wellington College crew out there in lane 7. As we pan across, there we can see there is Mount Albert Grammar, and behind them Shirley Boys across to St Andrews College, and then right in the middle of your screen there is Westlake Boys and Christ College. Then coming through then is St Bede's. Down well now into the second half, they start to travel. St Andrews College, Westlake Boys, Christ College 2. Those are the three showing, so it's going to be a question of who else is going to go through with them. Shirley Boys High not looking too bad at the moment to get that spot. They'll need to put some work in this next 500 metres to get themselves in contention and through to that final. Because St Bede's haven't given up. You think it'll be between St Bede's and Shirley Boys as to who goes through based on where they're at now, but Christ College 2 have got some work to do. They're just starting to drift off a little bit from Westlake Boys 1 and St Andrews College 1. Good piece coming in from Shirley Boys now in the last couple of 100 metres, probably as they go past their zone. But we'll see more as we come through, hopefully that 1,500 metre camera. But St Andrews College looking good here. So St Andrews College would probably have half a boat length, I would think, over Westlake Boys, and then very little between them and Christ College. Then it's Shirley Boys doing some good work down here in lane 2. St Bede's out in lane 6, just finding them going a little bit too tough, and Mount Albert Grammar down in lane 1. So it's still with St Andrews College over Westlake Boys and Christ College. 4 to go through. Some work needs for it to come from Mount Albert Grammar if they want to compete. It's looking like Shirley Boys, St Andrews, Westlake Boys and Christ College will be the 4 that go through. Still with the lead with St Andrews as they come through the 250 metre mark. We might get that camera. It's due to swing over. There it goes. So St Andrews College going through. Westlake Boys in second. Third on the outside still is Christ College and Shirley Boys High School down here in lane 2. Putting in some good work and probably drawing alongside Christ College now. Still with St Andrews. They'll be 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Westlake. Shirley now starting to push up on Westlake. These 4 crews looking fairly clear though to go through. St Andrews College 1 being coxed there by Sam Moorhead. I've got 100 metres to go now. Westlake 100 now. And the 100 now to go for Christ College, and then comes Shirley as well into the last 100. So these 4 crews clearly through to the repechage. First place will be St Andrews College. They've got half a boat length over Westlake Boys, who'll come third. Second. Third will be Christ College 2. And then down here in lane 2 will be Shirley Boys High School through to the repechage in 4th position, through to the final in 4th position. So congratulations to those 4 crews. Just down here in lane 1 will be Mount Albert Grammar going over the line about half a boat length ahead of St Bede's. And then further down the track we've got Wellington College. So those boys have gone through in 6:27. For the under 17 coxed 8. We'll just get through to the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls very shortly. So girls under 17, Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, St Hilda's Collegiate 1. Peter Erickson, Lucy Taylor, Maddie Coburn, Kate Beaton, Lucy Anderson is the Cox. In lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Janiyah Johnston, Madison Gittins, Georgia Marsh, Toby Rees and Maya Greenwood is the Cox. In lane 3, Queen Margaret College 1, Isabel Vanderwilt, Maya Holden, Olivia Wood, Scarlett Treadwell, Honey Bradford Coxing. In lane 4, St Andrews College 1, Sophie McNee, Amy Hughes, Freddie Todd Hunter and Georgia Thompson with Isabel Forsey the Cox. In lane 5, Columba College 1, Genty Minty, Bridget Sutton, Millie Scott, Laura Summit, Isabella Davey Coxing. Lane 6, we've got Marlborough Girls College 1, Mila Van Riesenberg, Poppy Lane, Georgia Backus, Alice Peterson and Olive Patterson is the Cox. And lane 7, King's College 1, Cara Lorch Church, Jasmine Cairns, Holly Ryan Salter, Leela Willman and Eva Todd is the Cox. So under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, we're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-final. This is repechage 1 of 3 repechages. So as they head on down the course, St Andrews College 1 off to a good start. Outside of them, Queen Margaret College and then Columba College on the other side. Looks like Marlborough Girls College aren't too far away from things as we get through the first 1K. And also back to Christchurch Girls High School in lane 2. Fairly even across those crews. Just King's College 1 looking to be falling back a little bit at this stage, but we're only in the first 750 metres. But still with St Andrews College, Columba College and Queen Margaret. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the semi-final. The rest eliminated from this event. Queen Margaret there in lane 3. Lane 4 is St Andrews College. Lane 5 is Columba. And then out to Marlborough Girls. So Columba looking like they might have poked their nose in front as they go through there. And you can see that there on the screen from St Andrews and Queen Margaret. Christchurch Girls High School down here in lane 2. Not out of the mix. So a handy finish starting to emerge here already. They've got under 1,000 metres to run. And looking like Christchurch Girls, Queen Margaret, St Andrews and Columba are in there with Marlborough Girls College looking to be challenging as well. It's really just St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 1 and King's College in lane 7 that are finding the going a little bit too tough. So Columba have put some work in that last 250 metres and pulled through ahead of St Andrews College. Looking to take Marlborough Girls College with them. Starting to look like Marlborough Girls and Christchurch Girls High School could be fighting it out for that 4th position. So what have you got, Christchurch Girls? What have you got up your sleeve for the next 500 metres to get yourself back up in front of maybe Queen Margaret College and get yourself a spot into the semi-final? Let's just watch them. It does look like they're starting to move and pull alongside Queen Margaret. Still out in front is Columba College. Just inside from them still is St Andrews College. So those two boats just starting to create some distance between them and the chasing pack. We'll see a bit more as they go through here into the 1500 metre. I think that camera's a wee bit sticky. No, it's not. There it is. So you can see Columba College just on the right-hand side of your screen as they head up towards that 500 to go. Inside of them is St Andrews, you can see there. So those are the two leading boats. This side of St Andrews College is Queen Margaret, and right closest to us is Christchurch Girls High School. So I think Christchurch Girls have gone ahead of Queen Margaret. Through there goes Columba, and there goes St Andrews. And over the outside is Marlborough Girls starting to move through. Not much there between Queen Margaret and Christchurch Girls High School. Looking like a nice finish. It's with Columba at the moment. Columba and St Andrews, but it's the other three crews that are fighting for 2 spots. Marlborough Girls, Christchurch Girls and Queen Margaret. Maya Greenwood getting that Christchurch Girls High School crew moving. Looking to hunt down Honey Bradford's Queen Margaret College crew. Out there in front, Isabel Davies got that Columba College crew working nicely. In control. Swinging quite nicely too is that St Andrews College crew. They look quite good from here. Down there is Queen Margaret and Christchurch Girls High. Christchurch Girls High still just a little bit behind Queen Margaret, but they're chasing on them. So they're across in the 250 to go goes Columba College. Then St Andrews College. On the outside it's Marlborough Girls. Then we come inside to Queen Margaret, and Christchurch Girls are about 3/4 of a boat length behind. You need to do some work here, Christchurch Girls, if you're going to get through to the semi-final. Columba College have got it sorted. Then it's St Andrews. So it's between. Marlborough still look like they have third. So we come down to Queen Margaret and Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls need to move. It's going to be Columba, though, with 120 metres to go in this first repechage of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Looking for those 4 to go through. 100 metres to go now for Columba College. Down to 100 metres to go very shortly, in fact, now is St Andrews. Let's see where it is between Marlborough Girls and Queen Margaret. It's Marlborough Girls, 100 metres to go now. So half a boat length ahead of Queen Margaret. And Queen Margaret will put some distance between them and Christchurch Girls. So that's where it looks it'll be for the 4. It's Columba College coming down now. 3 more strokes will get them over the line. 2, 3, and the buzzer there. Away they go. And it's St Andrews College to finish second. On the outside, finishing third, will be Marlborough Girls College ahead of Queen Margaret to finish fourth and go through to the semi-final. So Columba College going through there quite convincingly in that first repechage in a time of 7:37.57. We'll see how that compares with the next one, and that would be the second repechage, which is on the course now, the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. All present and correct in lane 1, Villa Maria College, Louisa McGoldrick, Keely Finch, Alexandra Robinson, Maggie McGoldrick and Sophie Tillard Low coxing. In lane 2, Takapuna Grammar 1, Talia Ball, Anna Stewart, Tahurangi, Baker, Kyra Sharrock and Olivia Wilson coxing. Diocesan School for Girls are in lane 3 with Imogen Worrell, Alexandra Fletcher, Isabel Fletcher, Rosie Wiseman and Sophie Ryan coxing. Pukekohe High School 1 in lane 4, Sasha Robinson, Emma Headley, Megan Van Leeuwen, Chelsea Gray and Riley Jenkins coxing. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Phoebe Barnes, Zoe Middlemas, Amara Duncan, Ruby Anaya and Riviera Watts is the cox. In lane 6, we've got Cromwell College 1, Hannah Dicey, Greer Ferguson, Kate Spriggs, Olivia Paibenga, Kaylee Butler, the Cox. And then out there in lane 7, and struggling perhaps a little bit there, Arizona Matoe College, Sarah Patterson, Nina Turner, Chloe Wright, Sarah Laban, Tendam, and Lydia Cunliffe is the Cox. But it looks like it's coming out of Pukekohe High School in lane 4. 2 across from them is Cromwell College in lane 6. Then we come back to Pukekohe, to Hamilton Girls in lane 5, and Diocesan School for Girls in lane 3. Those are your 4. Lane 1, Villa Maria, they're not out of it. They just need to do a bit more work. And then we would see just back from them Takapuna Grammar, and then out to Otamotai College in lane 7. So through with 750 metres to run in the second repechage. Handy lead out in front there now for Pukekohe. Second from them will be Cromwell. Looks like Dawson School for Girls would be third, and then fourth is back with Hamilton Girls High School. Hamilton Girls High School will need to watch lane 1, and in fact Otamotai is just still hanging on there. Bit more work to do, but they're just not too far away from it as they go. So that is the second repechage on its way down. The third repechage is underway too. That started. We'll give you the crew for that. Crew's there. Under 17 Cox quadruple sculls repechage 3. In lane 1, Whanganui High School 1, Charlotte Matthews, Elsie Butcher, Reeve Watson, Arwen Emmett and Alex Key coxing. In lane 2, St Andrews College 2, Ashley White, Samantha Day, Holly Rogers, Rosa Hill, Katie Steele was the cox. In lane 3, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Kate Harrison, Lucy Crawford, Paige Butler Beard, Elsie Talbot, Mackenzie Copeland coxing. In lane 4, Glendowie College, Zoe Bose here, Olivia Jordan, Tessa McLaren, Rebecca McLaren, Isabella Farnell is the cox. St Peter's School number 1 is in lane 5 with Zara Wrigley, Amelia Davidson, Hannah Stewart, Arabella Barrio Frogen and Heidi Baldwin coxing. In lane 6, Cambridge High School 2, Riley Martinovich, Jenna Alton, Libby Tonks, Francis Morris, Jack Charlton is the cox. And in lane 7, Glendowie College 2, Sophie Connolly, Mila Taylor, Mangan, Hannah Strang, Danielle McCormish and Rory Smith Rice is the cox in that third repechage, and they're through 500 now. But out in front of us is the second repechage, and Pukekohe still leading down. Here they come. Diocesan School for Girls have done some work in the last couple of hundred metres to push themselves up into second. Out in third is Cromwell College in lane 6, and fourth will be Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5. So those are the 4 looking most likely to go through to the semi-final. In fact, there's a big gap between the next best after Hamilton Girls, which is Takapuna Grammar down in line 2. Otamotai College have continued to truck along on the outside there in lane 7, have moved themselves ahead of Villa Maria down there in lane 1. So 150 metres to run now for Pukekohe, looking very comfortable. 7:37.57 was the time of the second repechage. We'll see what the girls from Pukekohe can go through in. $80 metres to run for them now. Just on the outside there, Cromwell has just started to push ahead of Pukekohe. They're going to take second. They're now half a canvas ahead of Dawson School for Girls. Pukekohe going down to the line now. They take it. In second is Cromwell. And then third back inside is to Dawson School for Girls. And then the fourth place getter over the line will be Hamilton Girls High School, which will get them through to the semi-final. 7:45 they've gone in, so 8 seconds slower than the previous repechage. Just over the line now goes lane 2, Takapuna Grammar. On the outside, Otamotai. And just down here in lane 1 will be Villa Maria, who are in energy conservation mode now. Third repechage sits into, or drifts, rows into the second 1,000. Craighead, Dawson and Glendowie leading that pack down. Third would be St Peter's. Cambridge High School number 2 in the mix out there, and then lane 2 to St Andrews College 2. Those are the 4, perhaps 5. Just inside from St Andrews College 1 is Whanganui High School, not too far out of it. It's really just, looks like Glendowie College 2 in lane 7 who have drifted off from the pack. But Glendowie 1, they'll be in front from Craighead, then St Peter's. So this is the third heat of the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. We'll then just have a short break with the next repechages due to go the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls due to go at 3 o'clock. So a small break before they take off, 2 of those. And then we're into the girls under 18 coxless pair repechages. So plenty of good racing to come this afternoon. Great conditions for that. This third repechage with 600 metres to run. We'll see them come through the 1,500 metre camera, all going well. Nice view there of them going around the point. So Craighead and Glendowie and St Peter's. Bit of work in the last piece there by Craighead. They've moved ahead of St Peter's, looking to hunt down perhaps Glendowie. St Peter's now third. Fourth position would be Cambridge High School number 2. Just have to watch Whanganui down in lane 1. They've moved ahead of St Andrews College a bit further. And the field just starting to, it was spreading apart. Looks like it's starting to closen up a wee bit now, tightening up a wee bit. For the minor money. So, coached by Craig Little and Charlotte Bray is the Glendowie College quad, leading the Dean Milne coached Craighead Dosserson quad, and then we've got St Peter's coached by Norm Charlton. So Glendowie have got boat length and 3/4 lead there over Craighead. Have got a half a canvas over St Peter's, very close between those two, and then a boat length and 1/4 back to Cambridge High School number 2, but clearly those 4 boats have got 4 boat lengths between them and the rest of the field. So they'll go through to the semi-final if they finish as they are now. Zoe, Olivia, Tessa, Rebecca and Isabella from Glendowie with 120 metres to run. Being followed by Kate, Lucy, Paige and Elsie with Mackenzie coxing from Craighead Dawson. Now got 100 metres to run themselves, and St Peter's with 100 to go. So 7:45 was the previous repechage and 7:37 the one before. Let's see what Glendowie go through in here. Across the line they go. Craighead are going to finish a canvas ahead of St Peter's to take second. Fourth position will go to Cambridge High School number 2 out there in lane 6. 7:41 they've gone through in. So a mix of times. that concludes the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. So just a short break of 10 or 15 minutes before we come back to you with the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. Underway in the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls first repechage. The winner goes through the A final, 2 and 5 through to the B final, so it is a shootout. Won't be 2 and 5 in this case because there's only 5 crews. In lane 2, Burnside High School, Max Wallace, Emmanuel Langdon Lane, Sam Lamont, Jacob Wadley and Zeta Matua. In lane 3, Wellington College 1, Freddie Thorpe, Ty Renner, Finbar Mallet, Sam Hickey and Lachlan Wall, Cox. In lane 4, Auckland Grammar 1, Lachlan Sparling, Lachlan Matler, Tasman Christensen, William Morton and Joshua Fisher as the Cox. In lane 5, St Peter's School 1, Connor Davidson, Harrison McIntosh, Karam Tukin and Toby Robinson with Esme McGilvray the Cox. And lane 6 is St John's Hamilton 1, Jack Pitchford, Flynn Ward Allen, Ruben Lavelle, Jake Chapman and Bradley Kingma is the Cox. 2 repechages in these boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. All away fairly cleanly through the first 500 metres. Some good action coming out from Wellington College in lane 3. And also St Peter's College in lane 5. They're looking strong at this stage. Then St John's, then Mount Albert Grammar and Burnside. Not much between the chasing boats. Bit of work to do there for Burnside. It looks like St Peter's and Wellington College as they head through the first 750. So the winner will go straight to the A final, the rest will go to the B final. Wellington College and St Peter's early on have done some work. They are both leading. Then we would go in between those two to Auckland Grammar. St John's Hamilton in the outside lane, then Burnside. St John's and Burnside very similar, evenly placed. But St Peter's at this stage, you can see them coming up the 1,000 metre mark. There's St Peter's on your right hand side. Those angles will even up. Right hand side of your screen, they're leading. Coached by Megan Glenn, but that's a handy lead at the 1K mark. Burnside just starting to push up on Wellington College. So there's St Peter's going through now. And then it's Wellington College in lane 3, and between them is Auckland Grammar, and across the top is St John's. So Burnside just out of the picture at this stage. So through into the second half of the course they go, is the first repechage of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. And St Peter's just extending that lead. They've got control over this repechage. Second is still there with Wellington College and Auckland Grammar in between them. It's looking like the B final for the remaining crews. The second repechage is underway. That is in lane 2, Tauranga Boys College 1, Cullen Fuller, Leo Wilson Taylor, James Hollard, Adam Shields and Shirang Ekbote. In lane 3 is Otago Boys High School 1, Alex Drummond, Thomas Skur, Charlie Tisdall, Harry Graham, Dylan Young, and he is the Cox. In lane 4, Kashmir High School 1, Sam Evans, Pablo Fitzgerald, Jack and Archie McDonald, the McDonald twins in there for Kashmir High School with Meg McDonald the Cox. In lane 5, St Kennigan's College 1, Finn Buckley, Nathan Kinney, Max Lawrenson, Lachlan Wallace, Oliver Walsh is the Cox. In lane 6, Christ College 1, Bruno Vaughan, Spencer Smith, Raymond Brooks, Daniel Viber and Jamie Burden is the Cox. And out there in lane 7 will be Shirley Boys High School 1, Tom Hearn, Charlie Norton, Kahurangi Watini and Maddai Washbourne with Daniel Carr the Cox. That should be a pretty close repechage, that one. Out here though, it's not that close because St Peter's are running away with it. There'll be 3 boat lengths in front of the crew from Wellington College who are starting to move ahead of Auckland Grammar. And then we go out to St John's Hamilton in lane 6, back to Burnside in lane 2. And it is looking fairly even at this early stage in that second repechage. Tauranga Boys, Otago Boys, Kashmir, St Kennigan's, Christ College and Shirley Boys 1. In fact, Taronga, Otago, Kashmir, St Kitts, you could throw a blanket over them. Back here, 350 metres to go. In control is St Peter's School. From the Waikato. And we'll see them come up there now on your screen. 250 metre mark. They go through those yellow boys into the last 250 now. And there's 3 boat lengths between them and Wellington College 1. 4 boat lengths back to St Peter's School 1. Those are your leading boats. In the second repechage. Third repechage is looking like Taronga, Otago, and a good run from Kashmir down there too. Just outside of Kashmir is St Kennigans. 100 metres to go here in the second repechage. First repechage, sorry, for St Peter's. 100 metres to go now for the crew from Wellington College, but it'll be St Peter's through to the A final. Everybody else is through to the B final. And we'll just check the timings for these guys as they come through. Over the line now goes St Peter's. There they get the buzzer now. They've gone through in 6:56. 52. Second goes to Wellington College. Third will be Auckland Grammar down here in lane 4. Outside to St John's of Hamilton in lane 6. And then completing the field will be Burnside down here in lane 2. Through the 1,000 metres goes repechage number 2. That's a lovely angle of the buildings, but it'll be nice to see the camera as we go through the 1,000 metre mark. Just see what we've got there. Oh, a lovely panoramic view. Just test that. It's lurched on top of one of the flagpoles here at the dais, and that is a fantastic view to have. Just some of the innovation that's come here for the live stream. But meanwhile, back to the rowing, and it is the second repechage for the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. Taronga boys in lane 2, Otago boys in lane 3, and then in lane 4 it's Kashmir High School showing strongly. Inside from them, but a bit further back is St Kennigans. Then we go outside to Christ College 1 and Shirley boys. So a good battle here developing between Otago boys High School and Kashmir. To see who goes straight through to the A final. Advantage Otago boys at this stage, I would think. Kashmir not far away. The rest of the crews have got a bit of work to do. Christ College 1 still in the mix. They'd be third, but just. Back inside from them, St Kennigans, then Taronga boys, and then outside to Shirley Boys High School. On the course behind these gentlemen are the girls in the under 18 coxless pair, repechage 1. We've got 2 repechages of this, where 1, 2 and 3 will go through to the A final. I would imagine that means the rest will be eliminated. So they are through the first 250 metres of their race. And there's been a scratching in lane 4. But I can tell you that in lane 2, Nelson College for girls, Gemma Mead, Jessie Brown. Lane 3, Marlborough Girls College, Liv Matthews, Holly Feltham. In lane 5, Takapuna Grammar 1, Annabelle Knowles and Isabella Foster. In lane 6, Craighead Dawson School 1, Savannah Paul and Georgia Harrison. And in lane 7 is St Peter's School 2, Amelia Wood and Caitlin Moriarty. So 5 crews out there, 3 to go through to the final in that girls under 18 coxless pair repechage 1. Meanwhile, into the last 300 metres of the race goes the boys under 18 coxless quadruple sculls. And it is still between Otago boys and Kashmir. 1 to go through, the rest are into the B final. So Otago boys, Alex, Thomas, Charlie, Harry, Dylan is the cox, being coached by Jack McLaughlin, Thomas Ryan. Up against Kashmir, Sam, Pablo, Jack, Archie, Meg, coached by Joe Young and Hayden Soper. As they come through now with 150 metres to go, there's very little between them, between Kashmir and Otago boys. Who's going to call them first to go? It'll come from the coxes, Meg for Kashmir. And for Otago boys, it will be Dylan. Not much between them. Let's see who hits the Red Boys first. They're coming down there now, the Red Boys. It's Kashmir and Otago. Kashmir first. Kashmir have got the lead over Otago boys as they come the last 100 metres. Only one of them's going through to the A final. The rest is going through to the B final. So one of these crews is going to make it. The other one's not. Is the work coming on from Kashmir or is it coming on from Otago boys? It's still Kashmir by a canvas. Kashmir by a canvas over Otago boys as they come down to the line. They're closing in on us down to half a canvas. Otago are closing, but they're going to go over the line by half a canvas. Kashmir go through to the A final, and Otago boys just dip out through to the B final. Joining them there will be St Kennigan's and Christ College. Down here is Tauranga Boys High School. And then on the outside we go to Shirley Boys High School, but a nice close finish there. Congratulations to Kashmir getting through to that A final. Commiserations to Otago boys, but a B final at Marty is still an achievement. They won't think that at the moment, but in time they might. They've gone through in 7:02.21. Nice finish there for that repechage, and that's just the way it works. 6:56 was the previous one. So let's go back there and have a look at what's happening with the girls in the under-18 coxless pair. Their first repechage, 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final. Takapuna Grammar and Craighead Dosserson right next to each other. Annabella and Isabella for Takapuna, Savannah and Georgia for Craighead, those two leading. Then it's close. It's close between St Peter's and Marlborough girls. The second repechage of the girls under 18 coxless pair is on the course now. Just checking for scratchings. We've got none. Lane 2, St Kevin's College 1, Amelia Wilkinson and April Linares Fontana. In Lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Kate Gruby and Ava Painter. In Lane 4, Wellington East Girls College 1, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston. In Lane 5, St Peter's School 1, Chloe Chalice and Samantha Eden. In Lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Olivia Leask and Tessa Norman. And Lane 7, in that second repechage, Mount Albert Grammar 2, Setai Satoga and Carice Healy. Into the last 750 metres comes the first repechage. Takapuna Grammar have got a handy lead over Craighead Dosserson. Then we go back inside to Marlborough Girls. Those three looking the strong contenders at the moment, but Marlborough Girls are going to have to watch out for Nelson College for girls. Nelson starting to push up on their provincial neighbours, Marlborough. St Peter's out there in lane 7, probably struggling a little bit to get through. So I'm picking a battle here between the top of the South Island, Nelson and Marlborough for the qualifying spot, although it does look like they might be pushing through. But it's definitely with Takapuna and Craighead. Craighead going to have to watch it as well. So it's starting to look like the southern teams, Craighead, Marlborough Girls and Nelson, might be fighting out for a couple of spots. Through 500 to go they come now. St Kevin's College out to an early lead in the next race, which is repechage number 2. Handily placed with St Peter's and Whanganui Collegiate. Here in repechage 1 though, it is Takapuna Grammar 1. And Nelson College not letting Marlborough go, and they're not letting Craighead go either. This will be a handy and close finish between those three crews at this stage. Marlborough has the advantage, but Nelson will be putting in a sprint soon. And Craighead, Savannah and Georgia out there in lane 6. We'll get a better idea as they come through the 250 camera very shortly, but it will show. There we go. That's the 1500 metre camera, 250. There we go. Look at that. So there's Annabelle and Isabella going through for Takapuna, just coming over those yellow boys with 250 metres to go now. If we come back and you can see Marlborough Girls clearly in second there, but it'll only be by a boat length over Craighead Dosserson out there in third. And then it is down here to Marlborough College. So Craighead and to Nelson College. So Craighead and Nelson College, that's where the battle's going to be for that third position to go through into the A final. Takapuna won't be beaten from there, you wouldn't think. That's a 3 boat length lead. The bow woman from Marlborough Girls, Holly, she has a look around just to see where they might be and see where everybody else is, and tells her stroke partner what they need to do. Into 120 metres to go. Just quickening their hands are Annabella and Isabella just to make sure of things as they come down with 100 metres to go for Takapuna Grammar. And then it is Marlborough Girls College. And now we'll see what happens between Craighead and Nelson College for girls. It's looking like Nelson College for girls might just have the better run on their boat. 100 metres to go now for Craighead though, and Nelson as well. It'll be a tight finish between those two. Craighead have just quickened. They've looked across and think we need to go or we're going to dip out here. Down is Takapuna Grammar in lane 5 coming across the line now to take the buzzer and get first position. Second position is going to go through to Marlborough Girls, but it's third we're interested in. Craighead have done that move. They're just ahead now by half a canvas. They're taking it out to a canvas. Back again comes Nelson College. Not much in it's going to be on the line, but it's still just by a bow ball would be Craighead Dawson, I would say, over Nelson College. Just a bit of extra work by Craighead in the last 50 metres might have paid dividends for them. We'll just have to wait for the official call on that, but I'm picking that it was Craighead over Nelson. We'll wait and see. Time though, time for the girls pair 8:24 for the first repechage of the girls under 18 coxless pair. We'll come back to you very shortly. There's only 0.27 of a second in it unofficially, and it is Takapuna, Marlborough Girls, Craighead. Repechage number 2 moving through into the last half of the course. St Peter's School there out there in lane number 5, looking very handy with Wellington East Girls College, Kate and Ava. So Chloe and Samantha from St Peter's number 1. They've got a handy lead there. There'll be a couple of boat lengths, I would think. So again, it looks like we're in a race for third. So just inside from Wellington East College, East Girls College is Mount Albert Grammar 1. Just ahead of them though in lane 1 is St Kevin's College 1. Outside them we go to Whanganui Collegiate and then Mount Albert Grammar 1. So it's St Peter's, Wellington East Girls College, then St Kevin's, back to Mount Albert and then back to Whanganui Collegiate. So we can just see that it's starting to close up between St Kevin's, Mount Albert and Wellington East Girls College. And Whanganui in the mix as well, so we could have another close finish. We'll start to see this more and more as the regatta continues. On the course now though, and through the first 500 is repechage number 1 of the boys under 16 Cox 4. We've got 3 of them. The first one is on the course, lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Jack Bond, Harry Cook, Toby Morris, Danny Webb, Miles Charter is the Cox. In lane 2, Westlake Boys High School 3, Oliver Stewart, Michaeli Fongnagi, Liam Harding, Alexander Jones and Alexander McGill is the Cox. Lane 3, St Peter's College 1, Samuel Innes, Cohen Freeman, Joshua Drake, Max Parkinson, Theo Wagg is the Cox. In lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School 1, Dylan McConnell, Matthew Legales, Dylan Worthington, Finley Burkers, Cameron Nata is the Cox. Lane 5, Auckland Grammar 1, Luca Tonner, Hugo McKenzie, Finn Houghton, Sebastian Lyon, Jack Brew coxing. And in lane 6s and 7, we've got the St Andrews crews. St Andrews number 3, in lane 6, William Voice, Benjamin Ashman, Jake Burrows, Luke Skinner, William Tavendale coxing. And their number 4 crew is in lane 7 outside of them, Logan Gardner, Benjamin Bolton, Bryn Hall, William Camo and Emily Davis. So we're looking for 4 out of that field to go through to the semi-finals. But right in front of us now, we're looking for 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final for the girls under 18 coxless pair in the second repechage, and it's still St Peter's. Chloe and Samantha, coached by Norm Charlton, have got the lead over the rest of the field, but it's tightening up now. Wellington East Girls College, Mount Albert Grammar and St Kevin's College. So 2 has to go into 3. The work now coming from Kate and Ava of Mount Albert Grammar. They've taken their rating up. They're starting to move past St Kevin's and starting to put a challenge on Wellington East Girls College. Wellington East into the 100 now. Then goes Mount Albert. Then comes St Kevin's. They won't catch St Peter's, but it'll be down here between these other 3 crews, between Wellington, Mount Albert and St Kevin's. A nice run coming from Mount Albert. They're just edging into second position now past the Wellington crew. St Kevin's are trying to go again. They might have left it a bit too late. St Peter's are going to win this by 2 boat lengths, or it's come down to a boat length and a half as that run continues from Mount Albert Grammar. St Kevin's will finish just behind the crew in the outside lane there from Wellington East Girls. So St Peter's go across first, then Mount Albert, then Wellington East. It's the way I see it. and then St Kevin's, and then in the outside lane now we've got Whanganui Collegiate, and then out to lane 7. So they've gone through an 8.26, the second repechage, another 2 seconds beyond what we saw the first repechage going through in. So we know that we got Takapuna Grammar, Marlborough Girls and Craighead through from the first repechage. Just waiting for confirmation on that second repechage, but I think it was St Peter's definitely won it. Just confirming second and third. Meantime, we'll see what's happening with those young gentlemen in the under 16 Cox 4. And it's St Peter's in lane 3. Right next to them is Hamilton Boys High School 1. They would be leading out there in lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School 1. Outside of them to Auckland Grammar. Then we go to St Andrews 3. So handy lead for Hamilton Boys. Then Auckland Grammar, St Andrews 3. Back to St Peter's in lane 3. Then we go outside to St Andrews 4 in lane 7. Then back inside to Westlake Boys number 3 in lane 2. Christchurch Boys High School in lane 1. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So just confirming placings in race 177, the girls under 18 pair, repechage number 2, St Peter's first, Mount Albert Grammar second, Wellington East College third. St Peter's College out here in lane 3, just moving past the 4th place boat on the outside, St Andrews College 4. So it's looking like Hamilton Boys High School definitely leading this from Auckland Grammar, then St Andrews 3, and then it is St Peter's down in lane 3, looking like they might be in 4th position. Remember, 4 to go through. Coming up to 300 metres to go. We'll get them on the 250 metre camera shortly, but definitely Hamilton in front. St Andrews College 3 looking second, back from Auckland Grammar. And clearly into 4th now is St Peter's College 1. So those will be the 4 that go through to the semi-final. That's them just all going through as a clump now. Except for St Peter's, they go through now. And then on the outside lane, you see St Andrews College 4. So just closing up a little bit. Nice work coming in here from St Andrews College number 3 in lane 6. Just starting to pull back that Hamilton Boys High School crew, who may well have decided they've done their work, but they're still rowing hard there in their under 16 Cox 4. Strong pedigree in sweep oars of the Hamilton Boys. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews. They're closing right up on them, so that'll make a difference when it comes to lanes if they can pull in front of them come semi-final time. But they've had a good run for the last 500 metres, St Andrews College 3. And they've just pipped in front of Hamilton Boys. So St Andrews College 3 will be happy with that. They move out now to half a canvas and continuing to extend now on Hamilton Boys. They'll go through first. Hamilton Boys second. Then we go back to Auckland Grammar. And then it will be down here in lane 3, St Peter's College. First of those repechages has gone through in 7:18.95. Repechage number 2 for the boys under 16, Cox 4, is into the last 1,000 metres of the race. No scratchings. Lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar 2, Nika Ramadi, Noah Curtis, Rowan Sharma, Ethan Green and Caelan Rensford Bree as the Cox. In lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School 2, Winston Roberts, Jack Patterson, Caden Buckhirkham, John T. McIntosh, Cameron Smith Coxing. In lane 3, Hamilton Boys High School 4, Zach Brownlee, Ethan Stain, Wills Leyland, Nick Wilson, Darcy Boys Coxing. In lane 4, St Kennigan's College 1, Freddie Hitchcock, Luca Cutfield, Eden Mead, Henry Chafer, Julia Huang is the Cox. In lane 5, Auckland Grammar 2, Jacob Hawksby, Alex Merrilees, Charlie Wallace, Henry Burrell and Benjamin Smith is the Cox. Hamilton Boys High School 3 is in lane 6. Seth Davis, Shay Asita, Carl Murray, Reese Laker, Ryan Ollington is the Cox. And completing the field out there in lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, Flynn Hutchison Ray, Albert Eden, Hamish McIntosh, Noah Visser, Jack Savage. St Kennigan's College out there in the middle of the course with Auckland Grammar, and just outside of them Hamilton Boys High School 3. Those are the 3 crews leading them down. as we see race 179, just over about an hour and a bit to go on today, race day 2 of Māori 2022. I hope that wherever you are streaming this, whether it's at home or in your office with the speakers turned off, which means you can't hear me, but you can still hear the rowing, that you're enjoying yourself. And enjoying the coverage as these crews come through 400 metres to run. And St Kennigan's College 1, just watching Auckland Grammar 2 move up alongside them. Then we go out to Hamilton Boys 3, back inside to Hamilton Boys 4. Seem to be having a better rub of the green than Hamilton Boys 2. Could just be naming. Then we go outside to Shirley Boys number 1 out there in lane 7, then back inside to Mount Albert Grammar 2. Moving through nicely on Auckland Grammar St Kennigan's. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the semi-final. The rest are eliminated. And open water between these first two crews, St Kennigan's and Auckland Grammar. And then it's a lineup of Hamilton crews, so there'll be bragging rights going on there. Hamilton Boys 3, looks like they've just been moved through on by Hamilton Boys 4, and then there's Hamilton Boys 2. Then we've got Shirley Boys and Mount Albert Grammar. Through the 250 metre mark they go, and you can see Hamilton Boys number 4 going through. They're ahead of Hamilton Boys 3 on the outside and Hamilton Boys 2 on the inside, and Shirley Boys just going across the top of your screens now. But coming down with 120 metres to go, St Kennigan's have just extended and maintained this lead on Auckland Grammar. So St Kennigan's, Freddie, Luca, Eden, Henry, Julia coxing, just over Jacob, Alex, Charlie, Henry and Benjamin from Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar not letting go though. Putting some effort in these under 16 boys. Still half a boat length with St Kennigan's. Auckland Grammar will be second as they come across the line, and then we've got the Hamilton crews. It's still Hamilton Boys 4 who are going to finish third over the top of Hamilton 3 and Hamilton 2 as they come down to the line in 7:14, so 4 seconds quicker than the previous repechage. Repechage number 3 heads towards the 1,000 out of the bay, and that is in lane 1, St Kennigan's College 2. Sam Barron, Devon Fody, Samuel White, Max Irwin and Zoe Taylor coxing. In lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School 5, Ryan Pammett, Caleb Valla, Callan Fleming, Joshua Wickers, Jake White as the cox. In lane 3, St Andrews College 2, William Preble, Noah Smith, Hunter Lewis, Kobe Goods, Sam Moorhead as the cox. In lane 4, the first of the two Westlake crews, Westlake Boys High School 1, Matthew Young, Ryan Haves, Quinn Wiltshire, Thomas Link and Liam Veldman. The second Westlake Boys crew is in lane 5. Adam Grappengeiser, Cooper Howden War, Leo Durbin, Joseph Dennis and Joaquim Umali is the cox. In lane 6, Onslow College 1, Matthew Butel, Guy Curry Stanton, Oliver Cuthbert, Jack Jordan, Hugo Montgomery coxing. And then in lane 7, Christ College 2, George Grace, Sam Hales, Archie Davidson, Max Howard and Ollie Akaiwa. So they're through into the second 1,000 they come. The two Westlake Boys crews right out in the middle there. Just outside of them is Onslow College in lane 6 would be third. Then we would see Christ College number 2 in the 4th position. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-final. St Andrews College 2 in lane 3. Then Hamilton Boys 5 and St Kennigan 2 is in lane 1. This is the third and final repechage of the under 16 coxed 4. Coming up is the girls under 16 coxed 8. $750 metres to run now, and Westlake number 1 have got the advantage over their number 2 crew. Just looking to push ahead of them now are Onslow College. Onslow, who are down here for South Island Secondary Schools and are fairly familiar with the lake now. Just outside of them, Christ College number 2. Those are the 4. Just need to watch Hamilton Boys number 5 in lane 2. Extending further, Westlake Boys High School, Matthew, Ryan, Quinn, Thomas and Liam. 350 metres to go will give it, and they would be 2 boat lengths in front of that number 2 crew. Christ College been doing some good work on the outside, just sticking with things. Onslow College just inside of them. But it is that crew down there in lane 2. We talked about it. Hamilton Boys High School number 5, just creeping through, doing what they need to do. They'll be in the mix. It'll be between Hamilton Boys, Onslow and Christ College for those last 2 spots to go through to the semi-final. Westlake will be hoping that their second crew can hold their position, currently second, to get themselves through. Number 1 crew wearing their green bucket hats. $150 metres to go now for Westlake number 1. Westlake number 2 still in front from Onslow out to Christ College, and Hamilton Boys down here in lane 2 still got a sniff of it. They'll be thinking they can hunt down that Christ College crew. It'll be interesting as they start to line up. But 60 odd metres to go now for Westlake Boys number 1. Very handy row for these gentlemen. They'll be pretty hard to beat in the semi-finals. Second now still is Westlake number 2. Across there is Onslow. And then we look at what happens between Christ College and Hamilton Boys. Christ College have gotten the advantage over Hamilton Boys. There go Westlake number 1 across the line. Westlake number 2 on their way down to follow them, and then there'll be Onslow College to finish third. It's still Christ College just ahead by half a boat length over Hamilton Boys. They're going to hold them off to get themselves through to the semi-final. Moving out, or they're still trying to close on them. There'll still be half a boat length though. Christ College go across the line half a boat length ahead of the crew from Hamilton Boys, and they've gone through in a time of 7:19. A little bit slower than the previous one. But on the field now, coming down the track, is the girls under 18, coxed 8. Just the one scratching in lane 8. In lane 1, Dawson School for Girls 2. Ruby Holm, Emma Maxwell, Ava Dixon, Millie Struthers, Sophie Jameson, Sammy Barclay, Holly Barclay, Edith Lee, Paige Rose Coxing. In lane 2, Waikato Dawson School 2. Maya Cuccini, Maya Troa, Brooke Trebelko, Clementine Seville, Hannah Levin, Ruby Van Dursen, Anoa West, Taylor Killamista, and Isla Ormsby is the cox. In lane 3, it's Epsom Girls Grammar 1. Lily Tasha, Isabel Welsh, Maya Kingy, Sarah Holmes, Millicent Bush, Olive Lindsay, Macy Williams, Melina Folds and Jasmine Lash is the cox. Out there in lane 4, it's Villa Maria College 1, Minnie Edwards, Neve Graham, Claire Martin, Maggie McGoldrick, Jess Loader, Molly Nahoff, Lucy Morrison, Sammy Snell, Kiara Thiel is the cox. And leading in lane 5 is St Peter's School 1, Brooke Ware, Sophie Walker, Georgia Wenham, Charlize Davidson, Lazita Hay, Meg Hazlitt, Kiana Woodfield, Amelia Donovan and Shakayla Davidson. Just outside of them and pushing them along is Westlake Girls 1, Anna Greenheld, Elin Vincent, Amelia Hoban, Olivia Kernan James, Phoebe Dobson, Hazy Strawburn, Kayla Pethers-Boak, Stephanie Severin and Taylor Copplestone as the cox. And completing the field out there in lane 7 is Dawson School for Girls 1, Harriet Hope, Izzy Clayton, Eva Cope, Ava Leach, Lucy Irwin, Xanthi Williams, Emily Cosm, Eva Pritchard, Bo Alpy is the cox. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final, and it is St Peter's School Girls School 1 is in, or St Peter's are in lane 5. They're leading from Westlake. Back inside to Villa Maria. Inside from Villa Maria's Epsom Girls. Waikato Dawson number 2 doing well down there in lane 2. Those are the 5 crews in the hunt at this stage, you would think. Outside in lane 7, Dawson School for Girls have got some work to do, as have their number 2 crew down in lane 1. Waikato Dawson School 2 coming up alongside Epsom Girls Grammar and Villa Maria. Those 3, not much between them, but it's St Peter's that are ahead, and then Westlake number 1. So into the third 500 they go. This is where they'll need to do some work if they want to pull an advantage ahead of a crew. The work's there being done by St Peter's, but those chasing crews, Villa, Epsom, Waikato Diocesan, and outside to Westlake Girls, what have you got? Who's going to make a move to get themselves through to the final? 4 of them to go through. You would think if St Peter's carry on the way they are, there will be one that goes through. So we're really looking for who is going to be 2, 3 and 4. Waikato Diocesan Epsom Girls, Villa Maria, and West Girls, the opportunities for you. Some work's just gone in there from Epsom Girls. You can see the yellow starting to push through. The Waikato Dawson and Villa Maria crew. St Peter's starting to draw Westlake Girls through with them as well. So Westlake still holding their advantage. Very little between Epsom Girls and Villa Maria. Those two crews have just moved slightly ahead on Waikato Dawson 2. And then we go outside St Peter's to Westlake Girls number 1. It looks like Villa might be ahead of them as well. So Villa and Epsom Girls are in the hunt right in behind St Peter's there. It might be a battle for 4th. And at the moment, it looks like it's between Waikato Diocesan and Lane 6, Westlake Girls number 1. The 2 Dawson School for Girls crews, number 1 and 2, just struggling a wee bit to keep up with the pace from these other crews and the girls under 16, coxed repechage. It's called repechage number 1 because it is the only one. So it's going to come from here. St Peter's extending their lead. There's a nice work going in there from Brooke, Sophie, Georgia, Charlize, Lazizia, Meg, Kiana and Amelia being guided down there by Shakayla. Coach Janie Charlton will be pretty happy with that. But we look at these other crews really starting to close up. And Waikato Dawson starting to move through on Epsom Girls Grammar. They've just done some work in the last 100 metres. They've called them. It looks like they're starting to move through on those other 2 crews and take their destiny in their own hands. They're going through ahead of Epsom and going through ahead of... And it's Westlake Girls number 1 have started to come back into the hunt. These still 4 crews are going to go into 3. We'll have to find out who dips out. But it's the work going in from Waikato Dyson going over the top of Epsom Girls now. Epsom Girls starting to put pressure on Villa Maria. To respond, otherwise the Northerners are going to do all the work. At St Peter's though, they've got this by 2 boat lengths as they come down with... Looks like 200 metres to go, maybe 150 metres to go. Westlake's coming back into it. It's still Waikato Dawson, a nice move from them. They now got half a boat length over Epsom Girls. Villa have gone again. Villa is starting to move through, maybe in front of Epsom or right next to them. Outside it's Westlake Girls number 1. It's still St Peter's. They come down with 100 metres to go, 110 metres to go for St Peter's now. They've have a 3 boat length lead over the rest of the crews. It's this move from Waikato Dawson's moved them through into second now. Great work from the last 250 metres. 100 metres to go now for Westlake number 1, just still ahead of Waikato Dawson. Epsom Girls are going to miss out. The Stroke Girls working really hard. They're going to have to get a little bit more because St Peter's are coming down the line. They can take the buzzer now. St Peter's will go through to the final. Second here is going to be between Waikato Diocesan and Westlake Girls. It looks like one of those will take... Oh, good finish here coming from Villa. Villa are pushing back. They're going to push into third now. So on the outside it's Westlake taking second. Third to Villa. Fourth goes to Waikato Diocesan to go through to... Fifth just missing out will be Epsom Girls. A nicely timed run there at the end by Villa Maria. A good run from Waikato Dawson from 250 metres out, but very convincing in the end there for St Peter's. Second to Westlake, third to Villa, fourth to Waikato Diocesan. 7:30.95. Not quite sure that's right. We'll just wait for that time to come through. It says at 1,500 metres, and we'll just confirm those placings. Just while we wait for the official word on that, we can look and see who's rowing down for us next in repechage 1 of 2 for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. There we go, we've got the result, and it is first St Peter's and the girls under 16, 8 repechage 1. St Peter's from Westlake, then Villa Maria, and then Waikato Dos, and only 0.18 of a second in those third and fourths. Great race there from those ladies as we head out now and see what's happening with the ladies in the under 18 novice double sculls. And in lane 1, Takapuna Grammar 2, Sophie Dunlop and Brindley Smith. In lane 2, St Margaret's College 1, Poppy McNeil and Amelia Tamiani Dean. In lane 3, it's Christchurch Girls High School 2, Alice Fisserden and Holly Smith. In lane 4, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika Massey and Annie Wells. In lane 5, Villa Maria College 2, Georgia Kername and Ruby Armstrong. In lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Genevieve Churton and Georgia Whiteman. And in lane 7, it's Christchurch Girls High School 1, Aria Wilkie and Mia Grieve. 1, 2 and 3 will go through to the A final, which will leave 4 crews slightly disappointed. giving them a good shot, themselves a good shot of not being disappointed. Out there in lane 4 is Mount Aspiring College. Mount Aspiring College just leading there with Villa Maria College just outside of them in lane 5. Inside to lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 2. Then we go to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 6. Out there in lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School not far away from it. They've got a bit of work to do if they want to get in from there, as do St Margaret's College 1 down in lane 2. Mount Aspiring have done all the work so far though, taking Villa Maria with them, and then you would think it will come from St Paul's or Christchurch Girls. Looking at that field now, we'll let them continue down the course. The second repechage is underway. In lane 1 of that one, we've got Craighead Dawson, number 2, Georgina Butler and Kate Ritchie. In lane 2, Whanganui High School 1, Aria Rice Edwards and Beatrice Douglas. In lane 3, Takapuna Grammar 1, Elizabeth McKendry and Amelia Swarbrick. In lane 4, Columba College 1, Briar Duncan and Grace Heath. In lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Chanel and Zoe Gordon. And in lane 6, Otamotai College 1, Zoe Stubbing and Caitlin Wayne. Lane 7, Columba College 2, Hannah O'Neill and Olivia Davies. So after these under 18 novice double sculls, we've got 9 races to go in the program to bring day 2 to its completion. Impressive sculling here from Mount Aspiring College, Anika and Annie. They've got this well under control. They'll be 4 boat lengths in front of Villa, who have moved into second. So we are looking to see where third will come from, although early days. Christchurch Girls High School out in lane 7. Just need to push up on Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and St Margaret's. St Paul's just a bit further back. They've got some work to do. But those 4 crews just starting to line up for a close finish for third, because Villa are comfortably in second and doing well. There are Georgia and Ruby, coached by Kevin Mates and Jack Chapman. Matt Rickard and Rachel O'Connell doing the coaching work for Mount Aspiring College. As we look across to the Great Southern Sand, there is a dirty big Whanganui Collegiate flag gone up on the bank. At least I think that's the colours. I better check, otherwise I look like a goose. I'm right, Whanganui Collegiate. You could probably see that one from space, which means the one to the right of St Andrews needs to grow a bit. So as we come down now with 110 metres to go, Mount Aspiring have done the work here. They'll take out this first repechage and get themselves through the A final in the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Looks like they'll be pleased to get the end of a couple of tired strokes starting to go in there, but they've done very well. They'll be 4 boat lengths in front of Villa Maria, who'll be happy with this too. 80 metres to go for Villa Maria in second, so we're looking for third. And Poppy and Amelia from St Margaret's have done some work in the last 50 odd metres. They're starting to push up on Christchurch Girls High School 1 out in lane 7. So it's between those 2 crews, I think, for the third and final position through to the final. Bit of work here to be done, so St Margaret's need to keep pushing. The advantages with Christchurch Girls High School out there in lane 7. They'll look across and see that. They just need to, they've got a dud stroke. They've just missed the stroke there, Christchurch Girls. That's how it happens. The run's on the boat for St Margaret's. They come down the line. Will St Margaret's get over the top of them? I think they might have done. Oh dear, the Christchurch Girls double. They just missed a stroke in the last 20 metres, and they might have allowed the crew from St Margaret's, who had a run on their boat, to keep going through. We'll double check that. There's not much between there. No doubt about who's won it. First has gone to Mount Aspiring, second to Villa Maria. They've gone through an 8:38. And we'll just wait and see whether St Margaret's went through on the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Just missed a stroke. A few tide strokes in there and a bit of a ripple and a bit of a wind on the water. That's how it happens, unfortunately. And we'll just wait to see what happens there. Second repechage is on its way down. We'll come back to that result as soon as we've got it. Columba College, meanwhile, are leading the second repechage just from Craighead Diocesan and out to Otamotai College. by 0.23 of a second. There we go. It's how sad there for Christchurch girls, but St Margaret's a good run. They gave themselves a chance. They finished third. So first in the repechage number 1, Mount Aspiring College, then Villa Maria, then St Margaret's by 0.23 of a second over Christchurch girls. $8.38 they went through in. 8:38.32. Race 183 is the one in front of us that Columba are leading at the moment. It looks like it'll be a bit more straightforward. I don't know. It might not be. Columba College have got the lead there from Craighead Diocesan, but outside of them, Otamoetai College look like they're in third, but they need to have a look out because down there in lane number 3, lane number 2, Whanganui High School, giving themselves a chance. Not much between Whanganui. If they can keep that run on their boat down there in lane number 2, they'll give themselves a chance of finishing third. First at the moment, though, is Columba College 1, Briar Duncan and Grace Heath. They've got maybe a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length, as we see them go through now the 250 camera. 3/4 of a boat length they've got over Craighead Diocesan. Then we see outside them in lane 6 is Otamoetai College. So at the moment, always closing up. So you can see Whanganui in lane 2 coming through there. They've got more of a run on their boat in the outside lane. There's got half a boat length in it and they're gaining on them. So the work needs to come from lane 6, Zoe and Caitlin. Have you had a look to see where you're going? Columba College have got it lined up. But this work being done down here in lane 2, they might be securing that third spot, getting themselves through to a final. It's Columba College, though, in lane 4, looking pretty comfortable. Boat length over Craighead, 110 metres to go now for Columba. Into the last 100 metres to go now is Craighead. Let's see who it is now between Otamoetai, Zoe and Caitlin, and Whanganui, Aria and Beatrice. Into the last 100 now is Otamoetai. They've still got the advantage. As we saw in the last repechage, things can change pretty quickly when it gets to the business end. Just gaining on Columba now, Otamoetai. They've just quickened up a bit and finishing slightly quicker towards the line than Columba, although they'll take it by 3/4 of a boat length from Craighead Dawson. And just on the outside lane, Otamoetai have responded. They'll go over half a boat length in front of Whanganui Gamely down here in lane 2 to take that third position. They've gone through an 8:35, so that's a quicker repechage than the previous one for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. 2 repechages now coming for the boys under 17 double sculls. We've got a scratching there in lane 6. But other than that, we have in lane 2, King's College 3, Ethan Henderson and Jackson Compain. In lane 3, Otamoetai College 1, Louis Alexander and Kana Donaldson Pihama. In lane 4, St Kennigan's College 1, Finn Buckley and Nathan Kenny. In lane 5, Glendowie College 2, Kieran Smith, Alex Audley. And out there in lane 7 is Christ College 1, Alex McEwen and Daniel Viber. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the quarter final. The rest, sadly, will be eliminated. King's College down there in lane 2. Look like they got the King's College bucket hats out there, giving them a run. And Glendowie College number 2 out in lane 5, Kieran Smith and Alex Audley. They look like they might be the leading contenders at this stage. So just a bit further back, we've got Otamoetai and St Kennigan's. Look like they've been chained together. They're rowing right next to each other. In fact, probably too close to each other. They could probably do with some separation. And then we go out to Christ College number 1. So there's the flags. We told you over there on the Great Southern Stand. So Whanganui Collegiate have got a bigger one than St Andrews. That could change through the week. So clearly it's King's College and Glendowie leading these crews down in the first repechage of the under 17 double sculls. 1 and 2 go through to the quarter final. The rest don't. Through to the quarter finals. Second repechage is on its way down. Wellington College 2 in lane 2 of that second repechage. They are through 500 metres now, heading towards 750. Max McLaughlin, Jacob Cook. In lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Cohen Carden and Jed McIntosh. In lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Kobe Hansen and Alex Muirhead. In lane 5, Takapuna Grammar 1, Charlie Figgins, Jamie Vukovic. And in lane 7 will be Christchurch Boys High School 3, Logan Barr and Lewis Rooney. Once we've had the boys under 17 double sculls, we then head off into some under 17 single sculls. For the girls, the boys under 18 coxed fours, and then completing the program for today will be the girls under 18 coxed fours. But right now, King's College and their bucket hats are running down there quite comfortably in lane 2, as are out in lane 5 Kieran and Alex from Glendowie College number 2. And clearly these two crews will take those spots to go through the quarter-final if they can remain upright, which they should do. Just quickening up a little bit out there is Glendowie College, but rating a whole lot lower and looking quite smooth there is King's College Ethan and Jackson, coached by Harrison Elliott. Then we go back to St Kennigan's in lane 4, Otamaitai College in lane 3, out to Christ College 1 in lane 7. So 100 metres, less than 100 to go now for Kieran and Alex from Glendowie. Got a nice run on their boat as they come down to take out this first repechage in the boys under 17 double sculls. Over the line they go in 7:28.27. Well done to Glendowie, and here comes King's College. Over the line they go. So taking those two spots into the quarterfinals go Glendowie and King's College. Third will go to St Kennigan's. Fourth will be Otamaitai College, and fifth will go to Christ College in that first repechage. Second repechage is into the last half of their race. Christchurch Boys High School 2 doing well, as is Christchurch Boys High School 3, and then Dunstan High School. So Christchurch Boys High School might be looking to shut out everybody else in this one. So the number 2 crew out there in lane 4, Kobe and Alex, and then the number 3 crew out there in lane 7 is Logan and Lewis. Coaches for both of these crews, Tim Osmers, Josh Dolan and Scott Shackleton. But Cohen and Jed from Dunstan have looking to have something to say about that. They might even be through on that other Christchurch Boys High School crew, and just inside of them Wellington College. So plenty to run in this race between those 4 crews. It's really just Takapuna Grammar who look to be out of it. Nice run coming through now from those boys from Dunstan, pushing up and past that Christchurch Boys High School crew, number 3, and starting to hunt down the Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Going with them though is Wellington College. So Wellington College won't think they're out of it, but Christchurch Boys High School number 2 got a handy lead over Dunstan. Dunstan now moved over the top of Christchurch Boys number 3 to take that second position. We should get a read on this as they come through with 250 metres to go. So there we are, that's Christchurch Boys High School, Kobe and Alex, 2 boat lengths ahead of Dunstan, who now have a boat length and a half, maybe going out to 2 boat lengths ahead of Christchurch Boys number 3. Then we come back to Wellington College. So looking like Christchurch Boys will take Dunstan with them through to the quarterfinals. Dunstan, of course, coached by Simon Smith. So we've just seen the King's College white bucket hats. We've now got the yellow bucket hats of Dunstan. Both these crews moving very cleanly. Nice and clean and sharp at the catch. No splash. Into the last 100 goes Christchurch Boys High School number 2. And following them in is Dunstan. Dunstan just quickening a bit and finishing nicely. They did a good move around about the 500 to go mark just to make sure they moved through on that Christchurch Boys High School crew on the outside lane. Following through have been Wellington College, but it'll be a bit late for them. Dunstan closing their gap now down to a boat length, just forcing Christchurch to make a bit of a move to keep going, but over the line they go and out that down to 3/4 of a boat length in the end. Across the line they go in 7:36.20. So it's a little bit slower than the previous one. Gives us our quarter finalists. And girls under 17 single sculls. Repechage 1 is on the course. No scratchings. Lane 2, Bethlehem College 2, Josette Bonathes. In lane 3, Burnside High School 3, Sam Rankin. In lane 4, King's College 1, Leela Willman. In lane 5, Glendowie College 2, Danielle McCormish. In lane 6, it is Queen Margaret College 2, Ella Matthews. And in lane 7, making all the running at the moment, Takapuna Grammar 2, Talia Bull. The winner will go through to the quarter final. 2 and 3 will go through to the E final. The rest will be eliminated. So if we look down, we can see some good work coming from Burnside High School. Sam Rankin down there in lane 3. It would be between her and Talia Bull out there in lane 7, Takapuna Grammar. Then we'd come back to King's College 1. Very even between them and Glendowie. Then back to Queen Margaret College 2. And then back in lane 2 is Bethlehem College 2. So it's between Takapuna Grammar and Sam Rankin from Burnside. .600 metres to go in this first repercharge of the girls under 17 single sculls. We've got 3 repercharges. So the first one now into 500 metres to go. The second repercharge is just through their first 500 metres. And then there in lane 1 we've got Cromwell College 2, Kate Spriggs. Lane 2, Burnside High School 2, Olivia Dawson. Lane 3, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glayholm. And Lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School 1, Kate Heatley. Lane 5, Avonside Girls 2, Andy Shui. And Lane 6 of that second repercharge will be Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Olivia Farrelly. So early lead in this first repercharge was with Takapuna Grammar, and Sam Rankin from Burnside just starting to do some work to try and pull her back. She'll need to do a bit more, because she's got a handy lead out there, I think. We'll see when we get the 250 metre mark. Just inside of Burnside is King's College still, then Glendowie, then Queen Margaret College. And Sam looks like she might be moving through on Takapuna. Remember, 1 goes through to the quarter final, 2 and 3 to the E final. The rest are out. So let's have a look at this 250 metre mark. Sam looks like she's done some good work in the last couple of hundred metres. Just getting a run and moving through. You can see the top of your screen now from Takapuna is Talia, but it'll come down here as they line up. There's Sam Rankin into camera now. And by the time this lines up, she'll have about a boat length lead over Takapuna. As they come through the 250, Sam Rankin goes past the 250 mark now. She's got a boat length and a half over Takapuna Grammar. Inside from Takapuna Grammar, it will be King's College, then Queen Margaret, or Glendowie over Queen Margaret, and then we go back to Bethlehem College. So advantage to Sam Rankin here. .150 metres to go. Some of these scullers will have already done plenty of rowing in these first 2 days here at Marty. Just maintaining a good run on her boat, Sam Rankin from Burnside. She goes for 100 metres to go now. She'd have a length or 2 boat length lead now, I think. And in fact, it looks like King's College Leela is moving into second position. We see them come into the 100 metres to go now. She's just there ahead of Takapuna. So half a boat length ahead over Takapuna. Then we come back to Glendowie and then Queen Margaret. But it's 2 going out to 3 boat lengths now to Sam Rankin. She'll get herself through to that quarter final. Nice effort there for Sam. She comes in the buzzer now, and her coach, Christina Blackfoot, across she goes. Sam Rankin. Second position is going to go to Leela Woolman. She'll get through to the E final from King's College, and then outside there in lane 7, Takapuna Grammar Talia gets herself through to the E final as well. Sam's gone through in a time of 9:15 and 77, which means to me that it is getting a little bit breezy out there. It might be a bit of flow on the lake, and these girls have had a long campaign the first couple of days. So the second repercharge for the under-17 single sculls making its way through into the second half of the course. Looking like lane 3, Bethlehem College, Jemima Glayholm. It is, and there in the white and the red and the blue. She's got a handy lead here over Avonside Girls and Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Then into lane 1, Cromwell College. Then we go across to Waikato Dawson and then Olivia Dawson from Burnside in lane 2. So Jemima from Bethlehem leading things through from Kate from Waikato. Andy from Avonside out to Olivia from Samuel Marsden. Then back to Kate from Cromwell College and then Burnside. So one, same as the previous one. One will go through to the quarter final. 2 and 3 off to the E final. Third repechage is on its way. Slightly smaller field. So doing a good job out here, Jemima from Bethlehem College. And it is down here at lane 2, Cromwell College, who's done a good move in the last couple of hundred metres to get herself into an E final. She's going to look to put pressure on Jemima Glayholm from Bethlehem College, but she might run it out of track because that's a handy lead there. And out there in the middle of the course, Waikato Dyson, Kate Heatley looks like she's handily placed for that third position. Then we go out to Samuel Marsden College, back inside to Avonside Girls, and then to Burnside. Just starting to ease off a bit now and keep things tidy is Jemima. She knows she's done the work down here in lane 3. Strong finish now from Kate in lane 1. And it will be Waikato Dyson at the moment from Samuel Marsden to get that other spot in the E final. So through to the quarter final goes Jemima Glayholm in 9:09. Through to the E final in second position is Kate Spriggs, and that is just marginally, a good finish coming the outside there, but not quite quick enough though from Samuel Marsden, and Kate Heatley from Waikato Dyson just takes that third position. So the third repechage on my sheet in front of me, I had 3 people entered. It would appear there's a few more. So by juggling the screens, we've managed to work out what I think is the field. In lane 1, Queen Margaret College, Krishna Patel. In lane 2, St Margaret's College, Ruby Hardacre. In lane 3, Burnside, Charlotte Carey. In lane 4, Pukekohe High School, Chelsea Gray. In lane 5, Queen's High School 1, Ella Edwards. In lane 6, Queen Margaret College 1, Safi Saini. And in lane 7, I've got Emily Warren from Glendowie. But it is Pukekohe, Chelsea Gray, Queen's High School, Ella Edwards, and Queen Margaret College, Safi Sani, who are leading the rest of the girls down the track. Remember, 1 will go through to the quarter final, 2 and 3 go to the E final. So Chelsea Gray from Pukekohe, coached by Brendan Gray. That's got to be Dad. And then lane 5 is Queen's High School 1, Ella Edwards, coached by Dave Hannon. Dave Hannon out of North End. He's done a lot of rowing with Calvin Maker, who's the caretaker here at Lake Ruataniwha, who has the facilities looking pristine. 2 boat length lead here to Pukekohe, Chelsea Gray. This is the last of the girls under 17 single sculls. Then we will move into boys under 18 coxed 4 repechagers, where one will win and go through to the A final. The rest will be the B final. They're already on the track, so those under 18 cox 4s will move. So it'll be interesting to see how close they get to these singles. Some of these girls might have to get a wriggle on. Lane 3. Auckland Grammar 1, Jack Holmes, Charles Alston, Dougal, Rutherford Levine, Benjamin Welsh and Samuel Fisher is the cox. Lane 4, Christ College 2, Hamish Grigg, Max Harris, Bruno Vaughan, Alex Spate, Jamie Burden is the cox. In Lane 5, Westlake Boys High School 1, Oliver Durbin, Clark Offwood, Ashton Brotherston, Targ Farrick and Nicholas Mateus is the cox. And in Lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Jaden Allen, Joshua Bronger, Matthew Polton, George Nilsson, Jack Walker is the cox. They're already through 500 metres, those under 18 4s. Very even there between Auckland Grammar, Christ College and Westlake Boys. And just off the back a little bit, Whanganui Collegiate, but not much in it. Should be a good race as they get down to see who's going to win and go straight through. Out in front of us, though, for this third repechage in Lane 4, Chelsea Gray from Pukekohe doing a great job there. She's probably 2 to 3 boat lengths ahead of Ella Edwards from Queen's High School, number 1. And then Queen Margaret College, Safi Sani would be third. So looks like Queen's and Queen Margaret might be going through to the E final. Chelsea from Pukekohe looking good to get through to the quarter final. Then we go the outside lane from Glendowie in lane 7. Then we come back inside to Burnside in lane 3. St Margaret's in lane 2. And lane 1 is Queen Margaret, Krishna Patel. Westlake trying to put some pressure on Christ College number 2 in the repechage for the under 18 Cox 4. Those two look to be leading. Westlake ahead of Christ College at this stage from Auckland Grammar, then outside to Whanganui Collegiate, just starting to drop off from those leading 3 boats. It's Westlake starting to put some moves on Christ College. We saw a strong Christ College 8 go through straight into the final around lunchtime in the heats of the Mardi Cup. Game row from Mount Albert Grammar that was starting to hold them off, but then Christ College got the jump on them just in the last couple of 300 metres. So Christ College and Westlake leading these 4s down as they get through 1,000 metres. But back here in the repechage for the under 17 single sculls, well done to Chelsea Gray from Pukekohe. She goes over the line in a time of 9:11 to secure her spot into the quarter final. Then into the E final is Ella Edwards from Queen's High School, and joining her there will be Safi Sani from Queen Margaret College. Outside lane there now comes Glendowie. Then back here into Charlotte Carey from Burnside, Ruby Hardacre for St Margaret's, and then just down here in lane 1 is Queen Margaret College. So wriggling along and moving. They tried to put them under pressure to Westlake, but Christ College have responded. Christ College would have a boat length lead over Westlake Boys. Both those two crews now moving ahead from Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar might actually be starting to move ahead of Westlake Boys. We'll see as they come up to 250, but Christ College have done some good work in the last 500 metres to get themselves out in front. They were all fairly even as they came through the 1,000 metres, but the work's happened since then. And down there in lane 3 is Auckland Grammar, starting to move through on Westlake Boys. So it's all or nothing here for these gentlemen. One will go straight through the A final, the rest are off to the B final. And Christ College looking to they're starting to move ahead in this first repechage. We continue to have great conditions here. Good way to finish this second day is with these under 18 coxed 4s. All hoping to get themselves a spot in the final for the Springbok Shield. Auckland Grammar have gone again though. They haven't given up on here. They've moved past Westlake Boys. They've just upped their rating to see if they can chew in this lead that Christ College have got. But I have to say Christ College look like they're doing a little bit easier. Now they've quickened. They'll be looking to move ahead of this challenge from Auckland Grammar. Westlake Boys will be in third position. Then we'll go out to Whanganui Collegiate. So a good strong row here from Christ College as they come with 100 metres to go. They've just gone again and started to open up again. There'll be 2 boat lengths now in front, just you would think of Auckland Grammar. 50 metres to run. Riding instructions coming from Jamie Bird and their coaches Malcolm McIntyre, Tony O'Connor and Will Satch. And comfortably down the line now come Christ College to take the spot through into the A final. They've gone through in 6:57.56. Second will be Auckland Grammar. Third to Westlake Boys. 6:57.56 they've gone through. The second of the under 18 Coxford Repechagers is on the course. Remember, the 1 will win, the 2 and 5, 2 through to 5 will go through to the B final, which in this case will be everybody else. In lane 2, Auckland Grammar 2, Baden Campbell, Charles Martin and Lewis Mazzacarson, Samuel Cooper with Guy Pinfold the Cox. Auckland Grammar number 2 are in lane 3, Tasman Christensen, Hayway Lee, Lachlan Sparling, Max Liggins with Dylan McGregor the Cox. Christ College number 1 are in lane number 4, Charlie Poulter, Fergus Johnston, Oscar Todd Hunter, George Cochran, Ollie Akawa is the Cox. And they're showing very strongly out there at the moment. They're under pressure a little bit from Auckland Grammar, but it is Christ College number 1 in front. Westlake Boys number 2 are in lane 5. Benjamin Sumner, Logan McAvoy, Arno Ranecki, Liam Reeder and Joachim Umali is the Cox. Lane 6, Tauranga Boys College 1. Amit Sandhu, Sharang Ekboti, Colin Fuller, Leo Wilson Taylor with Adam Shields the Cox. And out there in lane 7, Waitaki Boys High School number 1, Connor McLeod, Scott Hay, Finn Strang, Harrison Ware and Harry Callan. But it is Christ College number 1 by 2 boat lengths over Auckland Grammar. 750 metres to go. Those two are comfortably in front of the other crews. Westlake Boys High School number 2 would be the next best with Mount Albert Grammar 2. Then we go back to Tauranga Boys High School and Waitaki Boys 1. Coming up to the 500 to go through the 1500 metre mark. There's a move coming from Auckland Grammar. They're looking to eat back that lead that Christ College have got. But it's significant. They've got a lot of work to do if they're going to pull that back. We should see them coming into shot shortly as they come up with 600 metres to go. That's the 1500 metre mark. These two crews pulling away from the rest of them. Christ College with a 2.5 boat length lead over Auckland Grammar. Further 3 boat lengths back to Westlake Boys. And then we come down inside to Mount Albert Grammar in lane 2. Outside to Waitaki Boys. Tauranga Boys, in fact, didn't start. That's why I can't find them. Well done, Ian. So lane 7, Waitaki Boys High School, just following the field through. Smart rowing from the second Christ College crew. That'll give Christ 2 crews through into that Springbok Shield final. So what'll be interesting here is the time between the number 1 and the number 2 crew, but the way that number 1 crew are rowing, they're looking powerful, but they're looking within themselves as well. Back then into Auckland Grammar number 2, who will be heading through to the B final along with these other crews. Christ College with their boat moving very nicely up and out of the water. 100 metres to go for them. Slowly extending this lead. They're coming strongly down the last 100 metres. 100 metres to go now for Auckland Grammar. And we'll just check the time as they come through. So 6:57.56 was the first repechage. Down to the line now they come. Another couple of strokes and that'll be it for Christ College. Number 1, across the line they go now. 6:58.77. So not too much between those two crews. Over the line now goes Auckland Grammar. in second position through to the B final along with Westlake Boys, Mount Albert Grammar, and then across to Waitaki Boys. Just a short 10-minute break, team, and then we're into the last two races of the day. The girls under 18 Cox 4, and then the Repechage 1 for them, and Repechage 2 will bring the curtain down on day 2 of the Aon Mardi 2022 rowing regatta for the New Zealand Secondary School Championships here at Lake Ruataniwha in Twizel. So 2 races to go to close the program out for today. The Repechagers of the girls under 18 Cox 4. First one is on the track, lane 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Gemma Beckett, Primrose Porter, Arabelle Magukin, Lucy Leach, Gabriella Cashel is the Cox. In lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Carice Healy, Xanthi Verda, Ava Painter, Kate Gruby and Meg Pinfold coxing. In lane 4, it's Christchurch Girls High School 1 with Paris Sutton, Millie White, Nina Jarman, Katie Gardner and Pippa Ford coxing. Lane 5, Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Cassidy Bradley, Jessica Maybe, Stevie Maybe, Brianna Jolly and Hannah Stockman coxing. And out there in lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Gretel Murphy, Brooke Lanuz, Olivia Leask and Tessa Norman with Hunter Rowland the Cox. We're looking for 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final. So out of 5 we need 3. Good start there for Christchurch Girls High School number 1 out in the middle of the course. Either side of them, Mount Albert Grammar and Epsom Girls Grammar. Just starting to fan already. But nice strong start from Rangiruru Girls School number 2 as well down there in lane 2. So not much between Rangi. Rangi might just be ahead now of Christchurch Girls High School as they go through that first 500 into the first 750 metres. Very even between these crews. It's Christchurch Girls High School and Rangiruru, and between them is Mount Albert. Then we go to Epsom, and then on the outside in lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate. As they come up towards the 1,000, we should see a good indication of where things are at there. Just putting some work in there, Christchurch Girls. They're looking to take an advantage over Rangiruru. Rangi and Christchurch Girls very even, and just outside of them, Epsom Girls. Those three would be thereabouts now. Challenge will be for Whanganui Collegiate. You'd think it'll be between Rangi, Mount Albert, Christchurch and Epsom based on where they're sitting now for those three spots. Let's see if we can get the camera looking at the 1,000 metre mark. Christchurch Girls going nicely out there in lane 4. Paris, Millie, Nina, Katie and Pippa, coached by David Lindstrom and Richard Barnett. Doing well outside them. Epsom Girls have just done a move in the last couple of 100 metres, moving alongside Christchurch Girls, starting to leave Whanganui Collegiate behind. Cassidy, Jessica, Stevie, Brianna and Hannah, coached there by Nadia Bleakin and Brian Hawthorne. You can see the second repechage and the final race for the day, race 192, just sitting in the gates there, and they're away. So the last race of the day is underway, scratching there in lane 3, which is Marlborough Girls. So you can see just on your very right-hand side of the screen, Villa Maria College. Then we come across to Wellington Girls, Westlake Girls, Marlborough Girls, and Epsom Girls Grammar. Wellington Girls College out to a good start in that second repechage with Westlake, taking Marlborough with them, and just either side of them, Epsom Girls out there in lane 7 and Villa Maria down there in lane 1. As we come back to the repechage number 1, so that move that they've just done in the last 250 metres from Epsom Girls has paid them dividends. They've moved up alongside Christchurch Girls High School, putting them under pressure, starting to leave behind the reigning crews. That challenge from Rangiruru Girls School number 2 looks like it might be fading a wee bit. Mount Albert Grammar look like they've gone up alongside them or right next to them. Then we go outside to Whanganui Collegiate. So we're looking for 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final, and there's going to be a couple of crews miss out. So it is still Epsom Girls Grammar. They've done the work. They've put a good move in the last, or they would have done it just after the 1,000. They've now moved ahead of Christchurch Girls High School, who are still in the mix to get through. 1, 2 and 3 go through. Outside of Epsom Girls Grammar, Whanganui Collegiate. They're starting to push up now on Mount Albert Grammar down there in lane 3. Rangiruru number 2 starting to fade away there in lane 2, so they might need to go again if they're going to make it through to the A final. But it looks like Epsom Girls Grammar are making sure of things. They're moving ahead of Christchurch Girls. Outside we go to Whanganui Collegiate, who might be doing the move there through on Mount Albert. This will be close between those outer crews. So they've put some distance on Christchurch Girls High School now, have Epsom Girls, Cassidy, Jessica, Stevie and Brianna. Hannah telling them where to go and how to get there. Whanganui look like they might be moving into third. This will be close as we come down to the 250 metre mark between those third and fourth crews. But it is looking like Whanganui starting to get in the midst of it, over the top of Mount Albert Grammar. Rangiruru won't think they're out of it. They'll want to go again. What have they got left? It's Whanganui in third. No doubt about who's leading. It's Epsom Girls Grammar in lane 5. Lane 4 back to Christchurch Girls. Had the lead early on until Epsom moved through just after they got past 1,000. I think it's between Whanganui and Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert still got the wood on Rangiruru. Just. Through into the yellow boys they go. Into the yellow boys now goes Rangiruru. So Mount Albert have got it on them as we come down the 120 metres to go now for Epsom Girls Grammar out there in lane 5. Clearly in second place behind them is Christchurch Girls High School. But Whanganui Collegiate have done a good job out there in lane 6 since the 1500 metre mark to start pushing through on Mount Albert. So these will be the 3 that will go through to the A final. Looks like there's a bit much to be done for Mount Albert, and Rangiruru out of it. So it's Epsom Girls Grammar down here in lane 5. They've got another 6 or 7 strokes to go to get them over the line, and then it'll be Christchurch Girls High School in second, and clearly in third now is Whanganui Collegiate. So they'll go through in that order into the A final. Epsom Girls Grammar first, second to Christchurch Girls High School, and then on the outside to Whanganui. They've gone through in 7:38 and 86. 7:38, 86. Mount Albert Grammar down here in lane 3, and then Rangi Girls School number 2 to complete the field. The last race is on the track for today, and we'll see the umpire boat start to follow them down. Villa Maria College 1, Julia Middleditch, Molly Graham, Lydia Fitzgerald, Louisa McGoldrick, Sophie Tillard Lowe. In lane 4, Wellington Girls College 1, Amelia Cook, Nico Daly, Mackenzie Kemp, Zola Kemp, Yua Tamari is the Cox. In lane 5, Westlake Girls High School number 1, Sophia Greenheld, Sophie Dycraft, Eva Dycraft, Scarlett Curse, and Tessa Guthrie is the Cox. In lane 6, Marlborough Girls College 2, Liv Matthews, Georgia Backus, Holly Feltham, Alice Patterson, and Olive Patterson is the Cox. And in lane 7, Epsom Girls Grammar, Georgia Jonas Poole, Madeline Binney, Molly Trotter, and Brooke Scramkel with Jasmine Lash the Cox. So 1, 2 and 3 go through to the A final, and Wellington Girls College by 2 boat lengths. It would look over Westlake Girls High School number 1. Then we go to Marlborough Girls College 2. Those 3 are looking very clearly in front of, on the outside in lane 7, Epsom Girls Grammar 2. Then back down into lane 2, Villa Maria College 1. So Villa Maria College, who rode this boat this morning with just the 3 in it to qualify so they can get through to this point, got themselves here. No mean effort rowing a 4 as a 3, give themselves a chance, but it looks like they might be challenged today because out in front quite comfortably Wellington Girls College, Amelia, Nico, Mackenzie, Zola and Ewa coxing them. Westlake Girls, Sophia, Sophie, Eva and Scarlett with Tessa in the driver's seat, comfortably in second. And then back across the outside of them from Marlborough Girls College number 2, Liv, Georgia, Holly, Alice and Olive Patterson coxing them as the umpire boats start to join in behind to bring this second day to a conclusion. What another magnificent day we've had. The forecast tomorrow is good too as we get into quarters and semi-finals. So tomorrow, Wednesday, moving day. And moving our Wellington Girls College in lane 4. Still maintaining that boat length and a half over Westlake Girls High School. See as they come down now to just through those red boys to get into the yellow boys for the last 250 metres. If anything, they look like they're extending that lead as they come up there now. There would be nearly 2.5 boat lengths they've got on Westlake Girls, then 3 boat lengths back to Marlborough Girls College, but those 3 will do it. Sadly for Epsom and Villa Maria, they'll miss out if things stay as they are. So if you're enjoying the coverage on the live stream through our YouTube channel, please subscribe to South Island Rowing. We'd appreciate it. As a gentle breeze starts to blow up. 100 metres to go now for Wellington College 1. Job done for them if they can get across the line, which they should do. Westlake Girls coming across 100 metres to go now. Just still 2 boat lengths behind them. Maybe 2.5, and then it's 3 to 4 boat lengths back to Marlborough Girls College. Over the line they go now. Well done to Wellington Girls College. Just check a time on you there. 7:39, so just a second slower, 7:39.63 than the previous repechage. Then we see Westlake Girls in second place to go through to the A final, and joining them out there in lane 6 will be from Marlborough Girls College at their number 2 crew. Through to the under 18 Cox 4 final. In lane 7 comes Epsom Girls Grammar. And then completing the field down here in lane 2 will be Villa Maria College. Over the line they go, and that brings us to a conclusion. Day 2 done and dusted. Thank you for following us on the live stream. Thank you to all the officials and coaches, and of course to the athletes for their contribution today. We look forward to seeing an increasingly bigger crowd over in the Great Southern Stand. I don't know what's going to happen to that Whanganui Collegiate sign tonight, whether it'll stay there or it'll be rolled up. We look forward to your company bright and early tomorrow, 8 o'clock for Wednesday, as we start moving through quarters and semi-finals here at the Aon 22 Māori Cup.
And flexible payment options to suit you. Plus, get free expert tech support. Conditions apply. Available at no leaming.
Good regulation costs, but the cost of lives lost on our roads is much higher. That's why we're proposing changes to our fees to help fund better regulation, which means better safety on our roads. This may affect the amount some people pay for services like driver licences, regos, WAFs and COFs, and it means everyone will pay their fair share. To find out more about the proposals and have your say by Friday 13th of May, go to nzta.govt.nz/funding-and-fees today.
When every hour of your day is accounted for, 7:30 school run, 8:30 start work, 9:30 meeting you almost forgot, it's helpful to know Butler Electrical put efficiency first. They communicate efficiently and design and install efficiently, so your home and business's lighting, heating and electronics work efficiently. They've even timed every section of this ad to perfection.
Yeah, hey man, that actually just came to 22 seconds.
Oh, what do you mean it's only 22 seconds? Guys, we really got to learn to waste some time. Butler Electrical, efficient electrical solutions.
JJ and Flinny, driving you home.
Driving you home with Auto World Nissan.
South Canterbury's More FM.
29 to 5, you're on More FM with JJ and Flinny.
It's only 3 days now, but who's counting? Till I go on my first date, I'm dipping my toe back in the dating world with JJ's mum. Should I serenade her on the date?
No, you shouldn't.
Well, that's not up to you, mate. The More FM family will decide in 3 songs.
It's a sign of the times. Welcome to the final show. I hope you're wearing your best clothes. You can't bribe the door on your way to the sky. You look pretty good down here, but you ain't really good. We never learned, we've been here before. Why are we always stuck and running from the bullets? The bullets. We never learned, we've been here before. Why are we always stuck and running from your bullets? The bullets. Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times. We gotta get away from here. We gotta get away from here. Just stop your crying, it'll be alright. They told me that the end is near. We gotta get away from here. Just stop your crying, have the time of your life. We could meet again somewhere, somewhere far away from here. We never learned, we've been here before. Why are we always stuck and running from the bullets? The bullets. Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times. We gotta get away from here. We gotta get away from here. Stop your crying, baby, it'll be alright. They told me that the end is near. We gotta get away from here. We don't talk enough. We should open up before it's all too much. Will we ever? We've been here before. It's just what we know. Stop your crying, baby, it's a sign of the times. We gotta get away. We got to 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 get away.
Wired.
New Kiwi music on More.
Thanks to New Zealand On Air.
Hey, I'm Harper Finn, and this is my new song, Different Skies. Different Skies is a song about first love and how we hope it'll last forever on More FM.
Last night, the future isn't looking bright, but you're making me feel alive. You always do. Under different skies, once you cross the dayline, your daytime is my nighttime. When I think of you, all the promises we're making, are they gonna come true? All the promises we're breaking don't matter to me and you. I
It's Harper Finn and his brand new song, Different Skies. On More FM, it's 22 to 5. We've got the pop quiz coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes on More FM.
Feels so good.
Where do you get all this music from?
You lying here.
My mum would be horrified if she was listening.
What about?
But she's not a fan of the show, so she never hears it.
Oh, well. Oh, well, that's her loss. Anyway, if you haven't caught up with this, my wife and I broke up in 2020. JJ in the control room, George, Dr. Dave, and other friends have tried to say, look, Flinny, get back out there, mate. Get in the dating world. You've got a lot to offer. Not sure what that is, but I'm sure I've got something.
I don't remember us saying that bit. No. I just think get out in the dating world.
Well, I just added that bit in to make myself feel better.
Just get out there. We just want you to leave the house. It's not bothering us.
No, fair enough. So I decided to take a leaf out of JJ's boyfriend's book. He's more than 20 years younger than JJ, and your mum is more than 20 years older than me. So this is me asking your mum out last week.
Cool.
Will you join me just for one meal?
Oh. No, a cup of tea. That's it.
Yes! Yes! Okay, we'll talk about the details. I'll text you later, okay, babe? Okay. See you, Robin.
Holy moly.
Bye. Beautiful moment for all involved.
Yeah,
so,
especially her.
Yeah. So, just thinking about the date.
Right. I think she's hoping that you've forgotten about it, but clearly not.
Well, would you forget about potential true love? Wouldn't think so. So, I've been thinking, you know how I've got a harmonica?
Yes.
Well, I've actually got a few different ones in different keys. Let's not go into it. Anyway.
Gosh.
I'm a bit of a musician on the side. So I thought...
Unqualified.
Well, what qualifies a musician? Someone who plays music? That's me. Anyway, I thought, should I serenade your mum with a beautiful harmonica song?
No.
So just picture this. Control room, George, what do you think?
I think it would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Music is the way to a woman's heart, I've heard.
Is it?
Well,
yeah.
I always say music speaks louder than words.
Right.
You know? Okay, so
cool.
Put this one down, and this is, hang on, my harmonica here. This is what I'm thinking of playing to your mum. Okay.
Sounds like a flute to me. Okay, I get it.
Oh, shit. Took a bit of breath there. What do you reckon? Would she like that? That was pretty good. I've been practicing for Dr. Dave. That was good, eh?
Yeah.
Just...
Do you want me to play hang on.
I don't know if she's... Well, I mean...
Hang on.
Oh, God.
Ben has said, go, Flinny, love it. All right, hang on. I'll carry on, Ben.
I'll just pick up where you left off.
Yep.
Let me think.
Just picture I'm on one side of the table, she's on the other. I pull the harmonica out and play that.
I don't know what you're trying to achieve by doing so, but I don't think it's going to win you any bonus points anyway.
Well, your mum can be the judge of that. Okay.
And that is true.
And
so
please don't be getting in her ear and ruining it for us. Okay?
Don't you worry, I won't say a word.
Okay.
You know, it's her life.
Do you want me to play the full version of that on air in a minute?
No, thanks.
Oh, okay.
We are all too busy for that, aren't we? Aren't we, everybody?
The pop quiz coming up in 2 songs on More FM. How rude.
We are searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are big